Namaskar, this is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Bangladesh wants Sheikh Hasina back. Not as Prime Minister, of course, they want her extradited. They finally made an official request. Now the ball is in India's court. Will India send her back, knowing fully well that she could get the death penalty in Dhaka? Or will India reject the request and risk more hostility from them? We'll discuss that tonight. In Russia, a 9/11 style attack, drones crash into residential buildings. Why is Kiev raising the stakes? We decode their strategy. In Germany, an attack in a Christmas market has fueled politics. What does it mean weeks before their big election? In Iran, their supreme leader says they do not need proxies to fight wars. Ayatollah Khamenei urges the people of Syria to fight the new regime in Damascus. Meanwhile, reports say Bashar al-Assad's wife has filed for divorce. We'll bring you the full story. Can Donald Trump retake the Panama Canal? Why is popcorn trending in India? What's the GST confusion? Is Elon Musk the new Soros? And a look at the booming wedding industry in India. It's already worth $130 billion. All this and more coming up. The headlines first. A Saudi delegation meets Syria's new leader. They join a growing list of visitors to Damascus since the ouster of Bashar al-Assad. In 2012, Saudi Arabia had severed ties with Assad's government. But last year, Riyadh restored relations between the two nations and was instrumental in Syria's return to the Arab League. China refuses to cooperate in a probe linked to the severed Baltic Sea cables. Sweden says Beijing has denied a request for an investigation. In November, sections of 2 telecom cables were cut in Sweden's territorial waters. Suspicions have been directed at a Chinese bulk carrier. US President Joe Biden commutes the death sentences of 37 out of 40 federal inmates. This comes just weeks ahead of Donald Trump's return to the White House. During his first term, Donald Trump oversaw a sweeping number of lethal injections. Trump has also spoken about using the death penalty for migrants who kill Americans. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar to visit the US tomorrow. This will be a 6-day visit. It will be the first high-level visit from India to the US since Trump won the election. The minister will also chair a conference of the Consul Generals of India in the US. Mozambique's highest court confirms the ruling party election victory. The opposition had challenged the polls held in October. Since then, the Southern African country has been rocked by unrest. The ruling Frelimo party has been in power in Mozambique for half a century. And filmmaker Shyam Benegal passes away at the age of 90. He was a pioneer of parallel cinema in India. Benegal directed acclaimed films like Ankur, Nishant and Mandi. His films are celebrated for their realism and social commentary. The speculation can finally end. Bangladesh has officially asked India to return Sheikh Hasina, to extradite the ousted Prime Minister. We could all see this coming. It was only a question of how and when. And we got the answers earlier today. Bangladesh's interim foreign minister announced the move. He said that Dhaka has sent a diplomatic note to New Delhi. Basically an official message. And what does it say? That Sheikh Hasina should be sent back to be tried. Remember, Sheikh Hasina faces more than 150 cases in Bangladesh. Some of them are at the ICT, the International Crimes Tribunal. These cases cover genocide and crimes against humanity, and if convicted, Hasina could get the death penalty. So the stakes could not be higher. Tonight, we're looking at two sides of this move. The first is the technical side of things, and the second is the political side. India and Bangladesh do have an extradition treaty, a treaty that was signed in 2013 and amended in 2016. The treaty does permit the exchange of under trials, but it also has grounds to deny it. For example, if the accusations are not made in good faith, you can say no. India can reject the request. And there is a case to be made here. All these charges are linked to what happened in July and August. That's when Hasina cracked down on student protesters. You could say it was wrong. You could say that there was excessive force. But genocide, that sounds a bit extra. Which brings us to the political side of things. India has confirmed receiving the extradition request from Dhaka. Beyond that, there is no comment. But chances are New Delhi won't be happy with the way things are going. India's Foreign Secretary visited Dhaka this month. He did discuss the issue of Sheikh Hasina. He told them that India would work with the government of the day in Dhaka and that Hasina's stay in New Delhi would not affect ties. That is the reassurance that India gave. Clearly, New Delhi was keen to avoid the situation, but Dhaka went ahead anyway. They wanted to pick a fight with India. Now, the question is, how will India respond? If you send Hasina back, you're sealing her fate. She faces charges of genocide, of crimes against humanity, charges of murder and of embezzlement. Today, Bangladeshi officials opened another probe against her over corruption at a Russia-backed nuclear plant. And we're talking big money here. Officials say some $5 billion was swindled. So if Sheikh Hasina returns to Dhaka, she won't see daylight again. She'll be locked away for good. And what if India does not extradite her? Well, then ties with Bangladesh will worsen. They're already bad, especially the situation at the border. Look at what happened on Saturday. Indian officials caught a Pakistani-trained terrorist, a man linked to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. His name is Javed Munshi. Now, this man is an expert in explosives and weapons. Munshi was caught near the Bangladesh border. He was caught on the Indian side of the border, trying to cross over, basically trying to escape to Bangladesh, where he hoped to find a safe haven. Last Friday, Indian officials also busted a sleeper cell. It was run by the ABT, the Ansarullah Bangla team. This is an offshoot of a Bangladeshi terror group. So things are heating up at the India-Bangladesh border, and this extradition row could make it worse. The diplomatic note is just the beginning. Dhaka can pile up more pressure. They've already, in fact, sought help from the Interpol. They're seeking a red notice for Sheikh Hasina. It's basically a request to countries around the world, if you spot such and such person, please arrest them. Of course, India does not need to spot Hasina. She is staying as a guest of the Indian government. So ultimately, it will be a political call, one that could decide the future of the Delhi-Dhaka relationship. Dhaka has clearly chosen its path. It is not interested in normalizing relations with India, hence this extradition request. It is now India's turn to choose its path. So far, New Delhi has been patient and understanding, but this face-off could change the approach. Let's see if India turns up the heat. Those pictures have rattled Russia. An attack that was eerily similar to 9/11. It happened over the weekend in the southwestern city of Kazan. Drones crashed into apartment buildings. Luckily, no one was hurt. But who carried out such an audacious strike? Ukraine has not formally claimed responsibility or credit, depends on how you see it, but they did not really have to. They've been at it for a while now. This year, Kiev took the war inside Russia. It stepped up military operations, targeted Russian cities. Then a few days ago, they planted a bomb in Moscow. The Ukrainians assassinated a top general in the Russian army, in the Russian capital. And now apartment buildings are being hit by flying bombs. Like I said, this happened in Kazan. It is one of the wealthiest cities in Russia. It is located around 800 kilometers east of Moscow and over 1,000 kilometers away from the Ukrainian border. So Kazan is far from the conflict zone. Perhaps that's why it was targeted, because Ukraine wants Russians everywhere to feel that they are at war. And sure enough, Vladimir Putin has responded. He has vowed to retaliate.
Whoever and however much they try to destroy in Russia, they will face many times more destruction themselves and will regret what they are trying to do in our country.
Putin's statement said it all. The strike was too big to ignore. Ukraine launched at least 7 drones. 6 of them targeted residential buildings. The 7th one hit an industrial facility. Kazan shut down its airport temporarily. Large events were cancelled, schools had to be evacuated, and sirens were heard across the city. Listen to these eyewitness accounts.
We smelled the smoke and went down quickly from the 21st floor on foot. There was no electricity, the elevators were not working.
We woke up at 8:40 because of the strong explosion. There was 1 or 2 explosions. We woke up and started reading the news. We saw first that the Azure Skies residential complex was hit. Then we read that there was a hit on Clara Zetkin Street.
Kazan is the Russian city where the BRICS summit was hosted in October this year, and now Ukrainian drones have hit this city. If the goal was to create panic, then Ukraine was successful. But if they were trying to weaken Russian forces or just distract them, the plan has failed. Because Russia has now doubled down. It is striking Ukraine with greater force. It claims to have captured more than 190 Ukrainian settlements this year, and now Russian troops are making steady progress in the east. Over the weekend, Ukraine lost 2 villages, one in Kharkiv and another in Donetsk. Again, the goal is simple: take up as much territory as possible. Russia wants to lock in these territorial gains before the 20th of January 2025. That's the day when Donald Trump will take oath as US president. Moscow has made a simple calculation. Trump's arrival would weaken Ukraine's defenses. So capturing more land now would give Russia an edge, an upper hand during a negotiation in the weeks ahead. You see, Trump's position on the war is well known. He's not a fan of Biden's approach. He wants to cut military aid to Ukraine. He wants the war to end. He wants to push both sides towards a negotiated settlement. And where does that leave Ukraine? Between a rock and a hard place. So Zelensky has adopted a new strategy, a 2-pronged strategy. This is what he's doing. Part 1, to launch attacks deep inside Russia and push Putin on the back foot. And part 2, to win over Trump and bring him into Ukraine's corner. How will Zelensky do that? He has resorted to flattery. Consider this. Zelensky met Donald Trump earlier this month. They were both in Paris for the reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral. French President Emmanuel Macron hosted both leaders. That's where Zelensky tried to butter up Trump. He said, "Putin fears you." And then a few days later, Zelensky was in Brussels, where he tried to flatter Trump again. Listen to this.
I think that President Trump is a strong man, and I want very much to have him on our side. For me, it's very important.
Trump is a strong man, he says. Well, Zelensky is not the first leader to try this. Others have done it before with mixed results. Because Trump is unpredictable, there is no guarantee that Zelensky's tactics will work. And he doesn't seem to have a plan B. So as things stand, the Ukrainian president is playing a very risky game, provoking Putin without securing his defenses further. It is a dangerous gamble, one that could backfire on the people of Ukraine.
Der wird abgeführt, oh Gott, oh Gott.
It's become a familiar pattern now. Something deadly happens, the nation comes together in solidarity, they mourn together for a few days, but soon afterwards, the politics begins. This time it's in Germany. You would have seen what happened there on Friday. A driver rammed his car into a Christmas market. It happened in the city of Magdeburg. You can see how the attack unfolded from CCTV footage. The car plowed into the massive crowd there. 5 people were killed in the attack. One of them was a 9-year-old boy. More than 200 people are still in hospital. Out of them, 41 are said to be critical. 7 Indians were among those wounded. And the driver? Well, he was arrested from the crime scene itself. Take a look. This has happened before in Germany. In 2016, in Berlin, a truck rammed into a Christmas market in Berlin. 12 people were killed and 56 were injured. That attack was claimed by the Islamic State. The motive was terrorism. This time, there is confusion about the motive and the politics. Just look at the attacker's identity. His name is Talib al-Abdel Mohsen, a 50-year-old doctor from Saudi Arabia. He came to Germany in 2006 and he was declared a refugee in 2016. At first glance, it did appear to be an Islamist attack. So you can imagine what happened next. A flood of xenophobia and Islamophobia. The far right blamed the attack on Germany's immigration policy. Another radicalized Islamist migrant on a rampage. That's how it was seen. So they organized a march on Saturday. A second march is expected to begin shortly. It is being led by the AfD, the Alternative for Germany. It's a far-right political party in the country. So things are pretty tense in Magdeburg. People are still coming to terms with what happened on Friday, but grief has taken a back seat. It's all about politics now. To make matters worse, the attacker's motives are not clear. We know that he was radicalized, but by who or what is unknown. For starters, this man describes himself as an atheist. His social media is full of anti-Islam posts. He talks openly about abandoning his faith. He expressed sympathy for the AfD, the political party we just mentioned. And he accused Germany of trying to Islamize Europe. The interior minister of the country has confirmed this. She said that the attacker was clearly Islamophobic.
At this stage, the only thing we can say with certainty is that the perpetrator was clearly Islamophobic. We can already confirm that. Everything else is subject to further investigations. We'll have to wait and see.
An Islamophobic Arab, as weird as it sounds, that is the attacker. He's been on Saudi Arabia's radar for a while. Reports say that the kingdom alerted Germany about him. They flagged his extreme views and threats, not once, not twice, but 4 times. They alerted Germany 4 times. Riyadh also requested to extradite him. Yet, Berlin did not track him down. In the month of May this year, the attacker posted something very disturbing. He said German terrorism would be brought to justice. He also said that he would die to achieve that. Now, authorities did spot this post, but they did not take further action. Apparently, the post was not violent or dangerous enough. That's how they saw it. So now questions need to be asked of Germany's security apparatus. How were so many red flags missed? How was another Christmas market targeted? And why were Saudi Arabia's warnings ignored? These are all legitimate questions, but it's also important to not answer them yourselves. You must wait for the authorities. Unfortunately, though, that's not happening. In Hungary, Prime Minister Viktor Orban has sensed an opportunity. He is blaming the attack on migration.
I would definitely like to say that these phenomena have only existed in Europe since the migration crisis. So there is no doubt that there is a connection between the changed world and Western Europe, the migration flowing there, especially illegal migration, and the terrorist attacks.
Germany's AfD is doing the same. Their march will only add to the tensions. But then again, it's election season there. Germany's government is on its way out. Fresh polls are slated for February. So everyone is looking to score political points, to milk this tragedy for gains. It is no secret that Europe has a migration problem. They welcomed millions of refugees in the last decade. Not everyone has assimilated well. But migration does not explain the security lapses in Magdeburg. nor does it explain the intel lapses leading up to it. That is entirely on Germany's government. Now let's turn our attention to West Asia, where the tensions are escalating once again. After Gaza and Lebanon, Israel has opened a new front. It is targeting yet another proxy of Iran, the Houthis in Yemen. There's been a fresh wave of attacks and a new war of words. The latest volley has come from Iran, which is Israel's mortal enemy. Iran's supreme leader has spoken, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He says Iran does not need proxies to hit back.
The Islamic Republic does not have a representative force. Yemen fights because it has faith. Hezbollah fights because the power of faith brings it to the field. Hamas and Jihad fight because their belief forces them to do so. They do not represent us. If we want to act one day, we don't need a proxy force.
We do not need a proxy force, he says. They do not represent us. Quite a statement from Iran's top leader. He's calling these groups resistance forces. Remember, all of them have suffered setbacks in recent months, and this reflects poorly on the regime in Tehran. They could not protect their friends. It's been a tough year for them. Iran calls these groups the axis of resistance. This axis has been hammered. Just look at this map. In Gaza, the Hamas has been dismantled. In Lebanon, the Hezbollah has been defeated. And this month in Syria, the Assad regime collapsed. Now, Israel is training its guns on the Houthis in Yemen.
As we acted forcefully against the terror arms of Iran's evil axis, so we will act against the Houthis. Only in this case, we are not acting alone. Therefore, we will act forcefully with determination and sophistication. I tell you, even if it takes time, the result will be the same result as against the other terror arms.
It began last week. Israel conducted a series of strikes in Yemen. They hit ports and energy infrastructure. Israel said these were Houthi military targets. Of course, retaliatory strikes followed. The Houthis launched missiles towards Israel. At least one of them fell in Tel Aviv. A dozen people were injured. This wasn't their first attack, though. Since the war in Gaza began, the Houthis, along with other Iranian proxies in the region, have targeted Israel. They have launched some 400 missiles and drones in 1 year. Israel managed to shoot down most of them. But the Houthis remain undeterred. They say they will keep attacking Israel until it stops the war in Gaza. And where do the Houthis get their weapons from? Who is arming them? Iran, mostly. Since 2009, Tehran has supported the Houthis in multiple ways, with weapon transfers, with training, and with intelligence support. And with this backing from Iran, the Houthis have captured most of Yemen, including its capital, Sana'a. It's all under Houthi control. They are a key ally for Iran now. They extend Tehran's influence as far as the Red Sea, and now they're trying to build more pressure, both on Israel and its Western backers. The Houthis say that they've thwarted a major attack this weekend.
The armed forces have successfully thwarted an American-British attack on our country, during which the USS Harry S. Truman aircraft carrier and several of its destroyers were targeted in conjunction with the start of the aggressive attack on our country last night.
Well, this is what they're talking about. Over the weekend, the US launched an operation. American jets conducted precision airstrikes in Sana'a. The Americans say they neutralized 2 Houthi facilities, a command and control center and a missile storage center. But the Houthis contest these claims. It's very hard to verify either version, but one thing is quite clear. The conflict in West Asia is still spiraling. Iran's axis of resistance may be weakened, but it's not been crushed. It still has the potential to foment conflict. Look at what Khamenei said about Syria. He's made an appeal to the young people of Syria, asking them to rise against the HTS, the group that is now in charge in Damascus.
I predict that the phenomenon of a noble, strong group rising in Syria will happen. The young Syrian has nothing to lose. His university is insecure. His school is insecure. His home is insecure. His street is insecure. His life is insecure. What should he do? They should stand with strong will against those who designed and those who implemented the insecurity. With God's will, He will overcome them.
He said the US and Israel planned to topple Assad, and without naming Turkey, he also said that a neighbor had a role to play. And now he's urging the people of Syria to fight back. These comments from Iran's supreme leader are significant, an indication that as Iran battles external and internal challenges, as the regime faces increasing pressure, it may be willing to stake it all to survive. For the region, that only means more chaos. They say when it rains, it pours. Just ask Bashar al-Assad, the former president of Syria. 2 weeks ago, his regime collapsed, and now it looks like his marriage may be over. Reports say his wife has filed for divorce. Her name is Asma al-Assad. Apparently, she's not happy with her new life. The Assads are in Moscow right now. The family had been there for a while. Bashar al-Assad joined them earlier this month, on December 8th, when he fled Syria. Now, all of them are in Russia, and reports say that Asma is not happy with this new life. She wants to go to the UK. She has reportedly applied to a Russian court seeking special permission to leave Moscow. The Kremlin has denied any such reports, though. They say that she is not seeking a divorce. But what prompted these rumors? Who is Asma al-Assad? Why was she called Syria's Lady Macbeth? And can she return to the UK if she wants to? Asma was born in 1975 in West London. Her parents had fled Syria in search for better opportunities. Her father was a cardiologist. Her mother was a diplomat. They remained attached to their Syrian roots. But Asma identified as British. In school, she called herself Emma. She lived quite a privileged life. Went to private schools, got a degree at King's College in London, and went on to become a banker at JP Morgan. Her mother had other plans, though. She wanted to promote a match between Asma and Bashar al-Assad. At that time, Assad was just an eye doctor, not the heir apparent of Damascus. That role came to him unexpectedly when his brother died in 1994. Bashar al-Assad had to return home. Then a few years later, his father died. It was the year 2000. Bashar al-Assad was all set to take over Syria. He was still unmarried, though, and Asma was still working at JP Morgan. In the summer of that year, she went on a mystery holiday with him, and when she returned, they were engaged. Asma quit her job, she moved to Damascus, and in December 2000, the year 2000, the two got married. It was a low-key affair, no official photos, no mega events. Asma was told that her only job was to produce heirs, and she did. The couple had 3 children. But Asma was talented and ambitious. She wanted to do more. She was a polished spokesperson. She mingled with Western leaders. She traveled the country incognito to understand the needs of her people. Many called her Syria's Princess Diana. She set up multiple charities. She inaugurated galleries. She opened cultural parks. It was termed as Syria's cultural renaissance. And leading it was the First Lady herself. She had support and cheerleaders in the West. A Vogue cover called Asma al-Assad, a rose in the desert. But this rose hid her thorns. Then in the year 2011, the Arab Spring swept across West Asia. Regimes were toppled. There were calls for freedom. In Syria, too, protests broke out against Assad's rule. At first, Asma was silent. Many wondered who would she support, the people or the palace. Soon they got their answer. As protests turned into uprisings, Asma al-Assad stood by her husband, Bashar. Then came the civil war. She became more than just a silent bystander. Her charities shifted their focus. They would assist only those who supported the regime. Behind closed doors, she wielded enormous power. She became a trusted advisor to Assad. She launched a PR offensive. She helped funnel millions of dollars. At the height of the war, some emails were leaked. They revealed her spending habits. She ordered Louboutin shoes, designer furniture and custom jewelry, all while millions of Syrians were dying. The Western media went from loving her to loathing her. She used to be called the Desert Rose, but now she was the Marie Antoinette of Damascus. But Asma did not retreat. While her husband bombed cities, she took a different role. She was a softer face of the regime, a calculated counterpoint to Bashar's brutality. In 2018, news of Asma's breast cancer diagnosis broke. State media crafted a narrative of courage, the first lady battling cancer while her country battled enemies. Away from the cameras, though, her influence continued to grow. She took control of Syria's economy. By 2020, rumors swirled within the regime. Was Asma eyeing a leadership role of her own? There was speculation that she was already making key decisions. 4 years later, the Assad regime has fallen, and now the family is in Moscow. And Asma seems to want out, or so reports say. She wants to return to the UK, the country where she was born. Chances are it won't be a grand affair. UK officials say she won't be welcome anyway. She may also be charged for the war crimes committed in Syria. So Asma's story remains a paradox. She began as a symbol of hope and progress, a potential bridge between the West and the Arab world. But she's also linked to Syria's darkest chapters, complicit in the destruction of an entire nation. Was Asma al-Assad merely a product of circumstance, or was she an active participant? This story is still being written. Have you ever given a gift, changed your mind, and demanded it back? Maybe not, but the US has. We're talking about the Panama Canal. Donald Trump wants it back. This is an 82-kilometer artificial waterway. It connects the Atlantic Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. Years ago, the canal's control switched hands with a treaty. The US handed it to Central American ally Panama. This happened in 1999. American ships still use the canal, but Trump is not happy. He says American ships are being overcharged. He wants Panama to reduce the fee or return the canal. What does Panama have to say about it? Can Donald Trump actually retake the Panama Canal? Here is a report.
Donald J. Trump!
US President-elect Donald Trump is basking in his return to power. Over the weekend, he held the first major rally since winning the November election. He talked about an array of hot-button topics, including the Panama Canal. This 82-kilometer canal cuts across the Central American nation of Panama. It's a major shipping route and the main link between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Up to 14,000 ships cross the canal every year, including container ships that carry everything from cars to natural gas and even military vessels. Now Trump wants to retake control of the canal.
We're being ripped off at the Panama Canal like we're being ripped off everywhere else. A secure, he just said take it back, and it's a good idea.
Trump has accused Panama of charging exorbitant prices to US shipping vessels, or in his words, that America is being ripped off. He has demanded that Panama reduce fees on the canal or return it to US control, which the US quote-unquote foolishly ceded to its Central American ally.
When they gave it to Panama, can you believe that? We would never have done it if we thought what's happening now can happen, and we would never, and we will never, ever let it fall into the wrong hands.
The Panama Canal was built in the early 1900s. The United States maintained control over it until 1977, after which they signed a treaty to gradually cede the canal zone back to Panama. After a period of joint control in 1999, Panama finally took the sole control of the canal. But now, in a rare example, a US leader is saying that he could push them to hand over the territory to the United States. Though he didn't explain how or when he would do so, his remarks have received a sharp rebuke from Panama's president.
I want to express that every square meter of the Panama Canal and its adjacent areas belong to Panama and will continue to belong to Panama. The sovereignty and independence of our country are not negotiable.
The sovereignty may not be up for negotiation, but what about the rates that Trump wants lowered? Panama is not keen to oblige in this area either.
Rates are not a whim. They are established publicly in an open hearing, considering market conditions, international competition, operating costs, and the needs of maintenance and modernization of the interoceanic waterway.
If shipping rates are not lowered, Trump says that he will demand that the Panama Canal is returned.
If the principles, both moral and legal, of this magnanimous gesture of giving are not followed, then we will demand that the Panama Canal be returned to the United States of America in full, quickly, and without question.
But can Trump actually retake the Panama? According to experts, there's no provision in the treaty that would allow for the US to legally retake control of the canal. So is Trump making an empty threat, or will the Panama change hands yet again? Well, we'll find out soon enough.
Do you remember when India adopted the GST, the goods and services tax? The government's pitch was pretty simple: one nation, one tax. Cut to 2024, the GST is raising concerns, especially for its latest decision. One popcorn, many taxes. Let me explain. The GST Council met over the weekend in Jaisalmer. This is the apex body on indirect taxes. They had a meeting. This is the body that decides the levies on different goods and services. One such good was popcorn. There will now be three different rates for popcorn. 5% for the non-branded kind, 12% for the packaged and branded kind, and 18% for the caramel one. Users on social media were quick to criticize. Some of them posted pictures of mixed flavor popcorn like this one, Himalayan salt plus caramel. What rate will this mixed packet attract? You can see why this is confusing and unnecessary, not just to people on social media, but even experts. Listen to what the government's former chief economic advisor has said, and I'm quoting. This is a national tragedy, violating the spirit of the good and simple tax the GST was meant to be. The folly is compounded because instead of at least moving in the direction of simplicity, we are veering to greater complexity. That pretty much sums it up. The GST was supposed to make our taxes simple, but in some areas it has become more complicated. Let me tell you about a recent court case, a case that has troubled the Indian judiciary for 15 years. The case of the coconut oil. Like popcorn, there are different rates here. Edible oil has a 5% tax, but hair oil has 18% tax. Now, in some parts of India, coconut oil is used as both for cooking and hair care. The tax authorities wanted an 18% levy on it, but the companies went to court. And last week, the Supreme Court, the top court of India, settled this debate. They said if it is labeled edible, tax will be 5%. It doesn't matter how small the bottle is, where it is sold, or for what purpose it is sold. If it says edible, only 5% tax is applicable. Now, the confusion here is evident. Other hair oil makers must pay 18% tax, but coconut oil makers do not have to. Their tax is just 5%. All they have to do is slap on the edible tag. The idea of the GST was to avoid such issues, to make taxes more streamlined. But some producers say GST has complicated things. For example, roti and parathas. Both are made from the same staple ingredient, which is wheat, but frozen roti has 5% GST and frozen paratha has 18% GST. Such problems were highlighted by the World Bank a few years ago. You see, the GST is supposed to be a unified tax, meaning one rate for the whole country. But India's GST has 4 slabs: 5%, 12%, 18% and 28%. And these multiple rates can complicate the system. Again, listen to what the World Bank said, and I'm quoting, "The multiple rate structure and the enforcement framework using onerous reporting requirements for businesses places a huge compliance burden on businesses especially and is having a negative impact on the economy." This is according to the World Bank. So why did India go for multiple rates then? Because we are a federal country. Different states have different interests and priorities. So one single rate was not acceptable. Despite all of this, GST collection has been impressive. It crossed 20 lakh crore rupees in the last financial year, which was a new record for indirect taxes. So clearly the idea is working. What we need is more simplification, perhaps more inputs from smaller businesses, because the GST was supposed to be the good and simple tax. Right now, it's neither. Elon Musk is known for transforming industries, whether that's electric cars or space exploration. But Musk is now venturing beyond that. He's stepping into the world of politics, becoming a global disruptor in his own fashion. In the US, he backed Donald Trump. In Argentina, he backed Javier Milei. Both leaders ended up winning elections. And now Musk is turning towards new countries, discussing donations with Nigel Farage of the UK and supporting Germany's AfD party on X. Across the globe, Elon Musk is hedging his bets on elections and hoping to gain something out of it. Does that make him the new George Soros? Is Elon Musk the modern-day kingmaker, or is it just a calculated strategy to secure his legacy? Our next report tells you.
Elon Musk, he's a tech entrepreneur, he owns a social media platform, he's the world's richest man. Musk has always pushed the boundaries of what's possible. But in recent years, he has stepped into a new role, one not limited to boardrooms and rocket launches. Instead, he's positioning himself as a global political force, a kingmaker shaping the future of world leaders.
Send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take.
It all started with the United States elections this year. Elon Musk bet on Donald Trump. He donated millions to his campaign. He showed up at his rallies and he used X to garner support for Trump. In the end, Donald Trump won the elections and Musk ended up with a very powerful friend. And he now has the US president-elect's ears. But Elon Musk isn't stopping at the White House. His political influence is stretching across the pond now to the United Kingdom. Elon Musk has been vocal in his criticism of the ruling Labour Party. He even called the UK a police state. Last week, he met Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform UK. It's a right-wing party looking to challenge UK's political system. Their meeting wasn't just symbolic, it was the beginning of something bigger. Musk reportedly discussed a multi-million-dollar donation that could make a seismic impact on British politics. And it's not just the UK, Germany is gearing up for elections in February, and Elon Musk has a favourite there too. It's the AfD, the Alternative for Germany party. The AfD is a far-right party gaining ground in Germany's politics, and Musk wants to capitalize on that. On Friday, he wrote on X that only the AfD can save Germany. So the endorsement is quite clear. In Argentina, Musk was seen championing Javier Milei, who's been a libertarian firebrand. Milei and Musk's policies align. They both want economic freedom and deregulation. But for Musk, it isn't just politics. What's at stake is very clear. Argentina's vast lithium reserves are crucial for Tesla's battery supply. And Milei's pro-mining stance is exactly what Musk needs. Does that make Elon Musk the new George Soros of the right? The parallels are undeniable. Both men have immense wealth. Both use it to influence global politics. George Soros has funded liberal causes around the world, like liberal American groups or pro-EU campaigns. Musk, however, is charting a different course, aligning himself with populist right-wing leaders. But for Musk, politics isn't just about ideology, it's also about business. His connections with world leaders seem to be driven by mutual interests. He also wants to shape policy on a global level. Critics argue that Musk's increasing political involvement could have dangerous consequences and shift the global balance towards authoritarianism, where business tycoons like Musk hold sway over elected officials. But as Musk's political footprint expands, the question is, what kind of global influence does he want? Is he truly a kingmaker, or is he simply looking out for himself? Whatever the case may be, Elon Musk is no longer just a businessman, he's a political force to be reckoned with.
Who calls it winter season and not the wedding season? We ask because in India, year after year, winter launches a riot of colours, a clash of studded giant skirts and a battle of buffets, quite literally. It is like the wedding Hunger Games. It is the survival of the fittest. For the happy couples who embark on the unhappy journey of planning endless guest lists, visiting countless stores and splurging on feasts. It is a high-pressure time for the attendees too. Everyone from the drunkles to the howling children, they shuttle between cities, plan a series of outfits and show up for the multi-day extravaganzas to celebrate the couple and criticize the wedding food. Of course, what's not openly discussed is the money. But it is no secret that in India, there is no business like the wedding business. Indian weddings are a $130 billion industry, the second biggest in the world, second only to China, where the wedding industry is worth about $170 billion. Although India is expected to surpass this by next year. It should not come as a surprise. Two reasons why. One, India is home to the highest number of weddings in the world, 10 million every year, 10 million weddings every year. If you don't believe us, refresh your Instagram feed. Every time you do that, another wedding reel pops up. And two, Indian weddings are elaborate affairs. People often spend beyond their means. The average Indian spends twice as much on weddings as on education, which is not something to be proud of, but that's how it is. The average spend is $14,000 per wedding or 12 lakh Indian rupees, which is 3 times the average annual income of an Indian household and about 5 times the per capita GDP. And this is just the average number. Indian weddings can be over the top, and that's an understatement. Inspired by Bollywood and funded by rising disposable incomes, they're getting bigger and fatter. This year, between mid-November and December, about 5 million weddings were held in India. They generated $70 billion in business. That is up from $55 billion last year. And out of these 5 million weddings, about 50,000 cost more than 1 crore rupees each. 1 crore is more than $110,000, a lot of money to spend on one wedding. So where is all of this money going? For starters, in photo shoots. There are pre-wedding, post-wedding, and now even honeymoon photo shoots. So Bali is probably witnessing the new Indian tripling, husband, wife, and the photographer. But jokes aside, about 10% of the budget is spent on the location, mostly thanks to destination weddings, which have grown significantly from 18% in 2022 to 26% this year. And in case you're not in on the trend, let's bring you up to speed. Oman and Portugal are the new hot destinations if you're looking to go abroad. And Goa, Pushkar, Udaipur and Kerala are your best options if you're following the Wed in India campaign. At least that's what surveys say. So location takes up a big chunk of the budget, then comes catering. Another 10% of the budget is spent on catering, contributing to the annual $14 billion in food wastage. Another 6% of the budget is devoted on music and sound, so that geriatric guests cannot hear their own thoughts. And the young guests can showcase unpracticed Sangeet moves. Then there are some other beneficiaries, like the retail and jewelry market, auto market, even social media planners. They will curate your wedding feed and churn out wedding reels within hours because month-late wedding movies are so last season. Planning an Indian wedding is not for the weak-hearted. Yet despite all your efforts, your guests may still complain. But remember, the Indian economy will thank you because Indian weddings are big business and they're only getting bigger. The Indian internet is talking about just one thing today, and that is popcorn. It's a staple at the movies, but popcorn will now have 3 different tax rates. I know a lot of people like the caramel flavor. It adds a nice sweet note to your popcorn, but it could leave a sour taste going forward because caramel popcorn has 18% GST. The internet is having a field day with these not so simple taxes. Take a look. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Croatia, Santa's volunteers descend from roofs to surprise hospital patients. An undercover Grinch captures a suspected drug-selling clan in Peru. And Argentine Santas swap sleighs for motorbikes to deliver holiday cheer. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1888, Vincent van Gogh chopped off a part of his left ear after a fight. The world-famous artist suffered from depression. It was exacerbated later by isolation and financial difficulties. His self-portrait with a bandaged ear is one of his most striking works. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
We begin in the Middle East, where tensions are escalating in the Red Sea. A U.S. Navy fighter aircraft was shot down in an apparent friendly fire incident earlier on Sunday. Both pilots ejected safely, though one did suffer minor injuries. The incident came after the United States carried out a series of airstrikes against missile storage sites and command facilities of the Houthis in Yemen's capital. The U.S. Central Command has confirmed the incident was not due to hostile fire, and a thorough investigation has been ordered.
The guided missile cruiser USS Gettysburg, which is part of the USS Harry S. Truman Carrier Strike Group, mistakenly fired on and hit the FA-18, which was flying off the USS Harry S. Truman.
The Houthis claim the responsibility for downing the American aircraft. However, there's no merit to their claims.
The armed forces have successfully thwarted an American-British attack on our country, during which the USS Harry S. Truman aircraft carrier and several of its destroyers were targeted in conjunction with the start of the aggressive attack on our country last night. The operation was executed with 8 cruise missiles and 17 drones, and by the grace of Allah, the operation resulted in, first, the downing of an F-A-18 aircraft while the destroyers were attempting to intercept Yemeni drones and missiles.
Now, the Iran-backed Houthis have been escalating attacks on American naval assets in response to Israel's offensive in Gaza. In fact, over the weekend, the group fired another ballistic missile at Tel Aviv, injuring at least 16 people.
In 3 a.m., we call for this scene to save lives after a missile. We don't know exactly, it is under check what exactly happened here, but our forces, Home Front Command, came very early to the area together with the fire department, the police, and Tel Aviv municipality. And together we are treating right now in this event. And we have something like, we have 15 minor injuries. And right now we search for any serious injuries, but everything is under control.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed retaliation, labeling the Houthis the last arm of Iran's axis of evil. Now, yet Netanyahu has even hinted at a broader strategy suggesting direct action against Iran itself.
Just as we acted forcefully against the terrorist arms of Iran's axis of evil, so we will act against the Houthis. Only in this case we are not acting alone. The U.S. and other countries see the Houthis as a threat not only to international shipping, but to the international order. Therefore, we will act forcefully with determination and sophistication. I tell you, even if it takes time, the result will be the same, just as against the other terrorist arms.
Now, as the situation unfolds, tensions show no signs of abating, and the Houthis have vowed to continue their strikes until there is a ceasefire in Gaza. Meanwhile, the United States and Israel have ordered their respective forces to prepare for further retaliation. With whispers of Israeli plans to confront Iran directly, the region is teetering on the brink of a broader conflict. What happens next could reshape the balance of power in the Middle East. And here in the United States, Donald Trump has ignited another controversy, this time with the Central American country of Panama. While speaking in Arizona on Sunday, the incoming president demanded that the Panama Canal be handed back to the United States. Trump also accused Panama of charging excessive rates for passage through the waterway.
Because we're being ripped off at the Panama Canal like we're being ripped off everywhere else. A secure, he just said take it back. That's a good idea. You got to treat us fairly, and they haven't treated us fairly. If the principles, both moral and legal, of this magnanimous gesture of giving are not followed, then we will demand that the Panama Canal be returned to the United States of America in full, quickly, and without question. I'm not going to stand for it. So to the officials of Panama, please be guided accordingly.
Now, the 51-mile-long canal cuts across the Central American nation and is the main link between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. It was built in the early 1900s, and the United States operated the canal until 1977, when President Jimmy Carter negotiated a treaty to allow Panama to have control over the canal. However, Washington has continued to defend the canal's neutrality and has prevented regional unrest from hampering the shipping route's access. In recent years, China has become the canal's second biggest customer, despite the Panama Canal facing a drop in freight traffic due to a prolonged drought. Currently, the canal is administered by Panama's Central Authority. However, Donald Trump has accused them of being influenced by China.
When President Jimmy Carter foolishly gave it away for $1. During his term in office, it was solely for Panama to manage and not for China or any other country to manage. You see what's going on there? China.
Now, in response to Trump's claims, Panama's president said his country is a sovereign entity and would not be dictated to by others.
I want to express that every square meter of the Panama Canal and its adjacent areas belong to Panama and will continue to belong to Panama. The sovereignty and independence of our country are not negotiable. The canal is not controlled directly or indirectly by China, the European Community, the United States, or any other power. As a Panamanian, I reject any statement that misrepresents this reality. The canal will continue to be in Panamanian hands as the patrimony of our nation and guaranteeing its use for the peaceful and uninterrupted transit of ships of all nations.
Now, along with the Panama Canal, Donald Trump also claimed that the United States would take back ownership of Greenland once he returns to the White House. His comments on Greenland came after he announced PayPal co-founder Ken Howery as ambassador to Denmark. Donald Trump previously hinted at buying Greenland back in 2019, which led to a major diplomatic fallout between the United States and Denmark. Trump has already managed to create diplomatic rifts with friendly nations even before taking office, and it remains to be seen how much further will this diplomacy hurt relations with some of America's most trusted allies. And staying in the United States, President-elect Donald Trump brushed off the notion that he has ceded the presidency to his billionaire ally, Elon Musk. His comments came after Musk helped Republicans kill a government spending bill last week, prompting Democrats to take jabs at the incoming president.
I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, no. That's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Right? Don't we want that? He's done a great job.
Donald Trump further said that even if the Tesla CEO wanted to become president, he couldn't do so. Notably, the American Constitution requires the U.S. president to be a natural-born citizen, and Musk was born in South Africa. Sabotaging the year-end spending bill is the latest incident where Musk, however, appeared to be taking a larger role in the incoming Trump administration. Last Wednesday, Musk attacked the spending bill with a series of over 100 posts on X, saying it was too lengthy and expensive. Later, Donald Trump also backed Musk and prevented lawmakers from voting on the bipartisan proposal. Now, ultimately, Congress approved a much more streamlined bill, and President Joe Biden signed it on Friday, averting a government shutdown. The fiasco led to observations about Musk's influence over the Republican Party, including Donald Trump himself. On Saturday, Democratic Representative Brendan Boyle said Musk proved to be the real GOP leader.
On Wednesday morning, Elon Musk proved that he is the real leader of the Republican Party, because over the course of about 4 or 5 or 6 hours, he tweeted nonstop against the deal that had been negotiated and agreed to by all sides.
Meanwhile, Delaware Senator Chris Coons said the latest incident showed how Musk will shape the next 4 years of the Trump administration.
This is a predictor of what's likely to happen. We're not just going to have President-elect Trump as a billionaire rage tweeting at 4 a.m. We're going to have Elon Musk also injecting instability into how we tackle very complicated and important issues for our country.
However, Republican lawmakers defended Musk's actions and praised his capabilities to resolve congressional issues.
We have a president. We have a vice president. We have a speaker. And it feels as if Elon Musk is our prime minister.
Now, it is notable that Elon Musk is yet to call out Democrats or clarify his stance on being referred to as the new president-elect. Still, Donald Trump's remarks makes clear that Musk's influence has caught his attention. Now, it's no secret that Trump does not like to share the spotlight, and as the Tesla CEO exerts more influence over Washington and commands greater attention, Can these two alpha males continue to coexist? And now moving to Europe, Germany is still in shock after a deadly car ramming attack at a Christmas market in Magdeburg City on Friday night. The suspect, who killed 5 and wounded more than 200, is a doctor from Saudi Arabia and has been living in Germany for 2 decades. Now, Saudi Arabia had in fact warned German authorities against the suspect last year, but Germany ignored the threat. And as new details emerged, the German government is drawing anger from the public, with many protesters calling for mass deportations of illegal immigrants. Here's more on this unspeakable tragedy.
An aggressive critic of Islam and the German government, a quiet neighbor who seemed to be friendly but private, a doctor with threatening posts on social media. Talib al-Abdul Mohsen is the 50-year-old man accused of ramming a car into a busy Christmas market in Germany's Magdeburg, killing 5 and wounding more than 200.
We went to the Christmas market yesterday, and yes, we basically left at 6 p.m. We left shortly before 6 p.m. and then later realized that we could have been hit. Unbelievably sad. It's unbelievable. I feel shocked. There are no words, no suitable words. I live right behind the Ali Center, so it's unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable.
German authorities say the suspect came from Saudi Arabia in 2006 and was granted asylum 10 years later in 2016. Professionally, the man worked as a psychiatrist at a clinic in the nearby town of Bernburg and treated offenders who suffer from drug addiction. Personally, Al-Abdul Mohsen helped young Saudi women seek residency in Germany. But that's not all. Officials say they received a tip-off against the suspect last year, that he was capable of violent attacks. The warning came from Al-Abdul Mohsen's home country itself, which he left as an anti-Islamist. Reports suggest that Saudi Arabia sent not just 1, but 4 official notices to German authorities, informing them about the suspect's extreme views. Moreover, Al-Abdul Mohsen also had a history of insulting and threatening local authorities. However, in a country where violent attacks have become frequent, even with the strictest of laws, authorities conveniently ignored the tip-off and failed to prevent the latest mass murder. The reason? Officials say Al-Abdul Mohsen did not fit the usual profile of perpetrators of extremist attacks. He described himself as a former Muslim, and his social media expressed support to the far-right anti-immigrant Alternate for Germany party. His recent posts on X, however, suggest that the suspect turned from anti-Islamist to anti-German, sparking confusion about his motives of attacking a crowd with a rented SUV.
At this stage, the only thing we can say with certainty is that the perpetrator was clearly Islamophobic. We can already confirm that everything else is subject to further investigations. We'll have to wait and see.
The latest attack that stunned the country's Christmas spirit has drawn grief and anger from the public and politicians, with questions mounting over security lapses at an extremely crucial time.
It is now important that we clarify the situation and that this is done with the utmost precision and accuracy. Nothing must remain uninvestigated, and that is how it will be. We have assured each other of this everywhere, the federal government with the state, with all those who have local responsibility here. And of course we must understand the perpetrator, his actions, his motives, so that we can respond with the necessary criminal and other consequences. And we will.
Notably, in just 2 months, Germany will hold its federal elections, and immigration is likely to be a hot-button issue. So far, 40 million people living in Germany are from a migrant background, and most of them come from Muslim-majority nations like Turkey, Kazakhstan and Syria. In fact, 6.6% of the German population is Muslim. This is in contrast to countries like Poland and Hungary, which have stricter immigration policies and have made life harder for Muslim migrants. But the aftermath of the car attack in Magdeburg suggests a growing sentiment against immigration, as Germany's far-right protesters flood the streets, calling for the mass deportations of migrants.
And finally, to a developing scandal in Hollywood. Blake Lively has officially filed a legal complaint against It Ends With Us director and co-star Justin Baldoni, alleging sexual harassment and an online smear campaign to ruin her reputation. In the complaint, Lively alleges Baldoni's behavior caused her severe emotional distress, citing instances of improvised intimate scenes and inappropriate comments. For our final story, we take you to Tinseltown.
The glitz and glamour of Hollywood have been overshadowed by a storm of controversy as Blake Lively files a legal complaint against It Ends With Us director and co-star Justin Baldoni.
Oh my gosh,
She alleges sexual harassment and a calculated effort to tarnish her reputation. The complaint, packed with explosive allegations, has sparked comparisons to the infamous Johnny Depp and Amber Heard saga, making it the industry's latest scandal to grip headlines. The complaint stems from their time filming a movie exploring domestic violence, a dark irony given the accusations.
Anything any man did to her in her past or in her present, she is defined by who she is.
Lively claims Baldoni's behavior during production crossed professional and personal boundaries, causing her severe emotional distress. From unsolicited physical advances to inappropriate comments and alleged privacy invasions, the accusations are as shocking as they are detailed. Rumors of a rift between Lively and Baldoni started circulating long before the film's release. Reports say tensions flared during post-production, with disputes over two competing cuts of the film. However, the drama reportedly began much earlier on set. Lively's legal alleges repeated violations of personal boundaries, including uninvited entries into her makeup trailer while she was undressed or breastfeeding. Baldoni and producer Jamie Heath allegedly ignored her requests for decency, even showing inappropriate images on set. Despite promises from Wayfarer, the studio that produced the film along with Sony Pictures, to ensure her safety with an intimacy coordinator and other safeguards, Lively says the toxic environment persisted. Matters escalated when Baldoni reportedly enlisted Melissa Nathan in August, a crisis PR specialist infamous for her role in Johnny Depp's defamation case against Amber Heard, to reshape the narrative in his favor. The legal documents highlight disturbing parallels between Blake Lively's situation and Amber Heard's experience during her contentious trial with Johnny Depp. Heard had claimed that her role from the film Aquaman 2 was cut down due to the smear campaign against her. During a court hearing, Heard begged Depp to stop the campaign as it was costing her everything that she had built. Melissa Nathan's strategies allegedly used to sway public opinion included a smear campaign against Lively as well, painting her as difficult and tone-deaf. Text messages obtained by Lively's lawyers reveal Baldoni and Nathan discussed tactics to manipulate media coverage, while social media platforms became a battlefield for negative narratives targeting the actress. The fallout was swift and brutal for Lively as it was for Amber Heard. Once a Hollywood darling, her reputation took a massive hit, accused of being insensitive to domestic violence and labelled as difficult to work with. She faced an onslaught of criticism. Her haircare brand Blake Brown saw sales plummet by 78%, a direct result of the online campaign against her, according to a forensic marketing report. Meanwhile, Baldoni emerged largely unscathed. Despite Lively's allegations, he continued promoting the film, and he was even honoured at an event celebrating men who elevate women, a glaring contradiction to the accusations against him. Lively's legal team argues that the industry's playbook for discrediting women who speak out is alive and well, drawing eerie parallels to the Depp-Heard saga. As the drama unfolds, one thing is clear: Hollywood's glittering facade continues to mask a troubling culture of exploitation and manipulation. Blake Lively's fight against Justin Baldoni isn't just about personal justice. It's a broader call to dismantle the systems that allow such behavior to persist.
That's all we have time for today. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority: tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus is on Mozambique. The southern African nation is bracing for more chaos as the country's Constitutional Council rules on the October election result that triggered a wave of deadly protests. The Constitutional Council is expected to uphold the victory of the ruling Frelimo Party's candidate Daniel Chapo. Now, Chapo will take over from President Filipe Nyusi, whose second term ends on the 15th of January. This validates the disputed results of the 9th of October elections declared by the country's election commission. As per the initial results, Daniel Chapo secured around 71% of the votes, and the main opposition candidate, Venancio Mondlane, stood second with 20% votes. This extends the ruling Frelimo's 49-year-long rule. However, Mondlane claims a separate count that shows that he won 53% to 36% for Chapo. The opposition leader had vowed chaos ahead of the Constitution Council's validation. Now, Mondlane has been in self-imposed exile since 2/3 of his associates were shot dead in the capital, Maputo, ahead of the initial results in October. It is unclear if he intended to return. However, the former radio presenter has been mobilizing nationwide protests on social media. Mozambique has been witnessing a severe post-poll violence as thousands, on the directions of Mondlane, have been protesting against the election results. At least 130 people have been confirmed killed in the violence. Police have been accused of using live bullets against protesters, and cities have been brought to a standstill. Power plants have been disrupted and operations with main border with South Africa have been halted. More protests have been called, and main cities, including Maputo, are reportedly bracing for a siege. Though the outgoing President Nyusi and the opposition leader Mondlane held talks last week, no outcomes were announced. Nyusi had instead said in an address that he was hoping that all sides will open their hearts to a constructive and inclusive dialogue after the Constitutional Council confirms the results. But will Mondlane's calls for chaos trigger a complete disorder in Mozambique? What will the political discourse in the southern African nation look like going forward? For more on this, we have with us Professor Adriano Novunga, a director of the Center for Democracy and Human Rights, and he is joining us live from Maputo. Thank you for being with us, Professor.
Thank you very much for having me.
What are
Thank
the
you for having me.
potential
Can you hear me?
scenarios following the Constitutional Council's verdict? I can hear you loud and clear. What are these potential scenarios following the Constitutional Council's verdict? And how likely is it that Venancio Mondlane's call for a popular uprising will gain traction among the population?
No, indeed, Venancio Mondlane has called for nationwide demonstrations following the indications that the Constitutional Council would stick with the results announced by National Electoral Commission. The expectation, having failed the call for dialogue that would lead to a national unit government, is for demonstrations that are not new for Mozambique. And for what we have seen in the past, in the recent waves of demonstrations called by Mondlane, it is expected that there will be a nationwide demonstrations leading to paralyzing of the economy, paralyzing of the economic activity, paralyzing the functioning of the state, including key economic infrastructures, including borders, ports, and rail. So the impact expected is massive.
Yeah. And Professor, how has the disputed election and the threat of unrest impacted Mozambique's political stability and also its relationship with regional and international partners?
Well, the current post-election crisis is already a regional crisis in the sense that it is impacting major economic corridors that serves not only Mozambique, but regional countries, South Africa, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, including Botswana, and also international players like corporate entities that have massive investments in Mozambique. They will be clearly very much affected. We have been calling for SADC as the regional bloc to play an important role steering a dialogue that could lead into a government of national unity, or you may call it whatever is more suitable, but at least that would signal willing to work together. But unfortunately, the door for SADC to play such a role was closed by Frelimo, which argued that the current crisis is domestic, which in reality is no longer a domestic crisis. This is now an international and regional crisis. So there is a clear missed opportunity here. There is a clear missed opportunity.
Yeah, and on that, Professor, what measures can the government and the regional bodies, like you've mentioned their SADC, take to prevent violence and to ensure a peaceful resolution to this current political crisis?
Well, as I've indicated, Mozambique's election have since 1999 led to violence because the quality of the election and the integrity of the electoral institution is not right. Mozambique's election are fraudulent. And this time it is the way it is because there is a robust opposition candidate who is appealing to the people, is a charismatic and is able to mobilize these. Also considering the country is in a major socioeconomic crisis, which has led hundreds of thousands of people to lose their jobs. So the appetite, the willingness for people to adhere to demonstration is high. Hence, calls from everywhere that the electoral institutions, including the Constitutional Council, should come to steer towards
Yes.
a way of stability, again, that is missed. So there is a missed opportunity here to set things right.
Professor, thank you very much for your time and for being with us on First Post Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Shifting focus to West Africa now, where a rift between neighbors Niger and Nigeria is widening. In the latest, the junta-ruled Niger has accused Nigeria of colluding with foreign powers to destabilize its neighbor. Niger's junta has claimed that Nigeria is acting as a base for destabilizing actions and that Abuja was involved in a recent pipeline vandalism that Niamey suffered. Niger also summoned the Nigerian envoy over the latest allegations. Earlier this month, Niger-Benin oil pipeline was attacked in Niger's Dosso region. Niger had claimed that forces based in Nigeria had assisted the Lukwara terrorist group that attacked the pipeline. Responding to Niger's charge, Nigeria refuted its involvement in the pipeline attack. Abuja said that the attackers were neither backed nor assisted by Nigerian authorities. Niger also accused its former colonial ruler France of complicity with Nigeria and said that its neighbor had offered refuge to some French officials. To this, the Nigerian government said that there were no French troops in the northern part of its territory. Its foreign ministry said that the allegations were unfounded and should be disregarded. Ties between these two West African neighbors have been strained since a 2023 military coup in Niger ousted the president Mohamed Bazoum. The Western pro-West regional organization, the ECOWAS, promptly imposed sanctions on Niger. Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu, who is the current chairman of the ECOWAS bloc, briefly considered a military intervention to restore the ousted President Bazoum, further stoking tensions between the two countries. It also led to Niger's withdrawal from the Economic Community of the West African States, or ECOWAS. Niger, along with neighboring junta-ruled states of Burkina Faso and Mali, also quit the ECOWAS, set up the Alliance of Sahel States. In February of 2024, ECOWAS lifted sanctions that it had imposed on Niger, but that did little to sway the country back into ECOWAS. Niamey also reiterated its embargo in flights from Nigeria, stating that no planes from Nigeria would be permitted to land in Niger. Later, in August this year, ties between Niger and Nigeria showed signs of improvement as the two sides resumed security cooperation that had been on hold since the coup. However, the latest blame game between the two West African neighbors has once again strained their ties. And moving to southern Africa, where Zambia has arrested two men over an alleged plot to bewitch the country's president. Two suspects, a Mozambican national and a Zambian village chief, have been arrested by the police in Zambia's capital of Lusaka for allegedly trying to harm Zambia's president, Hakainde Hichilema, by using witchcraft. According to the Zambian police, the suspects were found in possession of assorted charms, including a live chameleon, and alleged practicing witch doctors. Now, the police said that the two were on a purported mission of using the charms to harm the head of state of Zambia. The Zambian police have drawn a link between the suspects and the opposition, and they allege that the two suspects who are arrested were hired by the brother of an opposition member of parliament, Jay Banda, who is facing trial for robbery, attempted murder, and escaping police custody to bewitch the president. The police also said that the suspects disclosed that they had agreed to receive a full payment of $7,400 from the MP Jay Banda's brother, who is also on the run. Now, the police have said that the two suspects would be charged under Zambia's Witchcraft Act for animal cruelty as well as practicing witchcraft in the country. Hakainde Hichilema has been the president of Zambia since 2021. The president has been accused of intimidating opposition, media, and arresting his critics. He has also been blamed for growing corruption in the country. He has survived an alleged assassination attempt while he was in the opposition in 2019. Now, local media reports suggest that the revelation of this plot sent shockwaves across the nation. Authorities have reportedly also urged citizens to report suspicious activities. But social media users chose to comment more on the arrest. Some users mocked the government on arresting wizards. The others called it a distraction from the real issues that the country is facing. The arrest of the two suspects also drew criticism from rights groups. The Advocacy for Alleged Witches, which is an organization that campaigns against witchcraft accusations and witch prosecution, said that the police broke the law and that the arrest was a waste of legislative resources of Zambia. It also demanded that the charges against the suspects must be withdrawn and they should be freed at the earliest. Now, witchcraft practices are widely believed to exist in Zambia. Many people in the southern African country reportedly believe in and live in fear of witchcraft. Not just Zambia, witchcraft is deeply rooted in cultures and communities of several other countries in Africa, especially the sub-Saharan Africa. However, over the years, the prosecution of witchcraft practitioners has also increased in these countries. In countries such as Nigeria and Kenya, witch doctors are hunted and sometimes even killed. The killings also drew UN intervention. Now, in 2021, the UN Human Rights Council passed a resolution condemning the rights violations associated with witchcraft practitioners. Now, the two suspects arrested in Zambia will be produced in court soon. But was witchcraft really used to plot the assassination of Zambia's President Hakainde Hichilema? Or is the government trying to crack down on the opposition by linking it to witch doctors? And for our last story, we shift our focus to Kenya. Tech giant Meta is facing legal troubles in the East African country as moderating content on its social media platform Facebook has left some with lifelong trauma. Around 140 Facebook content moderators have been diagnosed with severe post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. This as they viewed several videos involving violence, sexual and self-harm content in order to keep it away from the users. Our last story gets you all the details about the case of Facebook versus its...
Social media apps tend to feed you more of the content you like or spend time watching. Sometimes you're fed new content too. If you like it, it's added to your feed and you're fed more of it. Our feeds are supposedly a reflection of our choices, and these choices in today's world are infinite. So for every cute cat video, there are also posts of violence and hate speech. For well-informed, enlightening videos, there's fake news too. If there are last-minute food recipes, there are also videos of self-harm. There's entertainment and there's sexual content too. Hence, the need for moderation. Social media giants hire content moderators to keep users away from inappropriate posts. While these content moderators make sure that social media platforms are safe for users, they are themselves exposed to harmful content. This exposure often has repercussions and in some cases even causes a severe impact on health. This is what happened in Kenya. Moderating content on social media platform Facebook has left some people with lifelong trauma. More than 140 Facebook moderators in the East African country have been diagnosed with severe post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD due to viewing violent content. These moderators worked between 8 and 10 hours a day and viewed posts involving murder, suicide, child sexual abuse, terrorism, necrophilia, and even more. These workers have filed a lawsuit against Meta and SummerSource Kenya, an outsourcing company that was contracted to review content for the tech giant. The massive diagnosis was conducted as part of this lawsuit. Of the 144 content moderators who volunteered to undergo psychological assessments out of the 185 involved in the legal claim, 81% were classed as suffering from severe PTSD. Tech giant Meta has not responded to the medical reports but said that it takes the support of moderators seriously. The firm also said its contracts with third-party firms do set out expectations about counseling, training and fair pay. The outsourcing firm Samasource has also not responded. It was earlier also accused by its employees of unfair working conditions. The case in Kenya has once again highlighted the human cost of social media. The rise in inappropriate content has created a need for an increasing number of moderators, often in the developing and poor countries. This is not the first time that content moderators have taken legal action against social media giants. In 2021, a content moderator for TikTok sued the social media platform after she says she developed psychological trauma as a result of her job. The following year, TikTok was hit with another lawsuit from former content moderators. As concerns regarding the use of social media grow, many countries are mulling action against social media giants. Some have already taken action. In the latest, the Australian Parliament passed a revolutionary law banning social media for children under 16. Then earlier, Brazil banned X after a long-running dispute against owner Elon Musk. Norway has proposed raising the age at which children can consent to use social media to 15 years. Then France passed a law in 2023 requiring social media platforms to obtain parental consent for minors under 15 to create accounts. In 2018, Belgium announced 2 initiatives to curb the spread of misinformation online, while India banned TikTok and 58 other mobile apps in 2020. So, while content might be the new oil, regulating it is a huge task for nations and a bigger responsibility for social media firms as they churn out profits at the cost of humanity.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Only 4 countries in our world have stealth fighter jets. India is not one of them, but Pakistan is set to join the club. Because reports say China is giving its latest jets to Pakistan. What does it mean for New Delhi? And do these Chinese planes match the hype surrounding them? Tonight we'll discuss. In West Asia, a lesson on how to act and dress the part. Syria's new leader, who once fought for Al-Qaeda and ISIS, is now repackaging himself and the world is lining up to meet him. The global auto market is in a churn. Who is winning and what does it mean for you? After wanting to turn Canada into an American state and demanding the return of the Panama Canal, Donald Trump now wants to buy Greenland. But can he? How the UAE has become the biggest investor in Africa, why Poland is teaching school children how to fire a gun, why Indian schools are debating whether children should be failed before class 8, why the Parker solar mission is breaking records, and how work from home is increasingly only for the rich. All this and more coming up. The headlines first. French far-right leader Marine Le Pen predicts an early presidential election. She says President Emmanuel Macron is quote-unquote finished and the days of the present government are numbered. Macron has vowed to stay in office till his term ends in 2027, but France has been mired in political turmoil since Macron called snap elections this summer. A Russian state-owned cargo ship sinks in the Mediterranean Sea. This incident took place after an explosion on board. 2 crew members are missing, while 14 others have been rescued. 2 weeks ago, a Russian tanker sank near Moscow-annexed Crimea. Hong Kong police issue fresh bounties for 6 democracy advocates based overseas. They're offering $1 million Hong Kong dollars for information on these activists. Political dissent in Hong Kong has been quashed since 2020 when China imposed a sweeping national security law after pro-democracy protests. Somalia accuses Ethiopia of a deadly attack on its troops. This incident threatens to upend a deal brokered by Turkey less than 2 weeks ago. The accord sought to end a nearly year-long dispute between Somalia and Ethiopia. The conflict started when Ethiopia signed an agreement with Somaliland, which is a breakaway region of Somalia. An Indian shooter, Manu Bhaker, reacts to her Khel Ratna controversy. Her name was excluded from the list of nominees for the award. Bhaker says that there could have been a lapse on her part while filing the nomination. She is the first Indian athlete since independence to win 2 Olympic medals in a single edition of the Games. Our lead story tonight features Pakistan, a country that is broke, surviving on loans and bailouts and struggling to pay its bills. That's Pakistan minus its military. While the rest of the country is cash-strapped, the Pakistani military keeps cutting new checks. They're working on a new defense deal with China, a deal to buy Chinese fighter jets. A Pakistani broadcaster reported this last week, and this is not a new claim. It's been doing the rounds for months now. The Pakistani Air Force has an aging fleet. They want an upgrade. They have a bunch of American F-16s and the French Mirage aircraft. These are all old planes. Pakistan wants to replace them with new Chinese jets. We're talking about the J-35 jets from China. Pakistan wants to buy 40 planes. And this is the latest model, the J-35. There's a lot of hype around it. The world got the first glimpse of this plane only last month. The J-35 looks a lot like the American F-35 jet. China has been talking up its stealth capabilities. Apparently, this plane can escape radars. It is hard to detect. It can easily penetrate the defenses of the enemy. They won't see the plane coming, or so Beijing claims. And that is why Pakistan wants it. If this deal goes through, Pakistan will be China's first customer for this jet. They've been eyeing the jets for months. In January this year, a statement came out from Pakistan's Air Chief Marshal. His name is Zahir Sindhu. He said the foundation, and I'm quoting, the foundation for acquiring a Chinese stealth fighter had already been laid. And soon these planes will become a part of Pakistan's fleet. I'll translate that for you. Soon here means 2 years. It could take 2 years for Pakistan to get the planes. That is what local reports say. But all of these reports skip the most important detail. Who will pay the bill? How will Pakistan buy these jets? Will Beijing finance it? Will Islamabad take another loan from China? We don't know any of it. But by all indications, the money won't be a problem. China and Pakistan, after all, call themselves iron brothers. Their militaries are close collaborators. Pakistan already has 2 Chinese jets in its fleet, the J-10 and the JF-17. In fact, China and Pakistan developed the JF-17 together, so they could work out a similar arrangement for the J-35, this latest jet. And this deal suits China too. Their aim is quite clear: to alter the regional balance of power, to challenge India. Because as of today, India does not have jets with stealth capabilities. The J-35 is what experts call a 5th-generation fighter jet. It's a new class of aircraft, the most advanced technologically. They have stealth capabilities. They can fly at supersonic speeds. And the weapons on these planes can strike with precision. So how many countries have a 5th-generation fighter jet? Just 4. The United States, Russia, South Korea, and China. And Pakistan, like we've been telling you, wants to join this club. What about India? Well, India is trying to build its own 5th-generation fighter. The project is called AMCA, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft. The DRDO is developing this jet. That's the Defense Research and Development Organization. It is part of India's Defense Ministry. The DRDO develops cutting-edge defense technologies and weapons, and now it is working on the ACMA. But it's going to take time. The Indian Air Force may not get these jets before the next decade, which should not come as a surprise, because the technology behind a 5th-generation fighter is difficult to crack. Pakistan knows this. Pakistan knows that the Indian jet will not be ready anytime soon, so it is leveraging its ties with China and trying to win this race. But there's a catch. Like I said, the Chinese jets are generating a lot of hype, even though the world knows very little about them. Their capabilities remain untested. Experts say the jets are like a black box, the J-35 jets. They have doubts about the efficacy. They don't know if China has truly mastered the technology. It is not clear how powerful the engines are or how good the stealth capabilities are. And can these planes truly evade radars? No one can say for sure. Having said that, India cannot afford to be complacent. Despite doubts about Chinese technology, they keep arming Pakistan with advanced weapons. And this poses clear security risks for India. The only way to counter this is to accelerate our own modernization efforts. The Indian Air Force urgently needs upgrades. Going by one estimate, the IAF needs at least 400 more jets. So we need to speed up the acquisitions and ramp up domestic manufacturing. The idea to build our own fifth-generation fighter jet is commendable. It is a crucial step towards making India self-reliant in defense, but we must remember that such projects need speed as much as precision. Speed is equally important. Consider what's happening with the Tejas project. Tejas is India's homegrown fighter jet. The plane was designed to replace the aging fleet of MiG aircraft. But the project has run into delays. There are production challenges. All of this compromises India's defense preparedness. Recent wars in Ukraine and West Asia have shown that in modern conflicts, air power is critical. So India must act on this urgently. What matters the most in geopolitics? You could say policy or ideology or maybe public statements. But we say equally important is appearance. It can send the biggest signals. Just look at Syria's new leader, Ahmad al-Shara, aka Jolani. Look at his transformation over the years. In 2016, he was a typical jihadist leader, white turban and a long shaggy beard. Once the rebels were beaten back, he disappeared. He worked mostly in the shadows. But late in November this year, he appeared again, this time in a different avatar. The white turban was gone. Instead, Jolani opted for military fatigues, quite similar to Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. This was last month. Cut to late December, he's a ruler, the man who overthrew Bashar al-Assad. So even the military fatigues are gone now. Jolani is turning up in a suit and tie. He's basically repackaged himself to suit the role. And this transformation is quite remarkable. We're talking about a man who fought for Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State, two of the biggest terrorist groups in the world. So on paper, he should be a pariah. Yet look at how the world is courting him. On Monday, he met ministers from Jordan and Qatar. Jordan promised to help Syria rebuild. Qatar agreed to invest in Syria's energy sector.
The Qatari side has voiced its readiness to begin large-scale investments on Syrian land in all fields, most importantly in the energy sector where they have a high level of expertise on the global stage, but also in ports and airports and so forth.
Before this, on Sunday, Jolani had other visitors. The first was a Druze leader from Lebanon. The Druze, as you would know, is an Arab minority. The Druze live in Lebanon, Israel, Syria, and Jordan. By hosting a leader from this community, Jolani was trying to send a message that minorities will be safe in Syria. After this, he hosted the foreign minister of Turkey. And once again, Jolani was promised support. Turkey said that sanctions on Syria should be lifted and there should be swift rebuilding.
Lifting sanctions against Syria is of the utmost importance for the normalization of Syria and for security to be established in the country. The necessary preparations needs to begin immediately regarding rebuilding Syria.
It's almost like Jolani won an election because everyone is racing to get an audience. The Arabs, the Turks, the Europeans, the British, the Americans. Last week, a US delegation met Jolani. They said the talks were good and productive. Jolani promised that terror groups would be driven out of Syria. In return, the US lifted the bounty on him. Washington had $10 million on Jolani's head. Now that bounty is gone. Just think about how absurd this is. A terrorist is promising to crack down on terrorism, and this should sound familiar because the Taliban said the same thing in 2021. After capturing Kabul, they promised to drive out Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. Back then, the world was more cautious. But in Syria, they're buying it hook, line, and sinker. The question is why? A big reason is Syria's strategic value, its energy reserves, its location next to Israel, and its new rivalry with Iran and Russia. All of this makes the new Syrian regime more appealing to the West and some Arab players. But that's not the only reason. Jolani's tactics have made the rebels more palatable, more acceptable. He's given interviews to the BBC and CNN. He's invited journalists to his office in Damascus, and he made sure to say the right things.
Syria is exhausted by wars, and we now need to strengthen and grow Syria and create prosperity within it. So there should be no plans for an aggressive Syria at all. As I have said on many occasions, Syria now does not pose any danger or threat to any country in the world.
He says all minorities are welcome, even the Kurds. And this is significant. Remember, the Kurdish groups are supported by the US. They control land in Syria's northeast. During the last decade, the Kurds and the rebels fought each other. But now Jolani is extending an olive branch. He says, surrender your weapons, join our peace talks, and let's rebuild Syria together. This is exactly what the world wants to hear. But will Jolani follow through? Today we saw some worrying pictures. Islamists burnt a Christmas tree near the city of Hama. Take a look. Jolani's men say the attackers were not Syrian. They have promised to capture them. They have also promised to restore and light the tree by tomorrow morning. Let's see if they live up to their words. And frankly, that should be everyone's strategy. Wait, watch, confirm, then reach out. Not rush in to embrace a man who fought for Al-Qaeda. But if you're Jolani, well, congratulations, you have clearly cracked the code. If you want a job, just dress and act the part. Let's take a drive down memory lane all the way back to the 1950s. Back then, Detroit was the richest city in the world. You had massive factories, architectural marvels, and plush residential zones. All of it built from the auto industry. Cut to 2013, Detroit filed for bankruptcy. Today it's called a ghost city, a mere shadow of its glorious past. The reason? America's car industry was defeated. As European automakers surged ahead, Detroit lost out. Now, the moral of the story is simple. Every few decades, the auto industry goes through a churn. Maybe a new technology comes in or a new production strategy is adopted. The result is a global economic overhaul. Thousands of jobs disappear, cities are abandoned, and companies adapt or perish. It looks like the churn is upon us again, all thanks to electric vehicles or EVs. The European brands were stuck on nostalgia. They could not fathom a future without fossil fuel. But the US and China did. The US let private companies do their thing and China went one step ahead. They realized the strategic importance of EVs. So here's what they did. First, Beijing monopolized the battery technology. Today, 85 to 95% of battery components are made by China. They also have 70% of the world's lithium refining capacity. China has deals with countries across Latin America and Africa. They have exclusive rights to minerals like lithium. Like I said, they monopolized it. Secondly, they subsidized EV makers, car companies. Reports say Chinese firms got $231 billion in incentives. This is from 2009 to 2022. So China's EV revolution was not an accident. It was delicately planned. Today, most EV makers are forced to buy batteries from China. If you add the subsidies, it's a massive edge. And when did the West wake up to all of this? Probably after the pandemic. In 2022, Joe Biden made the first move. He started giving tax breaks to people who bought American EVs, around $7,500. But even after this discount, Chinese EVs were cheaper in the US. So in 2024, Biden made a second move. He imposed a 100% tariff on Chinese EVs. Basically, EVs imported from China cost twice as much in America. The idea was to make American cars more attractive. Soon, the European Union followed suit. In October this year, they imposed a 45% tariff on Chinese EVs, and looks like it is working. Let me show you some numbers from November. China's EV exports have fallen to their lowest level since July 2022. Compared to last year, sales are down by 42%. Clearly, the EU tariffs are biting, because China's EV exports to the European Union fell by 36%. These numbers have caused panic in Beijing. Some automakers are trying to pivot from EVs to hybrids. What are hybrids? These are cars that run on both batteries and fuel. More importantly, hybrids do not have that 45% tariff in Europe, so Chinese firms are pivoting. But here's the problem. Western tariffs are not China's only threat. In the East, a new giant is rising. Honda and Nissan have agreed to merge their companies. Both are iconic brands in Japan. Nissan needed someone to bail them out. As for Honda, it was more about taking on China. They're getting hammered in the Chinese market, so Honda needs all the firepower they can get.
There is a rise of Chinese power and emerging forces, and the structure of the automobile industry is changing. What this means is that I believe that the value itself in terms of automobiles and mobility will change.
The merger will be done by 2026. It will create the third largest auto company in the world, but will it be enough to beat the Chinese? Frankly, no one knows. The world has committed to shifting away from fossil fuels. The future is electric vehicles. Countries may try to shut out Chinese EVs, but it's not a silver bullet. Because at the end of the day, consumers don't care about the geopolitics of cars. All they want is affordable and efficient machines. And who's making those right now? China. So governments across the world need to do more than just impose tariffs. They need to invest in their domestic EV makers, because the future of the auto industry is at stake here. We cannot allow it to become a Chinese monopoly. Greenland. It's the world's largest island, but don't be fooled by the name. There is nothing green about Greenland. 80% of the island is covered in ice. Greenland is an autonomous Danish territory. It is self-ruled. It has its own government and its own parliament. It takes care of itself and has not bothered anyone yet. But now one person has a problem with this arrangement, and that is Donald Trump, the US president-elect. He wants Greenland. It's exactly how it sounds. Trump wants America to own this island. He posted about it on his social media platform, Truth Social. Let me quote from the post. This is what Donald Trump said. the purpose of national security and freedom throughout the world, for purposes of national security and freedom throughout the world, the United States of America feels that the ownership and control of Greenland is an absolute necessity. So Trump wants to occupy Greenland, and this is not a new whim. He first spoke about it in 2019. He said the US should acquire Greenland. And that led to a very sharp rebuke. Denmark called the idea absurd. So Trump, being Trump, cancelled his state visit to Denmark. And while he has a lot of firsts to his name, he's not the first American president to suggest this. In 1946, when the Second World War had ended, Harry S. Truman was the US president. He made an offer to Denmark, an offer of $100 million to buy Greenland. He also proposed a barter, a few parts of Alaska in exchange for some of Greenland. Truman found no takers. Then in 1987, the idea was floated again, this time by the US State Department. They said that Greenland was ideal for acquisition, but they made no formal effort to actually do it. And now in 2024, we are back to it, which also begs the question, why does the US want Greenland? What's so special about it? The most obvious plus is the location. Greenland is located in the North Atlantic Ocean between Europe and North America. At the start of the Cold War, the US established a base there. It was called the Thule Air Base. It's still there, but now it has a new name. It's called the Bidufik Space Base. Greenland's location makes it strategically important. The US can monitor missiles from here, especially those coming from Russia or China. It can also launch missiles from this location. That's one reason why the Americans want it. The second reason is the Arctic race. Thanks to global warming, the world is heating up, the ice is melting, so the Arctic is no longer inaccessible. New waterways are emerging every day. The US wants control there. It wants to boost its presence. It wants to play a bigger role in the Arctic, and Greenland gives it that vantage point. The third reason why they want it is Greenland's natural resources. This island is rich in rare earth minerals like uranium, scandium, and neodymium. They're used to make electric vehicles, mobile phones, and other electronics. These minerals are strategic resources, which is why the US is eyeing Greenland. But the island is having none of it. Here's what Greenland's Prime Minister said, and I'm quoting again, "We must not lose our long struggle for freedom. We are not for sale, and we will not be for sale." That's a spanner in the works for Donald Trump. Greenland is not up for sale. So Trump will have to focus on something else for the moment. He has a long shopping list. Earlier this month, he wanted Canada. He wanted the country to become the 51st US state. That did not go well with the Canadians or their Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, whom Trump called Governor Trudeau. So Trump turned southwards. This week, he said he wanted the Panama Canal. It's a waterway made by the US, but for a quarter of a century, it's been controlled by Panama. Trump does not care, though. He wants it back. At this rate, he'll beat Xi Jinping, claiming the sovereign territory of others, left, right, and center. And we must say this, had any other country been doing this, it would have been called an expansionist plot. The US would have been up in arms. They would have announced sanctions or rushed their military. But when Donald Trump says it, no one bats an eyelid, like it's the new normal. It doesn't change the facts, though. Greenland is not up for sale. Canada is a separate country, and Panama is not returning the canal. Donald Trump should try asking for Mars. Maybe his BFF Elon Musk will cut him a deal. Our next story is from Africa. For years, the continent was carved up. Western powers came, they colonized, they exploited. It was called the Scramble for Africa. It left the continent impoverished. They're still recovering from it. And now a new scramble for power is on. This time, they're coming as investors and security providers. The US, China, Russia, they all want a piece of Africa. They all want influence, mineral wealth, and the market. And now they have a new power to contend with, the United Arab Emirates, the UAE. The UAE has become the biggest investor in Africa. In the last few years, it has announced dozens of projects. Between 2019 and 2023, the UAE has invested $110 billion in Africa, which is way more than the traditional players like France and China. These countries have not invested even half of that amount. especially in the recent years. The UAE is beating them. And it's not a sudden phenomenon. The Emirates have long had a footprint in Africa. It began in the early 2000s. The first area of control was ports, starting with DP World. It's a company controlled by Dubai's royal family. DP World manages 6 ports in Africa and plans to build 2 more. Then we have Abu Dhabi. It has managed a port in Guinea since 2013. After ports, it was airlines, like Dubai-owned carrier Emirates. It operates flights to 20 African nations. This was followed by investments in mining. In 2021, Zambia's state mining company took over debt-laden mines, and they were looking for investors. The UAE spotted an opportunity. It paid $1.1 billion to Zambia and took a 51% stake in these mines. In 2022, Dubai struck deals to sell carbon credits from forests. The list included a lot of countries like Zimbabwe, Liberia, and Tanzania. So airlines, ports, mines, agriculture. The UAE is everywhere in Africa. It has multiple investments. It is pouring billions of dollars. And what is it getting in return? Are these investments reaping any benefits? Honestly, it's a bit early for that. Some projects have just been announced, others have just started, and still others have hit a snag. Like a $2 billion investment by Masdar. It ran into financial problems, investments were delayed, and these are just some of the challenges. There are other concerns as well, like reports of illegally smuggled gold rather, being moved from Africa to Dubai. Reports suggest $35 billion worth of gold goes undeclared in Africa every year. And where does the gold go? It is smuggled out of the continent. 85% of the smuggled gold reportedly goes to the UAE. In the last 10 years, Abu Dhabi is said to have received $115 billion worth of smuggled gold. Despite all of this, the UAE remains a key player in Africa. They've long had a political role, especially in conflicts in Libya and the Sudan. Now they want to be an economic player as well. And they're using the age-old strategy, expanding influence by offering economic assistance. Come in with billions, offer aid, and then stick around for the resources. That's basically what most global powers are doing in Africa. Now that the UAE is stealing the march on them, how will they take it? Will the Emirati projects create real change on the ground, or is this just modern-day land grab disguised as development? Either way, one thing is clear, Africa remains a coveted prize in the global game of influence. And now let's shift our attention to Poland, a country which has been on high alert since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. It's because of where Poland is located. It shares an 800-kilometer-long border with Russia and Belarus. It is also the linchpin of NATO's strategy to defend Ukraine and deter Russia. Poland is critical to all of this. And that also puts Poland at significant risk. If a wider war breaks out, Poland would be the most vulnerable target. And this seems to have spooked Warsaw, so much so that it is now asking school children to learn how to fire a gun. We are talking about children as young as 14. Why is Poland asking them to learn how to fire a gun? Our next report tells you.
Ever since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, Poland has been on edge. It has boosted its defense spending, ramped up the recruitment of troops, and started a program to fortify its borders. For most countries, these measures would be enough to deal with an enemy, but not for Poland. It now wants school children to learn how to fire a weapon. Yes, it's a real thing. Children as young as 14 are now required to take gun training lessons. The Polish government has made firearms training mandatory. So, how does it work? Students need to dedicate 1 hour per week to this training. The curriculum includes more than just shooting. Students also learn how to disassemble and assemble a weapon. Thankfully, no live ammunition is used, and instead the students train with laser guns. But it doesn't end there. This curriculum also requires students to learn about their local area. It also includes lessons on cybersecurity. These measures may sound extreme, but Poland feels they are necessary. Last year, Poland's army chief issued a stark warning. he said Poland must prepare for an all-out war. The reason lies in its geography. Poland shares an 800-kilometer border with Russia and Belarus. Warsaw has intensified efforts to secure this frontier.
The better the Polish border is guarded, the more difficult it is to access for those with bad intentions, the greater the guarantees of maintaining peace. Everything we are doing here, and we will also be doing this on the border with Belarus and Ukraine, is to deter and discourage a potential aggressor, which is why it is truly an investment in peace.
But Poland feels that's not enough to take on Russia. So it's engaging with citizens and rolling out special programs to build better deterrence, like holidays with the army. Again, this program is targeted at school students. This is a summer program for high schoolers where students are given basic military training. The adults are increasingly turning to gun ownership. This year, Poland has witnessed a sharp rise in weapons permits. The European country allows citizens to own firearms, but the rules are quite strict. No one below 21 years of age can own a gun. To obtain a permit, they must appear for a psychological exam, complete a firearms training course, and pass a comprehensive background check. This includes a review of their criminal and mental health records. Russia's actions in Ukraine have forced Europe to prioritize its security. And Poland's tough measures highlight the extent of its anxiety.
India has just amended a key part of its education policy, the part about failing students. Until now, students could not be failed in primary school, that's from classes 1 to 8. All students had to be automatically promoted from class 1 to 8. It was called the no detention policy. But now the government has reversed it. The new policy allows schools to fail students in 2 classes, in classes 5 and 8. If you fail the annual exam, you are in the dock, you get 2 months to retake the test, and if you fail again, you will be held back in the same class. I know this policy change may sound confusing, so let's break it down into 4 parts. Number 1, will this change affect all Indian students? And the answer is no. It will only affect students in central schools like Kendriya Vidyalayas and Sainik schools. States are free to choose their own policy. For example, Tamil Nadu says that it will stick to no detention. It will not fail students. Now, point number 2. Why was no detention introduced in the first place? It was clubbed with the Right to Education Act of 2009. The then government said that every child must complete primary school, and detentions threatened that goal. Assume a child was failed in class 6 or class 7. Their parents may ask, what's the point of keeping them in school? Might as well train them in the family work. Or sometimes a child does not want the stigma of being failed or having to study with their juniors. So the child may say, I don't want to study anymore. To prevent all of this, the government said no more detentions. Every child will be passed until class 8. They will be promoted to the next class. And on paper, this did work. In 2008, around 5.7% children did not go to school. By 2022, this figure dropped to 2.3%. So school enrollment did rise because of this law. Now, question number 3. Why has the government reversed it? Because enrollment does not ensure quality. Around 6.5 million students failed classes 10 and 12 last year. So you're not preventing the detention, you're just delaying it. Let me show you a comparison data. In 2008, 56% of class 5 students could read textbooks from class 2. By 2022, that number had come down to 43%, meaning more than half of class 5 students could not read textbooks from class 2. Same with basic maths. In 2008, around 37% class 5 students could do division. By 2022, that number fell to 25%. Do you see the problem here? Yes, more students are staying in school until class 8, but are they learning? The academic quality has dropped. The government says this needs to be corrected. They have created new rules for detained students. The class teacher will guide them. The parents will be roped in. and specialized inputs will be given. The idea is to identify and correct the learning gaps then and there. Which brings us to the final question. Is this the right approach for India? Well, some educators have welcomed it. They say that it will encourage students to study well because if they don't, they will fail. And frankly, that does sound like good incentive to study. But there are critics as well. And we must listen to them too. They point to the same problems that existed in 2009, the problem of stigma, the problem of dropouts. Different countries have found different solutions for this. In the US, it's up to the states. Around 26 American states have policies to hold back students if they fail reading tests. They will be failed. It's common in the European Union too. Around 7% teens repeated at least 1 year in primary education. Around 10% did the same in lower secondary. They repeated a class. Western experts say this can be counterproductive. They say repeaters suffer long-term negative impacts. But remember, India's situation is different. We cannot copy-paste Western advice to Indian schools. We need a holistic approach that is tailored for India. Because unlike the West, our infrastructure is not adequate. We have other problems. Around 120,000 Indian schools, listen to this, 120,000 Indian schools have just one teacher. Imagine that, an entire school with just one teacher. In states like Bihar, there is just one teacher for 60 students in a class. Frankly, these things have a bigger bearing on a student's success, way more than holding them back. So we'll have to wait and see how this policy plays out. If it can improve academic quality, great. But if it comes at the cost of enrollment, we may want to reconsider it. Now let's talk about the Parker Solar Probe. It's a spacecraft that has just made history. It has come closer to the sun than any spacecraft has ever before. Parker is the fastest object ever made. It flew at the speed of about 7,000 kilometers per hour. Do you know how fast that is? Fast enough to fly you from London to New York within 30 seconds. Parker flew at this blistering speed. It braved radiation and soaring temperatures to touch the sun. But why did it need to? Why is Parker's record-breaking feat important to us? And what does it tell us about the sun? Here is a report.
This Christmas Eve, a vehicle travelled around a celestial object at an unfathomable speed. And it brought immense joy to many people. We're not talking about Santa's sleigh. This story is about the Parker Solar Probe. This is a NASA spacecraft and it has just made history. Parker was launched in 2018. Since then, it has made 21 close passages to the Sun, or solar flybys called perihelions. Each time, it has inched progressively closer. But this time, Parker surpassed the blistering speed of 692,000 kilometers per hour, breaking its own record as the fastest object ever made by humans. To put that in perspective, this is the equivalent of flying from London to New York in less than 30 seconds. At such a speed, Parker surfaced across the corona, not the virus of course. Corona is the sun's outer atmosphere. Parker braved blistering radiation, contending with temperatures nearing 1400 degrees Celsius, and flew to within 6.1 million kilometers of the sun. This is more than 7 times closer than any previous missions. With this, Parker has performed a record-breaking feat. The spacecraft has come closer to the sun than any spacecraft has ever before, in what's being called the kiss of the sun. But why does it matter? Why does NASA have to go through so much trouble to get closer to the sun? For centuries, people have studied the star. We've read and talked about it, but despite the extensive research, many mysteries remain. Like, why is the sun's corona so hot? And why is the inner surface even hotter at 6,000 degrees Celsius? Also, how does solar wind really work? Solar wind is the constant steam of charged particles bursting out of the sun. These particles light up our skies with auroras. Scientists still don't know how these solar winds work and why they knock out our power grids. These questions need more than theoretical answers, and scientists say these mysteries can only be solved after actually experiencing the sun and getting data from a probe that visits the sun. So Parker is doing just that. It's interacting with the sun's outer surface and bringing back some clues, hopefully. You see, Parker is burning hot on its flyby, so it's out of communication for several days. Scientists know that it has gotten close to the sun, but they don't know whether it will survive. Parker is making hay while the sun shines. It's expected to make at least 2 more flybys of the sun, after which it will send a signal to the scientists on the 28th of December. Until then, Earthlings wait anxiously to see if Parker survives this challenge, hoping that the spacecraft doesn't fly too close to the sun.
When the pandemic shut down the world, employees were suddenly able to work from home. A remote workplace was earlier unimaginable, but it became the new normal. 4 years have passed since then, and now the future of work looks very different again. Only about 1/10 of workers the world over are working in hybrid mode, meaning a combination of work from office and work from home. That's hybrid. 79% CEOs say that remote work will be dead within 3 years. Bosses are increasingly asking workers to return to their desks. But here's the irony. Many corner offices are still sitting empty because the option of work from home is still reserved for the privileged. And this is the great workplace divide. According to research, the number of days people are allowed to work from home correlates to their income. So higher earners enjoy more flexibility. Look at the $50,000 to $100,000 income bracket. Globally, out of all the people who fall in this range, only 38% workers can sometimes work from home. Compare this with employees that make $100,000 or more. 63% of them get the same benefit, and this gap only widens as you go higher up the ranks. And it is privilege pro max for the wealthiest among us, the top bosses, the company leaders. They may call workers to office, but many of them can still stay remote. The best example is Starbucks. The coffee giant made an announcement last year. It urged workers to come back to office. Not many paid heed. So this October, Starbucks doubled down. It warned its employees, return to office or risk being fired. Now, most workers cannot afford that. They cannot afford to lose their jobs, so they are coming back to work. But apparently their CEO, Brian Niccol, doesn't have to. Starbucks is headquartered in Seattle. Niccol lives in California. That's a 14-hour drive. Now, if you were in Niccol's position, what would you do? Move cities, right? Well, Niccol doesn't have to do that because Starbucks has given him a jet, an actual private jet to commute back and forth, that too just once a week. What about the other days? On the other days, Niccol works from his dedicated home office space. Now, this is a man who earns a base salary of $1.6 million. He received a $10 million bonus when he joined the company this year. So if someone can afford to move houses, it is Niccol. But this is not an isolated case, and this is not against Niccol. This is the trend. Look at Salesforce, the US software company. Earlier this year, it ordered employees to return to office, while the company's CEO, Mark Benioff, says, "I don't work well in an office." Well, that's convenient. Of course, he would much rather work from home, or should we say, from his oceanfront properties in Hawaii. Yes, rules are different if you are a CEO. But data proves that the same rules should apply to CEOs because according to research, it is the C-suite that is more ineffective when working from afar, not the foot soldiers. Now, a jet may close literal distances, but research says that the greater the distance between the CEO's home and company, the greater the gap in the company's performance. Yet the C-suite can ignore all of this. They can force workers to pack the cubicles because few will question an empty corner office or what this means for the future of work. Tomorrow is Christmas, which means today is the deadline for Secret Santa, the annual ritual where you're forced to buy gifts for co-workers you don't even know. It's a very challenging process. You can't go overboard, nor can you disappoint. It's all about buying that perfect yet random gift. Though some people take it too lightly, like this Secret Santa in Haryana, he got his co-worker a tub of curd as gift. Let's hope the real Santa is not as bad.
कोई तरीका है भीख मांगने का?
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The remains of a 50,000-year-old baby mammoth were found in Russia's Siberia. In Japan, Santa takes a swim with penguins on Christmas Eve, and an Italian zoo brings holiday cheer with Christmas presents for the animals. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1979, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. The goal was to prop up the faltering communist government in Kabul. The invasion triggered a brutal, decade-long conflict with Soviet forces facing fierce opposition from Afghan Mujahideen fighters. Mounting casualties and economic strain eventually forced the Soviet Union to withdraw in 1989. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Как нашлась вообще. И со временем тайне сделала слушай мамонтенка. Вот как раз ее вы сейчас видите. В достижениях пока еще не завершенных. Хочется отметить, что впереди, как уже упоминалось ранее, дальнейших каких-то открытий.
Более подробный рассказ Максим вашего предприятия «Красноярский район» на реке Яна, включая только
в своей камере для широкой общественности.
じゃあ皆さんいいですかね、なんとなくそれが3本か、それかバスか、どっちでしょう。なんとなくだいぶ入ってくるかな。じゃああとは最初にどうかどうぞ、ゆっくり、ね、みんな南アフリカって言われても。
We began in the United States, where the state of Oklahoma is giving Donald Trump's plan of mass deportations a major boost. Republican Governor Kevin Stitt has begun implementing Operation Guardian, which was announced last month. Now, under the program, Oklahoma will deport nearly 526 illegal migrants living in the state without clarifying where or how. And Oklahoma's Public Safety Commissioner Tim Tipton has been picked to lead the operation.
The safety of every Oklahoman is my top priority. We need an all-hands-on-deck approach to ensure criminals who are here illegally don't bring harm to Oklahomans. Oklahoma taxpayers are paying to keep illegal immigrants incarcerated because the Biden administration has refused to enforce the law. This must end now.
The governor blamed President Joe Biden for failing to secure the borders while also claiming that it has led to an influx of unauthorized migrants in the country. Oklahoma says migrants who have committed serious crimes like rape and murder will be the first to be deported, followed by migrants who are currently in prisons. Now, according to Stitt, Oklahomans are paying about $32,000 each year in taxes just to keep illegal immigrants in the state's prisons. Now, along with Oklahoma, several other Republican states are also preparing to carry out Donald Trump's mass deportations. Texas, Iowa, Louisiana, and Arizona have already passed several measures to either detain illegal migrants or boost cooperation between their local police and federal agencies. However, the majority of the gateway states for undocumented migrants are governed by Democrats. These policymakers state that migrants are seeking asylum for a better life and contribute positively to America's growth. Among the top 10 most preferred entry states for migrants are California, Washington, New Jersey, New York, and Illinois. However, Republican-ruled states like Texas and Florida also contribute to the vast flow of illegal migrants. With Donald Trump swearing in less than a month away, Republican states have begun cracking down on migrants, forcing many to leave the country voluntarily.
People fear that the laws will be changed and that the police will ask for documents. The people's biggest fear is that any policeman will stop you, ask you for documents, and the laws will change in that sense. The police will ask you for documents, and if they don't have them, they will arrest you and deport you. That is the fear that people have. I have brothers who don't have documents living in the United States, and they are scared. I tell them I don't believe everything will be as Donald Trump says. To pass the laws, they must go through many processes, and not everything will be done. Many things have to happen. I don't think everything he says will happen.
Now, Texas already promised to give land to the incoming administration to use for carrying out mass deportations. And now with Oklahoma announcing Operation Guardian, it looks like Republican states have begun preparations for mass deportations as Donald Trump gets ready to take office. And moving to the East Coast, New York police have arrested a man on murder and arson charges for the death of a woman who was set on fire inside a subway train on Sunday. Police said the suspect, identified as 33-year-old Sebastian Zabeta, approached the woman while she was on the train, set her on fire, and then watched her burn to death.
It was just before 7:30 this morning when our person of interest and the victim were both riding an F train to the end of the line at Stillwell Avenue in Brooklyn. As the train pulled into the station, the suspect calmly walked up to the victim, who was in a seated position at the end of a subway car. The suspect used what we believe to be a lighter to ignite the victim's clothing, which became fully engulfed in a matter of seconds. Officers who were on patrol on an upper level of that station smelled and saw smoke and went to investigate. What they saw was a person standing inside the train car, fully engulfed in flames. With the help of an MTA employee and a fire extinguisher, the flames were put out. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the victim was pronounced on the scene.
Now, immigration officials say Zabeta, who is from Guatemala, was deported back in 2018 and did not have permission to return to the United States. Zabeta's Brooklyn address matches that of a community center that provides housing and substance abuse support. Now, after the heinous crime, Americans took to social media to criticize the Biden administration's border policies for failing to prevent dangerous migrants from entering the country. On social media, many accused New York Governor Kathy Hochul and Democratic Representatives Yvette Clarke from Brooklyn and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from the Bronx for being liable for the death of the woman. This comes just weeks after Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez said that New York City's subway system was unsafe because of people like Daniel Penny, who was found not guilty in the fatal chokehold killing of a homeless man, Jordan Neely. Meanwhile, several Americans said they were waiting for Donald Trump to take office so that the mass deportations can in fact begin. Now, it must be noted that during his election campaign, Donald Trump repeatedly called for the death penalty for illegal migrants who harm U.S. citizens.
Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. Forget America. And I will rescue every town across America that's been invaded and conquered. These towns have been conquered. And we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail, or we'll kick them the hell out of our country as fast as we can. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
Meanwhile, social media users have been outraged after the horrific incident, calling for more police presence on New York City's subway lines. Now, murders in the transit system are in fact rare, with 9 killings just this year compared to only 5 last year. And with more than 4 million daily commuters, the crime rate for the Big Apple subway system remains low compared to major cities across the world. However, the latest incident has caused massive uproar online, with demands for more police deployment and stricter monitoring of the subway trains. And staying in the United States, incoming President Donald Trump says he will end transgender lunacy once he takes office in January. Now, speaking in Phoenix, Arizona on Sunday, Trump vowed to create policies to only recognize 2 genders, male and female. And in an apparent reference to gender-affirming surgery, Donald Trump said that he will end the mutilation of children with a stroke of his pen.
With the stroke of my pen on day 1, we're going to stop the transgender lunacy. And I will sign executive orders to end child sexual mutilation, get transgender out of the military and out of our elementary schools and middle schools and high schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. And that will likewise be done on day 1. Should I do day 1, day 2, or day 3? How about day 1, right?
Now, this is not the first time Trump has railed against transgender rights. In fact, he aggressively ran television ads during his campaign mocking Vice President Kamala Harris for her support of transgender rights. And in the run-up to the presidential election, Donald Trump pledged to impose restrictions on trans students in schools. His policies could affect the use of preferred pronouns, bathrooms, and locker rooms by students. Moreover, the incoming president believes that any doctor or hospital providing gender-affirming care should be banned from practice. And when it comes to sports, Donald Trump embraces his anti-trans mantra of not allowing biological men in women's sports.
And we will, of course, keep men out of women's sports, I promise. Last year, the radical left's gender insanity arrived right here in Salem when a man was allowed to transfer onto the Roanoke College women's swim team. And I just met them backstage, the great swimmers. I didn't notice a male on that particular team. I didn't notice a male on that team. Perhaps I don't understand what's happening, but I didn't see any males on that team, believe me. But the brave members of the swim team stood up to the transgender fanatics, something new in our country. And those strong, and I would say beautiful, but I'm not allowed to use that term anymore with women, because if you say beautiful, it means the end of your career in politics. You're not allowed to say a woman's beautiful, so I will not tell you how beautiful they are, but they are beautiful. But those strong, beautiful, intelligent women, they won.
The incoming commander-in-chief also plans to discharge transgender members of the U.S. military, deeming them medically unfit. His plans would likely include banning future recruitment of trans people in the military and gender-affirming care. Now, with Donald Trump reiterating his anti-trans rhetoric, anger and anxiety have become dominant emotions among rights activists and the LGBTQ+ community.
I don't think that I would be here today for this interview if I wasn't receiving the care that I do receive today. Without the care, I was really deeply depressed, lost, and unable to live a regular life. I think that that's what we all want, is to be able to access care that will affirm our gender, allow us to flourish into who we are, and live lives that are loved and cared for.
The question is, who's best to make the decision? It's the individual that's best to make the decision about their access and their doctor or whomever they're trying to access support from. I don't necessarily know that the federal government making that decision is a good idea, but I certainly don't think that we should have differences between the states. I think each person should have the ability to access the support, the care, the resources that they need in order to live like all of us.
Now, a Washington Post survey says nearly 2 million people living in the United States identify as transgender, representing less than 1% of all adults. And now their future depends on Donald Trump, who could crush their hopes and dreams of living normal lives with his uncertain executive orders. Canada's political landscape is in turmoil as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau faces mounting pressure from within his Liberal Party to step aside. High living costs, a housing crisis, and widespread voter discontent has pushed over 50 Liberal leaders to openly oppose Prime Minister Trudeau. The resignation of Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland has further destabilized Prime Minister Trudeau's minority government, which is now at risk of collapse. As opposition parties prepare to force a no-confidence vote, Prime Minister Trudeau's future hangs in the balance. Our next report brings you more.
Canada, once a land of hope, now drowns in despair. And amid this chaos stands Justin Trudeau, a leader who seems more interested in skiing than solving the crisis gripping his country. After 9 years in power, Trudeau's government is teetering on the edge of collapse.
Prime Minister has lost the confidence of Canadians, lost the confidence of many of his MPs, and yesterday he lost the confidence of his finance minister. And no wonder, because after 9 years, this Prime Minister has broken everything. He's broken our borders, broken immigration, broken housing, and broken the budget. So, when will the Prime Minister just stop? Stop breaking things.
Revolt in the parliament, and the warning signs are everywhere. Living costs are skyrocketing with no relief in sight. Families are struggling to find homes as prices soar beyond reach.
We're having a lot of issues with, making our bills. Living in Toronto on our wage is very, very hard with rent, with the increase of groceries, and a lot of other things that just keep going up and up and up around us. We also really care about our safety. They seem to, when they play broke, they like to prick safety onto the side, and it's affecting our membership, and we want change.
But Trudeau, oblivious to the daily struggles of Canadians, has offered little more than hollow promises. Last week, his government took a devastating blow when Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland resigned, citing irreconcilable policy differences. Freeland, once Trudeau's closest ally, walked out the door, leaving Ottawa in chaos and Trudeau's political future in tatters.
Like most families, sometimes we have fights around the holidays. But of course, like most families, we find our way through it.
The New Democratic Party, Trudeau's critical lifeline, also withdrew its support for his minority government. Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, wasted no time twisting the knife. And, without mincing words, he declared to topple Trudeau when Parliament reconvenes in January.
People are right to be angry. They've got a Prime Minister who's more interested in protecting his own job than defending Canadians against Trump. We've got a prime minister who's failed to defend workers from rich CEOs that the Conservatives love, who continue to rip off Canadians and drive up the cost of food and homes. The prime minister has failed. For New Democrats, it's always workers first and not CEOs. And not CEOs who the Conservatives want to defend. So will the prime minister acknowledge he has failed? He has to quit.
If that wasn't enough, Trudeau's own party is in rebellion mode. Over 50 Liberal MPs held secret meetings over the weekend and reached a repeated conclusion. Trudeau must go. Longtime ally Chandra Arya didn't mince words, proclaiming there's no alternative but leadership change now. And potential successors are already circling like vultures. Chrystia Freeland is a frontrunner, with Foreign Minister Melanie Joly, Innovation Minister François-Philippe Champagne, and former Central Bank Governor Mark Carney not far behind. Meanwhile, Trudeau's foreign policy blunders have made Canada a laughingstock on the world stage. His baseless accusation that India orchestrated the murder of Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar has strained relations with New Delhi and divided communities at home. India has dismissed Trudeau's claims over the lack of evidence, and now even Canadians view Trudeau as a diplomatic disaster, and that his resignation could offer a chance for Canada to reset its ties with the world's fastest-growing economy. The writing is on the wall. Trudeau, once the darling of Canadian politics, now finds himself isolated and unwanted. His party has abandoned him, his allies have betrayed him, and the country is demanding a change.
And finally, from Venezuela, Argentina's diplomatic mission has become more of a prison for 5 critics of Nicolas Maduro. They belong to opposition leader Maria Machado's party and had sought political asylum 9 months ago, fearing persecution. However, with Maduro claiming victory in the disputed July election and breaking ties with Argentina, the 5 asylum seekers remain under siege in Caracas. We're bringing you more about their plight and their fight against the Maduro regime.
This is the Argentine embassy in Caracas, a mansion in Venezuela, once a center of diplomacy, which has now become a refuge, more so a prison. When Nicolas Maduro proclaimed himself as the winner of July's disputed presidential election, he kicked out the Argentine ambassador of the building, breaking all ties with Buenos Aires.
Today they are rehearsing the first failed steps to destabilize Venezuela and to impose again a mantle of aggression and harm on Venezuela, a sort of Guaido 2.0 movie. But I say to the plotters, to those involved, and to those who endorsed this operation against Venezuelan democracy, that we already know the movie. And this time, there will be no weakness.
Now, the compound has no diplomats inside, though it shelters 5 political asylum seekers, all of whom are team members of Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado. Notably, Machado remains in Venezuela despite the exile of her ally Edmundo Gonzalez, who ran against Maduro in July and later fled to Spain. The Argentine envoy's residence originally took in 4 men and 2 women in March who were accused of terror activities and treason for working with Machado. But last Friday, one of the 6 asylum seekers, Fernando Martinez Motola, turned himself to the Venezuelan Attorney General's office. Now, the remaining 5 who face persecution say they are under siege by Venezuelan security forces. Even though international law states that citizens granted political asylum by other nations should be allowed to leave their home country unharmed. In a recent virtual press conference, one of them, Omar Gonzalez, said he and other residents are under constant surveillance and being subjected to psychological torture.
The pressure from the government has been escalating in the last few weeks. Psychological torture. We are under constant surveillance, and nobody can visit us without authorization. The spiritual damage we are subject to is tremendous.
The group's decision to hold a media conference came amid tightening security measures imposed on the residents by Venezuelan authorities. In August, Brazil accepted Argentina's request to guard its embassy in Caracas after its envoy's expulsion. However, the Maduro government revoked Brazil's custody of the facility just a month later, alleging that the premises were being used to plan terrorist attacks and assassination attempts.
Asylums in Latin America have been very powerful and important in protecting the dissent. So we ask Brazil to have a much greater sense of urgency. In this sense, it means doubling efforts and coordination with the region and understanding that this situation can clearly get worse and therefore demands the attention of the entire region.
Then reports emerged that security forces have set up checkpoints on the streets to control who enters and leaves the embassy. Security forces have also taken control of surrounding buildings. Meanwhile, drones frequently fly over the compound, and Venezuelan police have threatened to break in many times. Last month, Venezuela's government-run power company cut off electricity to the building, forcing the residents to use generators to charge their phones. And there's no running water either when the power plant is off.
We are about to have 3 weeks without electricity. Anyone without power can have a hard time with electronic appliances and all that. But remember, we cannot leave this place. We have been locked up here for 9 months. We cannot go out to get water, medicine, or electricity somewhere. So this has been very tiring, especially at nights when they happen to show up armed and hooded, making noise, giving a feeling that they might come in.
Now, even though Edmundo Gonzalez has said that he will return to Venezuela and form a government as president in January, the 5 lives in the Argentine embassy in Caracas are desperate for freedom, with no sight of relief from Maduro's crackdown on his opposition.
That's our show for today. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa. I am Gurpatwant Garland, and tonight on the show we explore why Mozambique is burning, why tensions have escalated between neighbors Somalia and Ethiopia, and why is Elon Musk's Starlink launch getting delayed in the African continent. Our top focus remains on the volatile situation in Mozambique. Tensions in the southern African nation are at its peak after the country's highest court validated the results of the disputed October 9 elections. Several protesters hit the streets again as the court upheld the victory of the ruling Frelimo party's candidate, Daniel Chapo. In capital Maputo, angry protesters and supporters of the opposition blocked roads and burnt tires.
We're tired of being enemies, of being the bad ones. The people are being beaten down. We are not fighting. How is it that someone who just finished high school has to fight to get into college?
The confirmed poll results by Mozambique's Constitutional Court put Daniel Chapo at the winning spot with 65% votes. This extends the Frelimo party's 49-year rule in the country. The initial results by the Election Commission declared his win with around 71% of the votes, while the main opposition candidate, Venancio Mondlane, received an upward revision to 24.2% of the vote. As per initial results, he secured 20% of the votes. However, he refused to accept the results, calling them fraud and accusing the Frelimo party of vote rigging. The Podemos party leader claims to be the winner of the October election. Mozambique's President-elect Daniel Chapo delivered a speech after he was confirmed as the new president. In his address, he struck a conciliatory tone, promising to reach out to Mondlane.
Once again, respecting what the Mozambican people are saying, that they want electoral truth, that they don't care about being governed by someone illegitimate, illegally. The Mozambican people demand that we remain firm, that we don't stop our struggle, and that we remain united and strong.
Opposition leader Mondlane, however, remains adamant against the poll results. He has vowed to continue his struggle and bring out the electoral truth.
Muito bem, estamos em direto. Once again, respecting what the Mozambican people are saying, that they want electoral truth, that they don't care about being governed by someone illegitimate, illegally. The Mozambican people demand that we remain firm, that we don't stop our struggle, and that we remain united and strong.
50-year-old Mondlane is in a self-imposed exile since 2 of his associates were shot down in Maputo in October. It is unclear when he will return. However, he has been calling for an uprising and mobilizing protests through social media. Several of his supporters have been demonstrating nationwide ahead of the Constitutional Court's ruling. He threatened chaos and called for a complete shutdown. Mozambique has been on the edge amid weeks of protest poll violence. At least 130 people have been killed. Most of them were opposition demonstrators who were shot by security forces. Cities, mines, borders and ports have also been affected by protest action. Operations at Mozambique's main border with South Africa were also halted temporarily. This caused a major economic loss for both the nations. The unrest has disrupted some major business operations as well, while the economic outlook for the country has been downgraded by the International Monetary Fund. The chaos also ensues at a time when a powerful cyclone Chido has hit the country, causing destruction, disease and hunger. It has claimed over 100 lives in the region. So while Frelimo's long reign continues in Mozambique, question remains: how will it tackle the cloud of challenges looming over it? Now, for more on this, we are joined by Botomelo Bensoniokane, who is a political commentator and an associate professor at the University of South Africa. He is joining us live from Pretoria. Mr. Soniokane, welcome to Firstpost.
Let me greet yourself and to the viewers.
The opposition has still refused to accept the Constitutional Council's decision, which retains the ruling's Frelimo party as the winner. Can the opposition still challenge the council's decision? And will this plunge Mozambique into greater uncertainty?
Look, the reality of the matter is that the problem that is in Mozambique is not a legal problem. It's a political problem that needs to be resolved politically. And we had thought by now that parties should have engaged one another and to meet one another somewhere in between. But clearly that, there is no willingness from both parties to engage. But we have hoped also that SADC and AU will come to the party and try to assist in facilitation of ensuring that there is peace and stability in Mozambique. But clearly where we are, there has not been any movement. Instead, what we've seen is that there's been an endorsement by players, political players and other countries within the SADC region.
Right. How has this disputed election and unrest impacted Mozambique's political stability and its economy?
Can you repeat the question?
Yep. How has this disputed the election and unrest impacted Mozambique's political stability and its economy?
Look, we all hope that there will be, political stability very soon, because we will know that where there is instability, political instability, it affects also economy, because you will know that the movement of goods in the SADC region, Mozambique plays a critical role in transportation of goods in connecting different countries or parts of SADC and other parts of the continent. And then by virtue of, stoppage of transportation, movements of goods are therefore affected. And by implication, commerce or economics is affected. So we hope that this will be resolved as soon as possible so that borders are not affected. Movements of goods passing through Mozambique will become free.
Mr. Senokwane, over 130 people have already died and the streets in Maputo are on fire again. How can the government restore peace? And what role can Mozambique's powerful neighbors like South Africa and regional bodies like SADC play to prevent the violence?
What we are hoping for is that SADC and AU will move fast, including South Africa, in facilitating negotiation between parties, at least to call for calm for now, while parties open for possibilities of alternative ways of ensuring that they are able to resolve the problem. Of course, from where we are sitting, there is a concern that, of course, rigging has been proven. But beyond the proof of rigging, what also has been reconfirmed is that even if there was a recalculation, Chapo will still, win the elections against Mondlane. But what we need to do now is to see both parties maturing and sitting down and building a better future mechanism for future elections so that what has happened now should never be repeated again. But SADC and South Africa and AU are very central and critical in assisting all parties.
Mr. Senokwane, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Now let's move on to the Horn of Africa, where tensions have once again flared between neighbors Somalia and Ethiopia, who recently signed a peace deal claiming to have ended a dangerous feud. But in less than a fortnight, cracks seem to have emerged in the Turkey-mediated deal between the two nations. Somalia has accused the Ethiopian forces of a deadly attack on its troops, and the attack comes just after Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan brought the warring neighbors together to the negotiating tables and signed an accord aimed at resolving the conflict. The Somali Foreign Ministry said that Ethiopian troops had attacked its forces stationed at an airstrip in the border town of Dulo, which is located in Somalia's Jubaland state. Somalia also said that the attack targeted 3 bases that were protected by the country's army, police and national intelligence and security agency, and said had caused several fatalities without giving a precise number. However, Jubaland state officials reportedly said that the Ethiopian forces who are stationed at the airstrip as part of a mission against Islamist insurgents intervened to protect a group of local politicians. The state of Jubaland is one of Somalia's 6 semi-autonomous member states. These states have often clashed with the central government in Mogadishu, either seeking greater autonomy or independence from Somalia. The latest clashes between Somalia and Ethiopian forces in Jubaland come as a Somali delegation led by the country's foreign minister arrived in Addis Ababa. This is the first such visit since the two sides signed a deal in Ankara to end the conflict pertaining to Ethiopia's port deal with Somaliland, which is Somalia's breakaway region that has been seeking global recognition. In the beginning of this year, landlocked Ethiopia signed an agreement with Somaliland to lease a port and a military base on its coastline. In exchange, Ethiopia offered recognition to Somaliland, and Somalia viewed this as a breach of its sovereignty. Now, as part of the Ankara deal signed by President of the Somalia and the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, the two countries decided to de-escalate tensions and move toward peace. They also agreed on talks around Ethiopia ending its agreement with Somaliland in exchange for access to Somalia's ports. They also agreed to increase the trade between the two neighboring countries. However, the latest clashes have once again exposed the fissures between the two neighbors. Somalia says Ethiopia has undermined their Ankara agreement. It further added that Somalia would not remain silent in the face of violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. So will this standoff now put the Ankara deal that was aimed to bring peace in the Horn of Africa under threat? And now shifting focus, it looks like the rollout of billionaire Elon Musk's internet service Starlink is moving at a snail's pace in the African continent. despite launching in Africa in 2023 with a plan to deliver fast internet, Starlink has reportedly delayed its estimated launch dates in 24 countries to 2025 from the present year. This has made launch dates in countries like Egypt and Morocco as unknown. Reports suggest that Starlink has only rolled out its services in 18% of the American countries where it had planned to launch in 2024, indicating that the growing hurdles it has been facing to expand in Africa. For now, Musk's satellite internet service Starlink is reportedly available in 14 African countries, including Botswana, Ghana, Kenya, Mozambique, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Zimbabwe. And Nigeria was the first country to adopt Starlink in 2023. But in countries like Angola, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, DR Congo, Senegal, Tunisia, and Uganda, Starlink plans have been delayed to 2025, while in some countries like Algeria, Ethiopia, Libya, South Africa, and Somalia, its parent company SpaceX has not yet announced a plan or a date to announce a planned launch date. South Africa's Starlink launch timeframe has been unknown since late 2022. Now, the delay in launch in several African countries have been for a couple of reasons. Starlink has been facing several regulatory hurdles, such as difficulty in getting licensed to operate in African countries such as Namibia and Cameroon. Moreover, Starlink has also been facing resistance from state telecom monopolies in Africa, who see it as a threat due to Starlink's affordability and much better performance. But that's not all. Even in the countries it has launched operations in, including Botswana, Burundi, Ghana, Madagascar, and Sierra Leone in 2024, things are not going as smoothly as planned. This is because the demand has been extensively high for the internet services in such countries. Unlike many developed markets across the world where Starlink offers services, countries in Africa have poorly developed infrastructure. And reports suggest that Elon Musk's Starlink may have underestimated the demand for affordable internet services in these locations, which is not currently have the capacity to operate in. Now, this has forced Starlink to reportedly halt new sign-ups in several African cities due to overwhelming demand, and also suspend the subscription of its roaming plan that was being used in unlicensed countries. All these setbacks have raised questions on the future of Starlink in Africa. Question is, can the billionaire navigate these hurdles to deliver affordable satellite internet in Africa? Or will the regional players continue to have an upper hand? And finally, from Libya, where a severe cash shortage is forcing citizens to turn to digital payments. Bank struggles to provide cash, leaving people waiting for hours with little to show for it. Counterfeit currency and political instability add to the chaos, while many businesses still reject card payments. Despite these challenges, younger generations are leading a slow shift towards cashless transactions. But can this solve the country's financial crisis? Our final report dives deeper into Libya's cash crisis.
In Libya, cash is vanishing from the system, replaced by long lines, frustration, and now plastic. After more than a decade of war and instability, the country's financial system is teetering on the edge, forcing Libyans to reluctantly embrace card payments amid a dire liquidity crisis. Across cities, bank branches resemble battlegrounds, with crowds jostling for a shot at withdrawing their own money. But cash supplies often run dry before noon, leaving many empty-handed.
This card makes a lot of things easier for us, and I can use it in any shopping center. It is particularly beneficial for Libyan citizens who suffer from long queues. At the moment, we're still having problems getting this card because of the queues, but once we have it, it makes a lot of things easier. What's more, this card is recognized worldwide, and we can even use it in other countries, like the other nations of the world.
Yet, the shift is far from seamless. Misrata's bustling markets are caught in a time warp where most vendors refuse card payments due to the lack of terminals.
The use of this card has become almost a necessity because of the shortage of cash. We have no choice but to adapt. But we still lack the culture of this form of payment and the infrastructure to use it. Today, there are still many places, such as certain shopping centers, petrol stations, hospitals, and bookshops, where we cannot use our bank card. So its use is still limited.
Libya's fractured central bank has added chaos to the mix. For years, rival administrations in the east and west issued separate currencies, creating confusion over counterfeit notes. Businesses now shun 50 dinar bills deemed unreliable, forcing the central bank to withdraw them by year-end. In a bid to restore faith, the Central Bank of Libya, or CBL, injected 15 billion dinars into circulation in October. A fresh deal with British company De La Rue to print 30 billion dinars promises further relief in 2024. However, for ordinary citizens, survival depends on adaptability.
It is true that electronic payments are still relatively underdeveloped in Libya, but the new generation wants to change that and adopt this method of payment. In fact, they are increasingly inclined to use this type of service to carry out their transactions, to the detriment of traditional methods.
And fuel shortages only deepen the crisis. Queues snake around petrol stations for miles, with vehicles waiting days for refills. The potential for a cashless Libya exists, but requires more than just ATMs and apps. It needs trust and stability. For now, cards are a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty. Libya's journey from hoarding cash to digital payments may be a rocky one, but it hints at resilience in the face of chaos.
That's it on the show. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. What goes around comes around. It's a simple rule of life. Turns out it also applies to geopolitics. Just ask Pakistan. They have carried out cross-border airstrikes on Afghanistan. And the targets? Terror hideouts. It must be a strange feeling for Pakistan. They're used to sponsoring terrorists, but now they claim to be eliminating them. The attack happened on Tuesday night. Pakistan used jets and drones to bomb Afghanistan's Barmal district. It's located near the border, right next to the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. Pakistan has not officially claimed the attack yet, but their military is dropping hints. Some officials have said the target was the TTP, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, also known as the Pakistan Taliban, the TTP. On paper, this group is different from Afghanistan's Taliban, but they do share some similarities, like the same Pashtun core, the same Islamic ideology, and the same use of terror tactics. The TTP's goal is to overthrow the regime in Islamabad. They want an Islamic emirate in Pakistan. But Pakistan says Kabul is shielding the TTP, although Kabul says this is your internal matter. They have called the latest attack cowardly, they've also promised to hit back. The Afghans, they promised to hit back. And casualties? Again, two different versions. Pakistani sources say that 20 TTP terrorists were killed in these strikes. But Kabul says 46 people have died, most of them women and children. And here's the interesting part. Hours before this attack, there was a meeting in Kabul. Pakistan's Afghan envoy met the Taliban's foreign minister. Immediately after that, Islamabad attacked. So clearly, Pakistan is trying to send a message. We are asking you nicely, but if you refuse, we have other means. The question is, will the aggression work? It hasn't in the past. Pakistan launched a similar attack in March this year, the exact same template. Pakistan said terrorists were killed, but Kabul said 8 civilians died. Despite that, terror attacks have not subsided. Just look at the numbers. Pakistan logged more than 850 terrorist attacks this year. That's up from 650 last year. Put together, these incidents have claimed more than 1,000 lives. Last month, the month of November, was among the worst. Nearly 250 people were killed in a single month. Among them were 68 security personnel. These numbers make one thing quite clear. Pakistan has not been able to contain the TTP threat. Just last week, there was an attack. TTP terrorists targeted a military checkpost in South Waziristan. They killed 16 Pakistani soldiers. Chances are that attack is what triggered this response. But where do things go from here? Kabul may have promised to hit back, but it's unlikely that they will. Instead, they could offer more support to the TTP, more weapons, more hideouts, and more political support. So the direct response may come from the TTP, not the Afghan Taliban. Meanwhile, expect Pakistan to take a dual approach, strikes on one hand, diplomacy on the other. Islamabad has been trying to rally support against the TTP. They have complained multiple times at the United Nations. The most recent was last week. Listen in.
The TTP is fast emerging as an umbrella organization for other terrorist groups in the area, with clear objectives of destabilizing Afghanistan's neighbors. We have evidence of its collaboration with other terrorist groups like the Majid Brigade that is utilizing terrorism to disrupt Pakistan's economic cooperation with China, especially CPEC. Given its long association with Al-Qaeda, the TTP could emerge as Al-Qaeda's arm with a regional and global terrorist agenda.
So to recap, your neighbor is harboring and supporting terrorists. Those terrorists are attacking you. You are complaining to the world, but nobody is listening to you. Where have we heard this before? This is exactly what Pakistan does to India, except now Afghanistan is doing it to Pakistan. Islamabad may try to rally support against the TTP, but frankly, it is a long shot. You see, there are multiple terror groups in Afghanistan. Among them are Al-Qaeda and the TTP. The world is more concerned about the former, about Al-Qaeda. So all the Taliban has to do is promise to crack down on Al-Qaeda. They will face no pressure on the TTP. And I know it sounds like karma, but it's also poor strategic thinking by Pakistan. They cultivated the Taliban for decades and they applauded the fall of Kabul in 2021. Do you know why? Because Pakistan thought that the Taliban would help them to settle the border, to crack down on the TTP and to take on India. Unfortunately for them, none of this has happened. The Taliban have refused to settle the border. They're openly harboring the TTP and they're eager to befriend India. Pakistan only has itself to blame for the situation. They used terrorists to bleed Afghanistan and India. Those same terrorists have now turned against them. It's a lesson to all countries around the world. Terrorists and extremists can never be allies or proxies. In the end, they will harm you too. Ukraine has been struck again. There's no relief for them even on Christmas Day. Today, Russia attacked eastern Ukraine. They launched more than 70 missiles and 100 attack drones. They struck multiple targets in a sweeping assault. They were going after Ukraine's energy infrastructure. The strikes led to blackouts in several regions of Ukraine. Russia says its goal was to weaken Ukraine, specifically its military-industrial complex. They need electricity for their factories to make the weapons that Ukraine uses against Russia. So Moscow is attacking Ukraine's energy grid. It wants to cut off the power supply. But as always, there is collateral damage. The people of Ukraine, at least one civilian, is dead. The people are living without electricity, in sub-zero temperatures, with long winter months still ahead of them. Ukrainians are suffering the cold and bracing for the next Russian attack. On Christmas, which is their biggest festival, many of them spent the night underground. They took shelter in metro stations.
We always expect so-called wishes from our neighbor. Yes, it's an automatic reaction. Yes, during every air raid siren, I take my children and go to the metro.
Doing such things early in the morning when people sleep. I feel sorry for Kharkiv. Constant strikes there. I don't understand what they want to achieve with this.
Zelensky has responded sharply to these attacks. As always, he's criticized Vladimir Putin, the Russian president. Zelensky called the attacks inhuman. But he must also take some responsibility for this, because he is the one who triggered the fresh wave of hostilities. This weekend, Ukraine attacked Russia. We told you about it. It was a 9/11 style attack with drones crashing into apartment buildings. This was in the city of Kazan, in Russia's southwest. It is one of Russia's wealthiest cities. Earlier this year, Kazan hosted BRICS leaders for a summit. Prime Minister Modi was there too, along with other leaders. This city was a high-profile target. Kiev did not officially take responsibility for the strike, but there was no doubt that it was a Ukrainian strike. They've been ramping up their operations inside Russia. Earlier this month, they assassinated a top Russian general. Kiev pulled off a bomb blast in Moscow. It was a targeted strike in the Russian capital, and it killed a general. Today, we saw some dramatic images from southeast Russia. Moscow says this was a drone attack. It says these were Ukrainian drones. The Russian side destroyed them. Some of their debris fell on a shopping center where it triggered a fire. Remember, when Kazan was attacked, the Russian president vowed to retaliate. So today's strike in Ukraine was perhaps the payback that Putin promised. And this cycle of violence is unlikely to end soon. Both Ukraine and Russia are ramping up operations, trying to secure territorial gains, to hold on to what they have before peace talks begin. And more than Putin, it is Zelensky who's under pressure. His forces are struggling to hold the front lines. 2024 has been a tough year for him. Despite repeated offensives, Ukrainians have failed to push back the Russian forces. 2025 could be even more difficult. Western aid is expected to shrink, especially if Donald Trump keeps his promise. He wants to cut aid and force both sides into a settlement. The writing is on the wall for Zelensky, and he is reluctantly admitting it, signaling that Ukraine may be ready to hold talks. He's not talking about a dialogue with Russia yet. At this point, Zelensky is only asking his allies to think long-term, and he's trying to woo Trump.
I think that Putin is not adequate, and he's very dangerous for everybody. And I want very much Trump to help us and to finish this war.
Right now, Zelensky has the weakest hand. No significant territorial gains, no security guarantees, and increasing attacks from Russia. And that only means a precarious future for the people of Ukraine. Around mid-October, India added a new group to its terror list, a group that was not recently active. It's called the Hizb ut-Tahrir, or HUT. 2 months later, it's clear why India added it to the list. Because the HUT has found fertile ground in Bangladesh. Let me introduce one of its main leaders, Naseemul Ghani. He used to be a career bureaucrat, but in the year 2000, he set up the HUT in Dhaka. Back then, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, the BNP, was in power. They did not care about radicals or Islamists because they were the same. When Sheikh Hasina came to power in 2009, she banned the HUT. Since then, their leaders have been accused of terrorism. Now with Hasina gone, the HUT is back, and Naseemul Ghani has been appointed the Home Secretary. Let me repeat that. This is the man who founded a terror group in Dhaka. He is now Bangladesh's top bureaucrat in the Home Ministry, and he is not alone. Let me introduce another HUT leader, Mahfouz Alam. He is a member of Muhammad Yunus's cabinet. Last week, he posted this picture on social media. It shows Bangladesh annexing India's northeastern states. He said India has colonized the northeast. These are the sort of people in Yunus's team. Yet Dhaka wonders why India is worried. So tonight, let's take a closer look at this group, the HUT. What do they stand for? What is their strategy? And how will it affect India? The Hizb ut-Tahrir was established in 1953 in Jerusalem. The title means Party of Liberation. They reject ideas like secularism and democracy. Their goal is to create a global caliphate, much like the Islamic State. So how are they different from ISIS? Because on paper, the HUT rejects violence, which is frankly an absurd claim. Without violence, how do they plan to dismantle democracies? By asking nicely? The fact is that this non-violence claim is nonsense. It's a cover to escape crackdowns. The HUT has chapters and factions in 45 countries. The one in Bangladesh was set up in the year 2000. And what's their strategy? To radicalize people. A number of groups are already doing that in Bangladesh, including the Jamaat-e-Islami. But the HUT is slightly different because they have a different target audience. The Jamaat draws people from rural Bangladesh, while the HUT targets big cities. They radicalize college students and professionals. How? Apparently, storytelling is a big tool. They talk about Muslims being massacred around the world, about rising Islamophobia, and about so-called evil Western ideas. The strategy is called shock, demolish, and rebuild. Shock them with claims of massacre, demolish their belief in ideas like democracy, and rebuild using Islamist ideology. This is the HUT playbook in a nutshell. And from the looks of it, it is working. In October, Bangladeshi students took out massive rallies. They were carrying flags of the Islamic State. Back then, Bangladeshi officials blamed the HUT for this. They also arrested 10 people linked to the march. But now that same HUT is being rewarded. So how should India see this development? Well, there is an HUT charter in India as well, and New Delhi is quite worried about it. Yesterday, Indian officials charged 2 men from Tamil Nadu. Both of them are members of the same group, the HUT. They were trying to recruit students to their cause. Last month, India's Home Ministry organized a key counter-terrorism meet. All the intelligence and security agencies were present, and one of the issues they discussed was the HUT. So clearly, India is concerned. There will be 2 main worries for New Delhi. The first is instability in the northeast. These radicals could tie up with separatists in India, and they will likely get a free pass from Dhaka. After all, the Home Secretary is one of their own. And second, spillover of radicalism. The HUT can pump money and resources into radicalizing Indian youth. The case in Tamil Nadu is a clear example, so India needs to prepare itself. Asking Yunus to help is pointless. Forget cracking down on radicals. He's appointing them to run the government. So India's best bet is to be vigilant, to tighten border security, and to ramp up intelligence operations. Bangladesh is playing with fire by courting the HUT. It may be too late to help them, but it's not too late for India. Our next story is from Iran, where the internet is both a lifeline and a battleground. It's quite an interesting story, and it has just seen a new twist. Iran is loosening its grip on the internet. It has lifted its ban on 2 platforms, WhatsApp and Google Play. Until now, they were both banned in Iran, WhatsApp and Google Play, but now Tehran is bringing them back. The authorities have voted on this move. They say this is the first step, the first at easing internet restrictions. It is not clear when it will take effect, but the message is hard to miss, especially for a country like Iran. It's a major concession to their people. You may ask, why now? Why is Iran suddenly making the internet accessible, and could this move backfire? To understand this, we need to look back. For years, Iran has kept tight controls, the world's strictest internet restrictions, and rampant censorship. Access to 70% of the internet is blocked in this country. This includes platforms like YouTube, X, Instagram, Telegram. You cannot access them in Iran. And this tightening of control began in 2005. That's when Iran set up the NIN, the National Information Network. It's like China's Great Firewall. It helped Iran monitor what was going on the internet and who was accessing it. The government could see all of it. In 2010, Tehran even got a new nickname, the enemy of the internet. That's what they were called. And this continued for years. Then in 2019, a massive protest broke out in Iran. It was a protest over fuel. So Tehran shut down the internet. There was a complete blackout. In 2022, this happened again. Iran's morality police killed a 22-year-old woman called Masha Amini. Her crime? Not wearing her hijab properly. This triggered protests across the nation, and Tehran retaliated with a crackdown and another internet blackout. Which brings us to 2024. Iran has elected a new president, Masoud Pezeshkian. He is a moderate. One of his big promises was easing internet restrictions. And now he seems to be walking the talk. But that's only half the story. There's a lot more at play here. Iran's economy is in a shambles. People are struggling to make ends meet. There are crippling power cuts. There's fuel shortage. The currency rial has crashed. And all of this affects public sentiment. It puts pressure on the regime. They're on the edge. Public discontent built over a period of time is the most dangerous thing for any regime. Add to that their international troubles. Iran's allies have been toppled, Iran's proxies have been weakened, and an old foe called Donald Trump is returning to power. The last thing they can afford is another protest at home. Hence the concession. The easing of internet restrictions. It's like a peace offering to the public. It could serve two purposes. First, stimulate the economy. Businesses relying on these platforms can resume operations. It could open new doors to new opportunities. And the second, it may calm public frustration by providing greater digital access. Tehran is basically hoping to appease its citizens. But there's a catch and some lessons from history. When a regime opens the door to freedoms, it is not easy to shut it back. Take the Soviet Union, for example. In the 1980s, Gorbachev opened the economy. He gave freedom of speech and greater access to information. The idea was to make the political system more transparent. But it only fueled public frustration. There were uprisings, independence movements, and finally, the Soviet Union collapsed. Same for Arab Spring nations. Regimes that faced backlash offered limited reforms, at least some of them did. They wanted to appease the public while still controlling the country. It did not work though. The regimes were toppled one after the other. So countries like Iran may think that concessions will help, but they also give people a taste of freedom. It's like blood in the water. Once the public gets some, they want more. Could Iran be heading down the same path? Honestly, it's too soon to say. What we do know is that internet access empowers people, and for a country like Iran, this could mark the beginning of something much bigger. Whether it's change for the better or a crisis for the regime, only time will tell. Now let's talk about the United States. Next month, a new president will take office. Like many recent American leaders, Donald Trump has appointed Indian Americans to key positions. But he's not being able to shield them from racist attacks. His AI advisor, Sri Ram Krishnan, is facing a flood of hate. This is happening on X, the platform owned by Elon Musk, one of Donald Trump's closest allies. Some of these posts demand the deportation of talents like Krishnan. Others accuse Indians of exploiting America. Ironically, many of these racist posts come from Trump's own supporters. Our next report has the details.
Did any of you vote for this Indian to run America? Posts like these, featuring Sri Ramakrishnan, have been circulating widely on X in the past 24 hours. 2 days ago, Donald Trump picked Krishnan as his AI advisor. The decision was cheered by leading figures from the tech industry, and for good reason. Krishnan has an impressive resume. He has worked with the world's leading internet platforms like Facebook, Twitter, which is now X, and Snap. He also did a stint with Andreessen Horowitz, which is one of Silicon Valley's top venture capital firms. These roles paved the way for Krishnan's White House appointment. Unlike the claims of this bigot, Krishnan won't be running America. He'll be advising Trump on AI or artificial intelligence and working alongside David Sacks, the former CEO of PayPal. Trump has picked Sacks to be his White House AI and crypto czar. But Krishnan's appointment has sparked a firestorm of racist reactions, particularly on X. Take this post, for example, which urged Donald Trump to deport Sri Ramakrishnan. Here's another one calling Indians third world invaders. And this one claims that Indians are exploiting America. What's striking is that all these accounts are verified profiles on X. Krishnan's views on America's H-1B policy have been targeted in particular. He's called for country-specific limits on H-1B visas to be lifted. Then there are the conspiracy theories, like this one claiming that Krishnan isn't even an American. X has tried to fact-check these lies by attaching community notes. David Sacks wrote a post himself to defend his colleague. Even Elon Musk stepped in to support Krishnan. But as often happens on the internet, it's the hate that gets the loudest voice. Ironically, many of these racist comments come from users who are vocal supporters of Trump. Like Nas, who wrote this viral and racist post on X. Take a look at his profile. Nas has reshared many posts from Trump supporters. They urge the president-elect to uphold his America First approach and block more talented Indians like Krishnan from coming to the United States. This wave of hate shouldn't come as a surprise. It reflects a deeper reality in American society that Indian Americans often face racism in America. A survey from last year shed light on this troubling issue. The findings were stark. 1 in 2 Indian adults reported facing discrimination. The reasons? Their color, race or ethnicity. The reaction to Sri Ramakrishnan's appointment only reinforces this truth. Racism against Indians is deeply embedded in American society.
Moving to Vietnam, the country has a new internet law and it's making quite the noise. Let's show you some headlines. Vietnam's restrictive internet law comes into force. Critics decry Vietnam's draconian new internet law. Internet crackdown shrinks room for activism in Vietnam. There's a lot of backlash. So what exactly is this new law? What happens if you don't abide by it? Is it good or bad? Let's look at the law first. It's called the Decree 147. It applies to social media platforms. They must now verify their users in Vietnam. The likes of Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, they must all do it. Anyone in Vietnam using the internet must provide their details, like their email ID or contact details. And that's not all. Every user account must be verified with either their phone number or their Vietnamese identification number. Along with this, social media platforms must ask for other information like your full name and your date of birth. Tech companies have to store all this data, and when asked, they must provide it to authorities immediately. If the government tells you to remove some content, you must do it within 24 hours. This is for a tech company. Also, only verified accounts can live stream. This, in a nutshell, is the new law. Social media companies have 90 days to comply. If they don't, they will face the consequences. Although this isn't really new. Vietnam has a long history of internet censorship. The government stamps out dissent. It arrests critics, especially those who find an audience on social media. I'll give you the example of Duong Van Thai. He's a blogger with almost 120,000 subscribers on YouTube. On his channel, he had regular live streams, all critical of the government. In the month of October, he was jailed for 12 years. What was his crime? Publishing anti-state information. So this new law is not out of brand for Vietnam. That should explain the criticism and the backlash. But we also must ask a question here. Is it all bad? Is there an upside in this move? We ask because the internet is a vast, unregulated place. We can all do with greater accountability and more regulation. It could help curb online fraud, fake news and cybercrime. In a digital age, making users accountable is not such a bad idea after all. If implemented properly, it can be a strong deterrent. But that doesn't seem to be the motive here. Vietnam may argue that this is about better security, but it's clearly also building a tool for censorship, to suppress dissent, to silence journalists and activists, and to shrink the space for free speech, all under the guise of boosting cybersecurity. The demands for data collection are a clear red flag. So what does it mean for Vietnam? Does it mean more safety or silence on the internet? The answer depends really on who holds the keys to this digital lockbox and, more importantly, how they choose to turn them. Vietnam is not alone in this struggle. Countries across the world face the same dilemma. How do you balance security with privacy? How do you protect without oppressing? There are no easy answers. The only way is to hold broad consultations, build regulation, and enforce it without fear or favor. Easier said than done. But this conversation is crucial because in the digital age, every law that shapes the internet ultimately shapes the society behind it. The year is coming to an end. It's the perfect time to take stock of your feelings, to see what is working and what isn't. The Japanese did this recently. Their government held an anxiety survey just to see how everyone is doing, and the result is a little concerning. Nearly 80% of the island nation is anxious. This sounds a lot like a lot because it is. This is a record high level of anxiety for Japan. Sure, the Japanese have a range of issues. They have a shortage of matcha and an excess of sushi. But jokes aside, why is Japan so anxious? And how do they compare to other nations? Here's a report.
When you think of Japan, what comes to mind? Maybe Mount Fuji, cherry blossoms, or even samurai swords. Well, what about anxiety? We ask because Japan has recorded record high levels of anxiety. A government survey was held recently and it says that 78.2% Japanese people are anxious. This is up from 75.9% just last year. The Japanese increasingly feel that their standard of living is declining. 64% of them are worried about their health. 63% fear retirement. They are concerned about future income and savings. In fact, 64% are unhappy with what they earn. This anxiety doesn't come as a surprise because Japan faces an array of issues. This includes an excess sushi problem and a matcha shortage crisis. But that's not what we're talking about. This has been a tumultuous year for the island nation. In February, Japan unexpectedly slipped into a recession. The yen has been on the skids for years, but this summer it hit a record low. And lately, inflation has persisted in the country. It accelerated last month and prices rose by 2.7%, which is above the 2% inflation target of the Bank of Japan.
Every month I receive notices of prices increasing. Right now, we have no choice but to endure and continue making delicious food. It's our job to bow to our customers and get through this period.
Just like ramen shops, companies offering goods and services that are in demand are able to transfer costs to product prices and see their sales grow even if they raise their prices to some level. On the other hand, those struggling to pass on higher costs are being weeded out.
So, rising prices are a major pain point, and so is the roller coaster economy. The Japanese also face uncertain job prospects. All these factors have created the perfect storm of unhappiness. In fact, the Japanese are so unhappy that they don't want to live too long. Recently, a survey was conducted across 6 countries: Japan, the United States, China, South Korea, Germany, and Finland. People were asked how they felt about longevity, if they wanted to live to be 100. And this is what the survey found. Japan had the most number of people who were unhappy with the prospect. Only 21% of Japanese people would be happy to reach the age of 100. And just 27% of Japanese want to live to be 100. Compare that to 52% of Germans, 53% of South Koreans, 58% of Finns, 65% of Chinese, and 66% of Americans. Happiness in Japan is witnessing a downward trend. Yes, the economy plays a role, but there are cultural reasons as well. From highly competitive education to long working hours. So much so that they have a word for death by overwork. It is called karoshi. Japan also has a falling birth rate and marriage rate. This year, their population fell for the 15th consecutive year. It's now at a record low. Japan has a cocktail of problems and way too much sushi to pair with it. No wonder the country is anxious.
Christmas is finally here. It's a busy day for Santa Claus. The belief is that he is somewhere up in the skies riding his sleigh from one corner of the world to another. So we thought, why not do an experiment? Imagine you are Santa Claus in your sleigh. What would you see if you looked down? Let's find out. You're flying over East Asia first. Down in South Korea, you see massive public protests. The people are unhappy with their impeached president, Yoon Suk-yeol. He tried to impose martial law last month. The lawmakers responded by impeaching him. Whether he gets removed or not depends on South Korea's constitutional court. Korean prosecutors are also probing him, but Yoon is not responding to their summons. So South Korea is pretty tense right now. As you fly to the west, you cross the South China Sea. You look down, you see a standoff. Chinese ships are harassing the Philippine Navy. They're firing water cannons at Manila's ships. Overall, you see a lot more military assets in the region. China has built airstrips and bases on islands. The Philippines is busy building dozens of new ships. And Vietnam is reclaiming land to make artificial islands. It is all the ingredients of a conflict. If you zoom in, you can spot Taiwan. If you zoom in further, you can see China's military around it. 3 jets and 6 warships. That's what Taiwan detected today. Let's move further west now to one of the highest points in the world, the Himalayas. You look down and for a change, you don't see a standoff. You see what's left of it. India and China have pulled back soldiers from eastern Ladakh. They struck a border deal in October. You can see Indian soldiers patrolling snowy mountains. You can also see herders grazing nearby. Just a few years ago, there was a violent clash in the same place. It led to a freeze in bilateral ties, but now things are improving. Let's see what happens next. As you fly deeper into Asia, the scenes change. There is tension, there is destruction, and there is desperation. In Iran, you can see the regime in a state of panic. Their proxies have been weakened or destroyed. Their economy is not doing well. Their people are feeling rebellious. The Ayatollah is grappling with a tough decision. Should he relax his hold on power or should he hold tight and chase a nuclear bomb? Let's leave him to it. Further west, you will see something heartbreaking. Around 1.9 million people out of their homes in the cold, displaced, hungry and desperate. These are the people of Gaza. They have been under attack for more than a year. If you look closely, you may see Israeli missiles. They struck Gaza even on Christmas Day. Reports say 23 people were killed. Over in Israel, you can hear the air raid sirens ring. Yemen's Houthis are firing rockets at Israeli cities. No need to panic though. Their Iron Dome is making short work of it. It's time to leave Asia now. The next stop is Ukraine. Thousands of people are attending masses and gatherings. But if you listen closely, you can hear sirens. You can also see that some parts of the country are dark. Russia launched cruise missiles at Ukraine's energy infrastructure today. Nearly 500,000 people are without power. In Kiev, the panic is evident. President Zelensky has resisted Putin for nearly 3 years, but he may have to concede in 2025. Now it's time to fly down south to Africa. In Sudan, a conflict is underway. The paramilitary is fighting the army. They've been clashing for nearly 20 months now. Hundreds of people have been killed and many more injured. You can see that a famine has already set in. The United Nations says it will expand in the coming months. Further south in Mozambique, you can see the streets littered with debris. The country is trying to recover from deadly clashes yesterday. A recent election has been disputed by the opposition. The top court sided with the ruling party. What followed was chaos. Nearly 24 people were killed in 24 hours. Buckle in now, because it's time for a long transatlantic flight. Our first stop is Florida. You can see Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. He's probably got Elon Musk with him. Trump is preparing for his inauguration next month. It promises to be a disruptive yet consequential presidency. Up north in Canada, you can see a lonely Justin Trudeau, no friends in the party, no allies in parliament, and isolated on the global stage. Take a good look at him, because chances are he won't be there next Christmas. That wraps up our aerial survey. We saw chaos, protests, war and desperation, and yes, a few rays of hope too. Even the Pope is concerned about the state of affairs. He delivered a Christmas sermon. He delivers it every year. This time he sounded like the United Nations chief. So many calls for ceasefire.
May the sound of arms be silenced in war-torn Ukraine. May there be the boldness needed to open the door to negotiation and to gestures of dialogue and encounter in order to achieve a just and lasting peace. May the sound of arms be silenced in the Middle East. In contemplating the crib of Bethlehem, I think of the Christian communities in Palestine and Israel, particularly to the beloved people of Gaza, where the humanitarian situation is extremely grave.
If you think about it, this year had everything. Multiple regime changes, multiple wars, multiple humanitarian crises, and 73 elections sandwiched in between. Yet it feels like nothing significant happened, which is a sign of the times we live in. We've been through so much in this decade already: a pandemic, deadly wars, even nuclear rhetoric, so much so that we've normalized chaos. As this year comes to an end, it's important to remind ourselves that this is not normal. Peace and stability is supposed to be normal. 2024 did not bring much of that. Let's hope 2025 is better. Savior, Redeemer, Messiah, Son of God, Christ. Throughout history, Jesus has been known by many names. But Top G has not been one of them. That is until now. Enter Gen Z. The young are becoming one with God. They're talking about the divine bro, aka Jesus Christ, and spilling the holy tea, meaning the gospel. Not in church, but on TikTok, where dozens of accounts are yassifying the Bible, getting millions of views, and giving Jesus a holy makeover. The young are rewriting Bible scriptures, where the crucifixion is a glow-up, where Jesus has riz or charisma, where the disciples are stressing hard, so the divine bro asks them to chill. Bible stories have been rewritten with modern slang memes and punctuation or the lack thereof, which will make your heart ache. But Gen Z says, bro, chill. Because they have a different goal here: to keep people vibing with the Bible. They want to make the holy text more accessible, even if that means taking a digital approach in a loose conversational style. And while their heart is in the right place, the Gen Z Bible does call Mary a pick-me girl, or a woman who is trying too hard to win male attention. Of course, not everyone is happy about this. Critics say this trivializes the scripture. They call it disrespectful. Some social media users have even called it blasphemous. But the reactions are mixed. Some Christian scholars have in fact praised this approach. They're reading it in church, and they call it the evolution that Christianity needs, the bridge between ancient wisdom and modern-day pop culture. They think it could inspire more youngsters to read the Bible, and they may have a point, because Bible sales have skyrocketed this year. They soared by 22%, mostly thanks to young college students in the West who are buying the book in droves. This is a hallelujah moment for Christianity. It has been slowly dying in the West. In 2010, Europe's Christian population stood at 553 million. By 2050, it is expected to drop to 454 million. That's a fall of about 100 million. In fact, the decline is already evident in huge Gothic cathedrals with empty pews, or in shuttered church buildings which are increasingly being converted into nightclubs. That's Europe for you. The US is following closely. 8 in 10 Americans say the church is losing influence. About 64% Americans call themselves Christian today, which may sound like a lot, but about 50 years ago, this number stood at 90%. The decline is so sharp that by 2070, Christians may no longer form the majority in the US. The church is trying to change that. They're trying to curry favor with the young. The Vatican has an anime-style mascot. They have launched an app-driven digital rosary, and a Swiss city has installed an AI Jesus Christ. You can visit the church, ask the Jesus screen anything, and he will respond. And this is not just about apps, AI or TikTok, and this is not just about Christianity either. Studies show that Gen Z is the least religious generation the world over. Sure, there are exceptions, like here in India, where 8 in 10 people believe in God, or Iran, which is a very religious society. But these are, like I said, exceptions. The norm is a decline in belief. Many countries where religion was important a century ago have some of the lowest belief rates in the world now. And many countries that are still strongly religious have seen recent declines. It's something that we rarely talk about how a religion dies, because we think of religious teachings or rituals as timeless. History shows they're not. Look at the Egyptians, the Greek, or the Norse pantheons. They're now simply legends or myths. So the Gen Z approach may have cracks. It can certainly do with better language, but it's also an attempt to make religion accessible. At the end of the day, faith does not mean rejecting the idea of change. To be passed down, it must evolve and be in tune with the times. We know artificial intelligence would be dangerous. We all knew that. But just how dangerous? We are finding out this Christmas season. Politicians love to be seen as giving and generous, as the guys who bring cheer and smiles. If you think about it, that's also what Santa does. And if you mix the two, what do you get? Politicians as Santa. Thanks to AI, it's not a nightmare anymore. It's possible to create such pictures and videos. Some are creating it themselves, others can thank their fans and supporters. Take a look. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. As the world celebrates Christmas, we leave you with visuals from across the globe. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
just getting ready for the holiday. And a couple little things we have here with us to just prepare, which will be sort of fun in a couple days.
We begin in Europe, where Denmark has announced its plans to boost defenses for Greenland, an island that's dominating headlines this week. Denmark's defense minister said the country will invest $1.5 billion to bolster resources. He also added that the package would allow the purchase of 2 long-range drones, 2 patrol boats, and 2 teams of sled dogs for deployment in Greenland.
For many years, we have not invested enough in the Arctic. Now we are planning a stronger presence. It is ironic that it coincides with the announcement from the United States.
Now, the announcement comes after President-elect Donald Trump suggested that the United States should buy the world's largest island. On Monday, the incoming president posted on Truth Social that Greenland's ownership is extremely crucial to America.
For purposes of national security and freedom throughout the world, the United States of America feels that the ownership and control of Greenland is an absolute necessity.
And not just Greenland, but Donald Trump has also threatened to take back the Panama Canal and make Canada the 51st state of the United States. Moreover, the incoming president's son, Eric Trump, posted a picture on X where his father was shown ordering Greenland, the Panama Canal, and Canada on Amazon. The post quickly went viral on X with nearly 10 million views in just a single day. Meanwhile, Greenland's prime minister said that the island of 56,000 people is not up for sale.
Greenland is ours. We are not for sale and will never be for sale. We must not lose our long struggle for freedom.
Now, however, experts say Denmark's plan to bolster Greenland's defenses should not be seen as a direct response to Trump's comments. Reportedly, the plan has actually been under discussion for a long time as Denmark has been slow to expand its military capabilities in the region. The Nordic nation has also failed to protect waters around Greenland against China and Russia's encroachments.
As an important stakeholder in Arctic affairs, China has been participating in Arctic affairs in line with the basic principle of respecting win-win cooperation and sustainable development, and has strengthened cooperation with other parties to uphold peace and stability in the Arctic and promote sustainable development in the region. The U.S. has misinterpreted China's Arctic policy and made irresponsible remarks on China's normal Arctic activities in accordance with international law, which is not conducive to peace, stability, and cooperation in the Arctic. China is firmly opposed to that.
Now, notably, Greenland sits between the Arctic and the Atlantic Oceans, and it's an autonomous territory that has been part of the Kingdom of Denmark for more than 600 years. However, Greenland's capital city, Nuuk, is closer to New York than the Danish capital, Copenhagen. The island boasts minerals, oil, and natural resources and is home to a crucial airbase of the U.S. military. Donald Trump originally proposed to acquire Greenland during his first term. However, his idea led to a sharp rebuke from the island's leaders. And here in the United States, Ford, General Motors, and Toyota will donate $1 million each to Donald Trump's inauguration in January. The two American and Japanese automakers will also provide vehicles for the swearing in. The announcement comes just a week after the president-elect said that he would roll back President Joe Biden's electric vehicle mandate. The regulation, which was signed by President Biden in March this year, remains one of the most significant climate regulations in the nation's history. It ensures that automakers only produce hybrid or fully electric vehicles by 2032 in a bid to reduce high carbon emissions that are linked to gas-powered vehicles. The standards would have reduced the fuel cost for average Americans by at least $6,000 per year. President Biden's EV mandate, which Donald Trump now wants to roll back, would also have cut America's emissions by half by the end of this decade. However, several automakers, including Ford and General Motors, oppose President Biden's EV policies and have welcomed Donald Trump's plan to slash the mandate. Throughout his electoral campaign, the Republican maintained that he was against the mandatory enforcement of replacing gas-powered vehicles with electric cars.
I'm not making any final decisions on it. I'm a big fan of electric cars, but I'm a fan of gasoline-propelled cars and also hybrids and whatever else happens to come along. And you can't mandate that you can only buy an electric car. You know, for this country to build charging stations all throughout the nation will cost anywhere from $3 to $5 trillion. No country has enough money to do that.
Now, rolling back President Biden's EV mandate would hurt several electric automakers, including Tesla, which is owned by Donald Trump's closest ally, Elon Musk. Tesla, however, remains the #1 EV manufacturer in the United States and dominates the electric market with nearly 50% of all new car sales. Now, despite being the closest of allies, Donald Trump said that the mandate unfairly gives an advantage to electric car makers, including Tesla.
And I'm a big fan of electric cars, but it's going to be a smaller, much smaller market. They don't go far enough and they're very expensive. So what I would do is very strongly, I would rescind the mandate because the mandate is ridiculous. People want to buy a gasoline-powered car, propelled car. If they want to do that, I think they should. If they want to buy a hybrid, they should be able to buy a hybrid. And what they've done is they're going to destroy our automobile industry. And I am a big fan of electric. I'm a big fan of Elon and other people involved in the electric car.
Now, it's not just automobile manufacturers that are donating millions to the president's inauguration. Tech firms, including Amazon, Meta, and OpenAI, are also donating $1 million each for the ceremony. Conglomerates that once openly backed Vice President Kamala Harris are also supporting Donald Trump's inauguration as well. And in South America, authorities in Brazil have halted the construction of a factory for Chinese electric vehicle giant Build Your Dreams, or BYD. Brazilian officials rescued more than 160 workers living in the factory in slave-like conditions. The incident took place in Brazil's northeast, where BYD has been building its first electric vehicle plant outside Asia. The workers were brought from China by a third-party firm supported by the Chinese government.
We found that the work of these 163 workers was carried out in slavery-like conditions. Minimum safety conditions were not being met in the work environment. The conditions found in the lodgings revealed an alarming picture of precariousness and degradation.
Now, according to Brazilian authorities, the workers were forced to work excessive hours 7 days a week. They were forced to sleep on beds without mattresses, and the bathrooms lacked toilet paper and water. Moreover, only one bathroom was assigned per 30 workers, prompting them to wake up at 4 a.m. just to get ready for work. No cabinets or kitchen space were provided, forcing the workers to keep their food in unsanitary conditions.
All the accommodations shared serious infrastructure and hygiene problems. The bathrooms, in addition to being insufficient, were not separated by sex, did not have adequate toilet seats, and presented poor hygiene conditions. The lack of a suitable place to wash clothes led workers to use their own bathrooms for this purpose.
Now, according to Brazil's labor prosecutors, more than 100 workers had their passports and salaries withheld and had to ask permission just to leave the facility.
In addition to the degrading conditions, the situation constitutes forced labor due to several indicators found during the inspections. The workers were required to pay a deposit, had 60% of their wages withheld, faced excessive costs for terminating their contracts, and had their passports withheld by the company. Early termination of the contract implied the loss of the deposit and the amounts withheld, in addition to the obligation to pay for the return ticket and reimburse the cost of the outward ticket.
Responding to the latest incident, Chinese EV maker BYD says that it does not tolerate the disrespect of Brazilian law and human dignity. The EV giant added that it has terminated the contract with the construction firm and that all workers have been transferred to hotels. Now, globally, BYD continues to dominate the EV market and has even outsold billionaire Elon Musk's Tesla. However, the Chinese firm is under the radar in multiple countries, including Brazil and India, for multiple labor law violations as well as tax evasion. And in Europe, Italy's billion-dollar plan to process asylum seekers in Albania has turned into a fiasco. With empty facilities, stranded police officers, and mounting public outrage, the scheme has fallen apart amid skyrocketing costs. Migrants spent mere hours in Albania before being sent back to Italy due to a court ruling, leaving five-star hotels and detention centers occupied by stray dogs. Critics have slammed the project as a waste of taxpayer money. And the question now, will Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's credibility take a hit? Our next report brings you more on the unfolding controversy.
Back in June, when Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni visited the construction site of the Italian-run migrant center in Shenzhen, Albania, she promised that the asylum plan will be so successful that eventually it could become a part of the structural solution of the European Union.
The jurisdiction of these centers will be Italian. The staff that will operate inside will be Italian. Public order inside the centers will be ensured by the Italian police, while the Albanian government ensures cooperation with its police forces for security and external surveillance of the facility. Then we will have inaugurated a completely new phase in the management of the migration problem. The agreement could be replicated in many countries. It could become a part of the structural solution of the European Union.
However, 3 months after the asylum opened in October, it has unwinded into a costly embarrassment, sparking outrage and ridicule.
We have a number of key concerns about the Italy-Albania deal. First of all, it risks jeopardizing the universally recognized human right to seek asylum, irrespective of which country one arrives from and how one arrives in Europe.
The project, which was once lauded by the European Commission as a model solution for handling migrants outside the EU, is now in a limbo, with empty facilities, legal hurdles, and mounting criticism over its expense.
So we're very concerned to have heard the Commission President von der Leyen this week indicating that lessons should be drawn from this Italy-Albania deal for the EU more broadly. We do not think this ought to in any way become a blueprint for other member states offshoring asylum responsibilities. She also indicated that this could bring lessons to the so-called return hubs that the EU is looking to develop, which we believe would be an absolute a step in the absolute wrong direction.
Shedding more light on this controversy were undercover Albanian journalists who revealed an unsettling reality.
We came here for work. We are the security for the migrant center, but there are no migrants in the facilities. They have been transferred to Italy. It's just us here. We are paid to act as tourists. Breakfast, dinner, and sauna, all free. The Italian government pays.
Since the asylum's opening in October, only 24 migrants have reached Albania, and their stays were fleeting. 5 left within 12 hours, while the rest remained for just over 2 days. Italian judges citing international law ruled it illegal to hold intercepted migrants in Albania before repatriating them to safe countries like Bangladesh and Egypt, and this decision effectively halted the project. Another detention center in Jeddah has been repurposed as an informal dog shelter. Stray dogs, cared for by 15 prison officers stationed there, now occupy the facilities.
The prison officers have attended the dogs' needs with love and patience, ensuring them food, water, daily medical care, and above all, a safe and affectionate environment.
The deal costing €1 billion or over $1,040,000 has become a political nightmare for Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Opposition parties have denounced it as a complete failure and a financial disaster.
Don't touch me. How dare you? Prime Minister, nice stuff that's happening. At least we have that left, Prime Minister. You've been playing the victims for an hour without answering a single question about how this center will work.
We brought Italian and European legislation here. Aren't you an MP from Plus Europa? Didn't you want more Europe?
This tells us what is going to happen. If this happens on camera, to an MP, you can imagine what will happen to those poor people who will be locked in here.
Meloni remains defiant, vowing to make the migrant centers operational even if it requires her involvement. However, her credibility is under fire. Immigration has been a central issue for her government, which criticized previous administrations for overspending on migration. As Italy scrambles to revise the plan, public confidence is waning. The Albania deal, intended as a bold solution, now serves as a cautionary tale of political overreach, wasteful spending, and flawed execution. Whether it can be salvaged remains uncertain, but its failures are already etched into Italy's migration policy history.
And finally, from Latin America, Argentina's President Javier Milei has announced a bold and extensive plan to establish more nuclear plants in the country. The chainsaw-wielding president wants the new plants to incorporate artificial intelligence and make Argentina a nuclear pioneer. The far-right leader says he's secured American funding for the project after meeting President-elect Donald Trump and billionaire Elon Musk. We'll bring you more about Milei's ambitious nuclear strategy.
Under President Javier Milei, Argentina remains on a path toward reform. The chainsaw-wielding right-wing leader has promised to transform the Latin American nation. Plagued with skyrocketing inflation and high unemployment rates for years, Milei has been quick to push through with his policies. Despite protests, Milei has slashed funding for several government agencies and public institutions. And his tactics have worked. After decades, Argentina's inflation is at a 4-year low and locals are optimistic about the economy. But Milei has his eyes on a new project, nuclear plants. Milei wants to incorporate nuclear energy into Argentina's ambitions. Last week, he announced the Argentine Nuclear Plan, an initiative that would include the construction of small reactors that would also leverage the strength of artificial intelligence. Milei says the AI-based nuclear plants would be needed to support the rising demand for electricity amid a worldwide AI boom. Milei added that nuclear energy is vital to boost the advancement of AI technologies.
The potential for development in artificial intelligence is so immense that conventional energy will not be enough to supply this new demand, which is why we are convinced that a resurgence of nuclear energy will occur throughout the world. Because despite the countless campaigns of discredit that some international foundations have mounted, nuclear energy is the only source that is sufficiently efficient, abundant, and rapidly scalable to cope with the development of our civilization.
However, Argentina will not be undertaking this ambitious project alone. Milei has requested the United States to invest in Argentina, including in nuclear energy projects.
Basically, I have to tell you that we will indeed move forward with a free trade agreement with the United States. Just yesterday and today, it was reaffirmed by the spokesperson of the President-elect of the United States, Donald Trump, that we will work to achieve a free trade agreement with the United States.
Milei is hoping that with Donald Trump in the White House, relations between Washington and Buenos Aires will rise exponentially. Milei not only has a good rapport with Donald Trump, but even the president-elect's closest ally, Elon Musk. Milei was the first international leader to meet Trump after the US election, and he's also likely to attend the inauguration in January. The two world leaders, joined by Elon Musk, have already dined together multiple times. With Elon Musk pushing for AI with his firm XAI, Argentina could play a major role by supporting Musk with nuclear-generated power that would enable XAI's quantum AI computing growth. Milei plans to inaugurate the AI-centric nuclear plant in Argentina by 2030, and the United Nations nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has already given Milei the green light. The AI-leveraged project will utilize Argentine technology and will also aim to develop uranium reserves for domestic use and export. Currently, Argentina has 3 nuclear reactors, with 2 in Atucha and 1 in Embalse, and they generate between 7 to 10% of the country's electricity. A 4th reactor has been in the works in a joint project with China, but it has been stalled since 2022 and is on the verge of being terminated after Milei came to power and switched Argentina's foreign policy with a major tilt towards the United States. Milei says that after decades of decline, Argentina will make a triumphant return to the global landscape by becoming a nuclear energy pioneer. Milei plans to feed the AI-linked demand for energy by incorporating AI technology in nuclear plants. Will Milei's ambitious plans bear fruit, or will the Argentine president face roadblocks even before AI enters the nuclear arena?
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you all for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority: tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa. I am Gushin Galen, and tonight on the show we explore why fresh violence in Mozambique is worsening the political crisis, why Mauritius has given an ultimatum to the UK over the Chagos deal, and why has it become necessary for Nigeria to crack down on illegal oil theft. We begin with the latest on Mozambique. The situation in the southern African nation remains tense. Protests in the country over the disputed election results have escalated. At least 21 people, including 2 police officers, have been killed in the past 24 hours. The government said that a total 236 acts of serious violence were reported across the country. Those acts had left at least 25 people wounded, including 13 police officers. It further said groups of armed men using bladed weapons and firearms had also carried out attacks against police stations and other public infrastructure.
Yesterday, here in the Benfica area, 2 young people were shot to death. Police without uniform came in a BT-50 car and started to shoot. Then they went to the localities killing people anyway.
Protests and violence erupted across Mozambique again after the Constitutional Council confirmed the ruling Frelimo party candidate Daniel Chapo as the winner of the disputed elections in October. The total number of deaths in post-poll violence in Mozambique has crossed 150. Since the protests began this week, shops, banks, supermarkets and petrol stations were ransacked in several parts of the country, with windows being smashed and incidents of looting. Some vehicles and shops were even set on fire. Several main roads were also blocked by barricades and burning tires. Christmas Eve, which is usually a busy time in capital Maputo, also saw shops and small neighborhood grocery stores being closed, making bread unavailable to local residents. Many local residents also chose to stay at home to avoid getting caught up in the unrest. Meanwhile, opposition Podemos party candidate Venancio Mondlane, who has contended the poll results, declared that he would install himself as president on January 15th, the day that Chapo is due to be sworn in. He also said the country was still going to celebrate Christmas this year, despite the killings.
Yes, we're going to have Christmas. We've already said that our Christmas is Mozambique. It's going to be on the streets.
50-year-old Mondlane, who has been in exile since October, also called for demonstrations to continue on the streets, despite the killings.
The demonstrations must continue because it has been proven that this regime is an illegitimate, illegal, terrorist regime that is doing everything in its power to massacre its own people.
Now, Mozambique has been on the edge ever since the results of the October 9 elections extended the Frelimo party's 49-year rule in the country. The Election Commission had declared Frelimo party's Daniel Chapo as winner with nearly 71% of the votes. On Monday, the Constitutional Council confirmed poll results but revised Daniel Chapo's winning share to only 65% of votes. Venancio Mondlane, on the other hand, received an upward revision of 24.2% of the vote. He had only won 20% of the votes when the results were declared initially. But Mondlane has refused to accept the results, calling them fraud and accusing the Frelimo party of vote rigging. The Podemos party leader claims to be the winner of the October elections and has called for protest and uprising several times through social media.
In Mozambique, the Constitutional Council is legal, but this legality of legalizing fraud, of legalizing the humiliation of one's own people. My friends, here it is, the time has come.
Now, since the beginning of protests in late October, several cities, mines, ports and even borders have also been affected by the ongoing protests. The unrest has also disrupted some major business operations, leading to economic losses for the southern African nation. And all of this has come at a time when the country has been battling with Cyclone Chido that has caused severe destruction and hunger among the people. So with the opposition calling for more protests in the country despite the killings, question is Mozambique heading into a greater political crisis and instability? Or is there still some hope for the two opposing sides to come to a consensus to end the crisis? Now, to discuss more on this, we have with us international affairs expert Musa Omdunge, who is joining us live from Dundee, United Kingdom. Mr. Omdunge, welcome to Firstpost.
Thank you so much for having me.
Mr. Omdunge, the opposition has repeatedly been calling for an uprising call. Could this be further deteriorate the situation in Mozambique and lead to more violence?
Certainly, it looks like that is where it is going. And this is particularly because when you look at the posture of the opposition parties, it seems like they are all coalescing around a position that tries to legitimize these elections and the results. And particularly given that now Renamo itself, which has been the traditional opposition of Frelimo, has itself also stated that it will release its own set of results. Contesting the official ones means that you are likely to see here three poles of power and contestation. And this will then make the situation perhaps more fluid than we have seen it be currently and traditionally in the history of Mozambique since its decolonization in 1975. So certainly, it seems like all roads lead to further sort of violence, particularly given sort of the inaction of regional bodies such as SADC as well as the African Union that don't seem to have a clear position on this matter. And in many ways, that's what make the road to peace be more difficult.
Right. In your view, what steps should both the opposition and the government take to resolve this crisis peacefully?
Well, look, you know, some have touted on the South African solution of a possible government of national unity. In many ways, the opposition have started to do that, but their problem is that they are creating a satellite government that opposes the one that is officially in power. And what we ought to see now is the intervention of regional bodies such as SADC, particularly countries like South Africa, that has a very key role, not only in terms of the economic development via trade and investment in terms of its relationship with Mozambique, but of course, because South Africa is a feeder country whereby most Mozambican experts have gone on to live, whether legally or illegally. And so South Africa has a vested interest in finding a peaceful resolution. But one of the things long-term that needs to happen here is we are yet to see sort of a standards being developed, continental standards, or an electoral or a continental electoral commission being established that will govern how elections are done on the continent and ensure that the rules of engagement when it comes to elections are one that are respected by all political parties. Because the challenge is we can't have an opposition party that goes out before the official results are declared and declares itself a winner. That in and within itself is problematic and is part of the reasons why we have seen the levels of violence.
Right. And lastly, Mr. Omdunge, if Mozambique does plunge into further turmoil and political uncertainty, how do you think this will impact the stability in the region?
Well, given Mozambique's geographical position, which really connects Southern Africa to East Africa, it is quite an important link in terms of that greater sort of East and Southern African trade, a huge market where the transit for goods, the transit for people is very, very important. So in many ways, instability in Mozambique continues to paint the rest of the region as places where investments carry a high level of risk. And in many ways, therefore, the economic fortunes of its neighbors is in many ways linked to its own economic fortunes. Don't forget that in the north, in northern Mozambique, in the Cabo Delgado province, it is home to some of the greatest gas findings. And so development in terms of Mozambique's energy industry hinges on the certainty of security. And so the inability of the security forces to manage the risks posed by the Al-Qaeda terrorist forces in the north is greatly hindered by security forces having to now fight on another front, which is the home front in terms of this civil conflict. So in many ways, both the economic and the greater political security of the region hinges on this moment, and time will tell whether leaders will indeed use their political currency to make the kind of noise to get both sides to the negotiation table.
Right. That was international affairs expert Musa Omdunge, who joined us live from the United Kingdom. Mr. Omdunge, as we closely track the story, I thank you very much for sharing your insights with Firstpost.
Thank you so much for having me, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Shifting focus to Mauritius, the island nation has issued a major ultimatum to the United Kingdom. The new Mauritius government is holding out a deal which would grant the African nation control over the UK's last remaining colony in Africa, the Chagos Islands. The new Mauritius government, led by Naveen Ramgoolam, who took office last month, has made it clear that the deal negotiated by the previous Praveen Jugnauth government will not go forward in its current form. Prime Minister Ramgoolam ordered a review of the deal as soon as he took charge. But now even those talks are hitting a roadblock. And the reason is money. Mauritius Deputy Prime Minister has revealed that negotiations are stalling over monetary terms of the deal. He says the UK is quibbling about a very small amount. This puts the historic Chagos deal between the UK and Mauritius in jeopardy. Now let's get some perspective. Chagos Islands are a group of over 60 smaller islands in the Indian Ocean and is located around 2,000 kilometers away from Mauritius. After a decades-long dispute, the UK finally agreed to cede their control to Mauritius as part of a deal struck in October between then Prime Minister Jugnauth and UK's Keir Starmer. However, the deal had a condition. The British government would not hand over control of the largest island of Diego Garcia, that hosts a strategic joint UK-US military base, and it would remain under British control for at least 99 years. As per the deal, the UK would provide a package of financial support to Mauritius, but neither side revealed how much money is involved in the agreement. However, it seems like the money offered is not enough for Mauritius. As per reports, Mauritius seeks the payments from UK to use it for tackling its economic challenges, including high cost of living and debt. But reports also say that the UK does not plan to offer more money to Mauritius. If true, this brings the deal to a deadlock. So senior British officials and the United States are scrambling to finalize a deal. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has also spoken to Mauritius Prime Minister Ramgoolam and urged him to finalize the treaty. However, Ramgoolam said he conveyed his concerns to the US diplomat and has come up with a counter-proposal. The US and the UK are in a hurry to salvage the deal before Donald Trump returns to the White House on January 20. As per reports, the president-elect is not happy with the Chagos Islands deal, and he's seen as a threat to the key joint military base in Diego Garcia. The base has been a strategic hub for long-range bombers and ships, especially during the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. But if the deal works out, Trump reportedly says it will be a threat to US national security. He fears it could then be used by China to expand its influence in the Indian Ocean by setting up its own rival base. Now, to set up the military base in Diego Garcia, the UK had evicted thousands of Chagos Islands inhabitants. The country had faced huge flack for not ceding control over the islands. So when the deal was finalized, UK's Keir Starmer-led government saw it as a major victory, as it relinquished its colony but also managed to retain control over its base. And this deal also garnered blessings from Joe Biden's administration in the US. So be it President Biden, Prime Minister Starmer, President-elect Donald Trump, or the Mauritius government, everybody has their own plan with the Chagos deal. It remains to be seen who will finally get their way. And now moving to Nigeria, the country has launched a massive crackdown on illegal oil trade. In a decisive blow to the illegal oil trade, Nigeria's military and security forces have recovered 1.2 million litres, which is around 317,000 gallons of stolen crude oil. At least 17 suspects have been arrested, along with vehicles and oil refining equipment that have also been seized. The authorities even dismantled 56 bunkering sites, seized at least 88 cooking drums, and recovered thousands of litres of illegally refined automotive gas oil. Nigerian authorities destroyed at least 15 illegal refining sites in the Okorodia forest of Yenagoa in the Bay Elsa state. Now, Nigeria's Bola Tinubu administration is pushing hard to drain the lifeblood of this underground economy. And despite being Africa's biggest crude oil producer, Nigeria has faced major setbacks due to large-scale oil theft and pipeline sabotage. Rampant oil theft in the country has led to a fallout in output, reduced exports, and crippled government finances of an already troubled economy. And tackling this problem has been a serious challenge for the Tinubu administration. The scale of oil theft has increased in recent years. Between 2009 and 2020, Nigeria lost approximately 620 million barrels of crude oil, which was valued at $46 billion. In 2022, about $23 billion in oil revenue was lost to theft, which is also one of the highest in recent years. Nigeria's oil-rich Niger Delta is the hotspot of the illegal trade. Here, thieves who are usually heavily armed militiamen arrive on speedboats and siphon oil from pipelines using mini drums and hoses. Oil thieves in Nigeria also endanger lives of the residents in the delta, which is due to pollution caused by oil spills. Between 2011 and 2021, there were over 9,000 incidents of oil spills. This has contaminated the air, land and water of Nigeria's Niger Delta. Rising oil theft also forces Nigeria to slip as the continent's largest exporter and fell behind Angola, Algeria and Libya. But this year it bounced back and claimed its top spot back. The government is improving security measures to help tackle criminals. It also deployed a batch of military-grade gunboats to help the Navy fight oil thieves. Oil exports are crucial for Nigeria's economy. Production of crude oil currently averages to about 1.8 million barrels per day, compared with 1.3 million barrels per day in March. Though Nigeria has the capacity to export close to 2 million barrels per day, experts say the country's oil output could meet its potential in few months if security measures continue to remain tightened. The West African country is in dire need to ramp up its crude production as it faces a troubled economy, fast-falling naira and insufficient foreign exchange. The rising cost of living due to this has heavily burdened the Nigerian citizens, who have been struggling with high prices of basic necessities. Nigeria's economic troubles began when President Bola Tinubu introduced reforms more than a year ago. These reforms were aimed at reviving the economy but have triggered high inflation. If in November, Nigeria's inflation rose to 34.60% due to soaring food prices and increase in the pump price of petroleum products. Earlier this year, Nigeria's capital, Abuja, and commercial capital, Lagos, witnessed protests by citizens against the persistent economic hardships. The demonstrations, dubbed as End Bad Governance protests, called for President Bola Tinubu to step down. These protests turned violent after they were met with a deadly crackdown, including mass arrests and killings. Some protesters were also charged with treason. President Tinubu maintains that this phase of economic crisis is temporary. But Nigerians argue that President Tinubu should first cut his cabinet salaries and tackle state corruption before asking them to be patient with the hardships. The Nigerian president, who has the largest cabinet in the country's history, refused to do so. But the government says it has heard the demands of its people. While reversal of set economic reforms as demanded by protesters receives no mention, the government says it is using its resources to fight criminals stealing oil, which indeed is impacting Nigeria's economy. So can this bold crackdown on oil thieves by the Nigerian government result in the permanent end of the economic sabotage? And finally, in a small library in Somaliland's capital, Hargeisa, a cultural movement is shaping the history of the breakaway Somali region. While the self-declared Republic of Somaliland remains unrecognized by most of the world, its people are turning to an unexpected medium to declare their existence, with old cassette tapes, where melodies, memories, and voices of the past are leaving a legacy of the future.
In a quiet library in Somaliland's Hargeisa, archivist Hafsa Omar turns to a cassette player. As she presses play, the room is swept into a time warp. In this musical cast from the past, the notes of a Somali lute mingle with a woman's soulful singing. And in a moment, a unique pentatonic melody fills the room. Through her keyboard, Hafsa gently taps into Somaliland's heartbeat. Her work is anything but casual. Since 2021, she has been digitizing a treasure trove of history, a collection of around 14,000 cassette tapes housed in the Hargeisa Cultural Center. The tapes are a record of more than 50 years of Somaliland's cultural and political life. To Hafsa, the sounds in these cassette tapes are like verses of a hymn to be preserved. To Hafsa, the sounds in these cassette tapes are like verses of a hymn to be preserved so that future generations of this land know of its past in the voice of its own people.
People do not, see this, things important. But I see it important because it's holding a whole history of my country. It's holding a whole history of my people, because my people, they never write, they never read. All they do is they talk.
The Somali people have traditionally lived as nomadic shepherds. With barely 30% literacy rate at present, the region's past has been rooted in oral traditions. Somaliland in particular has been a centre of music and poetry. These art forms have played a profound role in shaping the region's identity. From the countercultural Somali funk of the 1970s to the rare recordings of everyday conversations, these tapes offer an intimate glimpse into the lives of Somaliland's people. The tapes also have the records of the region's decades-long civil war that led to Somaliland's declaration of independence in 1991. Radio Hargeisa, the region's public broadcaster, has its own archive of over 5,000 reels of recordings dating all the way back to 1943. But the tapes at the Cultural Centre reveal something deeper and personal. In the 1970s and 1980s, with tape recorders becoming more accessible, people used them to communicate with family members displaced by conflict. These recordings captured not only regular family updates, but also the vivid accounts of survival during the brutal civil war between 1981 and 1991. The city of Hargeisa itself bore the brunt of this violence. By 1988, 70% of the city was destroyed in fighting between rebels and the military regime of Siad Barre. Even then, the cassette tapes became a medium to share suppressed stories of resilience and resistance.
You find cassettes that has been recorded underground, a group of people who are chewing chat in a session, typical of a group of men, friends, who are talking about politics, and who they cannot say in public what they are saying, but they are against the dictatorship.
Digitizing the archives is no small feat. Fewer than 5,000 tapes have been catalogued. Only 1,100 have been digitized. Hafsa and her team of 4 archivists have a monumental task ahead. At its heart, the work is not just the preservation of Somaliland's past, but a declaration of its existence.
This is just a proof to disprove those who say that Somaliland doesn't exist, because it shows that it exists. And putting these blocks together and making, the history is made by the people who were witnessing. The failure is that when we don't document, someone else creates another narrative. So this is to give the real narrative for this society, for these people, and it is becoming fundamental for the young generation who doesn't know anything about her.
In a world that often overlooks Somaliland, Hafsa and her team ensure their history is not forgotten. In this library, every digitized note, word and melody is a step towards ensuring that Somaliland's stories endure the test of time. Because when melody becomes memory, memory becomes history.
That's it on the show. I wish you all a very Merry Christmas. Thanks for watching.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We begin with China tonight, where the army is losing its top generals, not at the hands of an enemy, but thanks to their own president. In the last 2 years, he's fired some 30 top officials in the Chinese military, including 2 defense ministers, maybe a third one too. Why is Xi Jinping doing this? And what does this purge mean for the PLA? We'll bring you the full story. In Pakistan, will Imran Khan be finally released from jail? We ask because Donald Trump's team is pushing for it and the Pakistani government is engaging with Imran Khan's party. In the east, the Philippines wants to buy America's Typhoon missiles. We'll tell you why China is having a meltdown over it. In Syria, unrest in multiple cities. Can the new regime in Damascus protect the country's minorities? Despite Dhaka's hostility, India sends shipments of rice to Bangladesh as they struggle with rising prices. Donald Trump continues to mock Justin Trudeau. Even in his Christmas message, we decode the rift between the two leaders. Also, why Elon Musk now wants a town of his own in Texas. Why Mozambique remains in turmoil, now with a major prison break. What is the Annapurna certificate that's been called India's answer to the Michelin stars? And how do you choose a New Year's resolution that you won't fail? All this and more coming up. The headlines first. Israeli airstrikes hit several targets in Houthi-held areas of Yemen. The Sana'a airport, a military base and a power station all come under attack. The Houthis slam Israeli aggression. The strikes come a day after Yemen fired a ballistic missile and 2 drones at Israel. Israeli Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir visits the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound in Jerusalem, triggering angry reactions from the Palestinian Authority and Jordan. Israel has had a long-standing ban on Jewish prayers at this site, but Ben-Gvir has repeatedly defied it. The Al-Aqsa compound has been a focal point of tension between Israel and Palestine. What caused the Azerbaijan Airlines plane to crash? A Ukrainian official claims the aircraft was shot down by a Russian air defense system, but Moscow and Kazakhstan play down the speculation. The Kremlin says, wait for the investigation to end. 38 people were killed in the plane crash on Christmas. China to build the world's largest hydropower dam in Tibet. The dam on the Brahmaputra River will be close to the Indian border. This has raised concerns in India and Bangladesh. The project could alter not only the local ecology but also the flow of the river downstream. An undersea power cable linking Finland and Estonia breaks down. It's the latest incident involving telecom cables and energy pipelines in the Baltic Sea. Last month, 2 cables linking Sweden and Denmark were damaged. Tensions have mounted around the Baltic Sea since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And South Korea's opposition moves to impeach its acting president. This comes amid a row over the composition of the Constitutional Court. The court will decide if suspended President Yoon Suk-yeol should be removed from office. South Korea has been in political turmoil since Yoon declared martial law on the 3rd of December. "2024 is winding down. For most of us, a new year means a fresh start. But Xi Jinping is not most of us. He believes in business as usual. For China's military, that translates into more turmoil and more of the president's vengeful cleanup drive. It began in 2023 with a massive shake-up. 2 defense ministers disappeared in quick succession. 9 generals were purged shortly after. It's been 2 years and the purge is only picking pace. Top military officers are being given the boot in China. On Firstpost, we track China very closely, but even for us, it's getting harder to keep up. In the last 2 days, at least 3 top officials have been sacked. 2 of them were fired today. Their names are Yo Hai Tao and Li Pengchung. Both served as generals in the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, or the Chinese Army. These generals also held key roles in China's parliament. Their job was to shape military laws. But one fine day, their membership was revoked and they were fired. Reason? The same old one that China gives: violation of party law and discipline. That's basically code for corruption. That's what they're accused of, corruption. But China hesitates to use the word corruption, especially when senior officials are involved. So they say vague things like violation of party law and discipline. That's the pretext for axing the top brass. And sometimes they don't even bother with that. They don't even bother giving a reason why someone has been fired. They just fire people. In fact, it happened 2 days back. A general was dropped from a key post in the PLA, named General Chin Shu Tong. Role: political commissar for the PLA's ground forces. Now, this is a very important post for the Communist Party. A political commissar's job is to instill party loyalty in the army. To keep the PLA loyal to the Communist Party of China, that is the job. But the man in charge of it has been fired himself, most likely for violation of party law. Although Beijing has not given an official reason yet, a new general will replace him, and this transition has raised eyebrows. Usually, such announcements are followed by a ceremony. When the new political commissar formally takes over, the outgoing general attends the event. That is the norm. It did not happen this time, though. General Chin was missing. And this has triggered speculation. And it gets murkier because there is no word on General Chin's next posting. He could be in trouble because his case fits a pattern where officials are axed and made to disappear. In the last 2 years, at least 30 such cases have been reported in China, and we are talking about top officials here. Also, these are the cases that we know about. There could be many more. These men are put through secret trials conducted by Beijing, and we have some very high-profile examples. Li Shangfu and Wei Fengyi both served as China's defense ministers. In 2023, they were removed on corruption charges, one after the other, and then expelled from the Communist Party. They vanished from the public eye. What happened to these men? Are they even alive? Have they been jailed? No one really knows. They have not been seen in public for 2 years. And the same could be the fate of the current defense minister. His name is Dong Jun. Reports say he too is under investigation, again over corruption charges. The reports came out last month, although China has aggressively denied them.
The Financial Times reported on the possibility of Chinese Defense Minister Dong Jun being investigated for corruption. What is the spokesperson's response to this?
It's just shadow chasing.
They're chasing shadows. That's what Beijing says about the reports on Dong. But you see, his status is not clear. He disappeared and made an appearance 2 weeks ago, but he did not address the allegations against him. As Beijing tries to manage the bad press, President Xi Jinping's military crackdown is very much on. Which begs the question, just how corrupt are the Chinese forces? Earlier this year, Xi Jinping made a rare admission. He said that China's military faces, and I'm quoting, the military faces deep-seated problems. Problems that he has failed to resolve despite years of purge and investigation. Clearly, the PLA is a compromise force. Xi Jinping wanted them to be war-ready by 2027. But at this rate, he will be at war with them. And by the time he's done, there may be no generals left to lead his forces. If this crackdown continues, military readiness would be the least of China's concerns. Will Imran Khan be freed from jail? It seemed impossible a few months ago, but now there is serious chatter. Western countries are putting pressure on Islamabad. They want Imran Khan out of jail, and leading the charge is the United States of America. Not Joe Biden, though. It's his successor, Donald Trump. Trump has named an envoy for so-called special missions. This mainly covers hotspot areas, countries like Iran, Venezuela, North Korea. His name is Richard Grenell. He served in the first Trump presidency as well. His name was also doing the rounds for Secretary of State. So we're talking about a key advisor here. And look at what he posted recently. Free Imran Khan. That's what he wrote. It's not some one-off post either. Grenell has consistently called for Imran Khan's release. He's compared his situation to that of Donald Trump, and he says that both men are facing political persecution.
He is currently in prison on a lot of the same allegations, just like President Trump, where the ruling party put him in prison and created some corruption allegations and false allegations.
Imran Khan was Prime Minister from 2018 to 2022. Donald Trump was President from 2017 to 2021. So their terms overlapped. But how is their relationship? A bit hot and cold. Trump hosted Imran Khan at the White House in 2019. He called him a dear friend and great leader. But the same Trump also cut off military aid to Pakistan. He accused Islamabad of betraying the US, of playing a double game on terrorism. So what explains the sudden love for Imran Khan? One reason could be the diaspora. There are more than 600,000 Pakistani Americans. Most of them supported Donald Trump. And that includes the PAC PAC, the Pakistani American Public Affairs Committee. It's the most powerful Pakistani group in the United States, and look at what they said before the elections. I'm quoting. We believe Trump is the candidate who will secure the release of all wrongfully imprisoned political prisoners in Pakistan. The PAC PAC is firmly pro-Trump and pro-Imran Khan. They also have close ties to Richard Grenell. He has praised this group a number of times in the past. He's also toured their mosque on Tuesday. So there is a domestic angle in this case. But is that all? We ask because it's not just the Trump camp. Even Joe Biden is turning the screw. This week, Washington slammed Pakistan's military tribunals. They also sanctioned Pakistan's missile program. Same in Europe and Britain. London also condemned the military trials in Pakistan, and the European Union went a step ahead. They have threatened to cut off a preferential trade deal with Islamabad. So what explains this pivot? And could it lead to Imran Khan's release from jail? Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan appears to be softening his position. He has formed a special committee for talks, a committee to explore a deal with Imran Khan's party. The party is called the PTI, the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. Today, Imran Khan's family and lawyers met him in jail. Afterwards, his sister revealed his demands. Listen to this.
आप 3 सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजेस की सीनियर मोस्ट जजेस की आप एक कमीशन बनाएंगे. उन सीनियर मोस्ट जजेस के नीचे वो तहकीकात करेंगे 9 मई की और 26 नवंबर की. दूसरा मुतालबा ये है कि जो नाजायज कैद में लोग हैं इनको रिहा किया जाए.
So two demands, a judicial commission to probe last year's violence and the release of all political prisoners in Pakistan. Basically, his jail party workers. Now, Imran Khan has more than 150 cases against him. He's been in jail since May 2023. So if you abruptly release him, you lose face. You're basically accepting that he won. A more acceptable compromise would be a house arrest or reduced sentence. But there's a problem with that. Imran Khan says no house arrest. He wants to stay in jail and fight out the case. So things are looking up for Imran Khan at this point. It's too early to say whether he will be freed or not. But one thing's for sure. The West has discovered him again. He had become a forgotten story over the last year, but suddenly he's back on the radar. How did that happen? The change of guard certainly helped. Let's rewind to 2022 when Imran Khan was ousted. He blamed the West. He said the United States and Britain plotted his downfall. And who was in power then? Joe Biden and the Democrats were in power in the US and the Conservatives in the UK. Both those players have been voted out this year. And the new regimes are sympathetic to Imran Khan. In October, around 20 British MPs urged London to intervene. They asked the UK Foreign Secretary to push for Imran Khan's release. And one of those MPs was Jeremy Corbyn, the former leader of the Labour Party. Frankly, it's hard to pinpoint one reason for this pivot. It's a combination of Western politics and changing strategic realities. For instance, Shehbaz Sharif has pushed Pakistan closer to Western rivals. He's buying Russian gas. He wants to join the BRICS. And he's talking about a unified Islamic currency with Iran. Chances are the West does not like any of that. So Sharif and the generals have two options here: concede to Imran Khan or deal with Western pressure. His ministers are peddling desperate stories now. The defense minister of Pakistan has called Imran Khan an Israeli asset. He says the campaign for his release is also being spearheaded by Israel. Just classic Pakistani anti-Semitism. But either way, one thing is clear: there could be a churn looming in Pakistani politics. It goes without saying that India must be ready for it. Our next story is about China and the Philippines. A war of words is brewing between the two countries. Beijing is furious with Manila. China has been issuing warnings, giving lectures and turning its state media machinery against the Philippines. Why? Apparently because the Philippines has the audacity to try and protect itself. On Monday, the Philippine Army gave a press briefing. Their commanding general was delivering the year-end address. He spoke about the Army's future plans, including possibly buying missile systems from the United States. That lit the spark. And China had a meltdown because the Philippines said it was considering the Typhoon. The Typhoon is a missile launcher. It is a mid-range system capable of firing two types of missiles, the SM-6 and the Tomahawk. The SM-6 has a range of about 500 kilometers, which is roughly 270 nautical miles. Tomahawks have a much longer range, approximately 1600 kilometers or 860 nautical miles. And the nautical ranges are important to note. They are the reason that Beijing is furious. Let's give you some context first. China is an expansionist state. It makes bogus claims on foreign territory. Then it sends its military to occupy the disputed regions. We've seen this in India, in Bhutan, in Vietnam, and of course in the Philippines. The Philippines has it rough. It lies in the South China Sea region. Beijing illegally claims the entire sea. This includes parts that legally belong to Manila, like small islands and atolls that lie in the West Philippine Sea, and other parts of the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone, EEZ. An exclusive economic zone is a country's naval territory. It extends 200 nautical miles beyond a country's shores. Now, this is Manila's EEZ. As the name suggests, it should be exclusive. But Beijing does not care about international rules and laws. It regularly sends ships to Filipino waters to exploit their resources and to harass their maritime personnel. Remember, this is within the Philippines' EEZ, within the 200 nautical miles of Filipino shores. So now let's come back to the Typhoon system. As I said earlier, it fires the SM-6 missile, which has a range of about 270 nautical miles, which basically means that the Typhoon can help secure the entire Philippine EEZ. It gives Manila a last-ditch option in case Beijing's harassment escalates into all-out conflict. That is why the Philippines is keen on the Typhoon system, and that is why China is livid.
We once again advise the Philippine side that the only correct choice for safeguarding its security is to adhere to strategic autonomy, good neighborliness, and peaceful development. We are telling the Philippine side that China will never stand by and watch its own security interests being jeopardized or threatened, and that if the Philippine side is bent on having its own way, it will surely lift a rock and smash its own foot.
China has been issuing these warnings for the past few days, ever since the Philippine Army announced its intention to buy the Typhoon. But I should mention, it's not a done deal. Defense procurement takes time. All viable options have to be considered. The Philippines also has a rule. It takes at least 2 years to finalize any defense deal. Manila has not budgeted the Typhoon for 2025 either. So if this deal takes place, it will be far into the future. That being said, there is already one Typhoon system in the Philippines. The US deployed one of their own in the month of April. for joint drills with the Philippines. Those drills wrapped up a while ago, but the typhoon is still there. This could be an American sales tactic, getting the Philippine forces used to the typhoon so that there won't be any training time needed if they buy one. And this has further incensed China.
The Philippine side once said publicly that the Typhoon system would only be used for a routine exercise, promising to withdraw it upon the completion of the exercise in September this year. But then it changed its statement to say that it hoped to deploy the Typhoon system permanently, and it was even prepared to purchase the system. This is a typical case of breaking one's promise and reneging on it. At present, who are the ones who keep provoking the South China Sea? And who are the ones who are cooperating with the extraterritorial forces in showing off their force? And who is violating the law under the banner of international law? The countries of the region can see this clearly.
She accused Manila of making provocations in the disputed seas. She said they were the ones violating maritime law and fueling regional tensions. It must take tremendous flexibility to pull off mental gymnastics like that. Manila is standing its ground, though, saying its defense and security are not subject to any foreign veto. In fact, let me quote from their statement. This is what the Philippines said. If the Chinese Communist Party is truly intent on reducing tensions and instability in the region, they should cease their saber rattling, stop their provocative actions, halt their interference in other countries' internal affairs, withdraw their illegal presence from the Philippines' EEZ, and adhere to international law. There isn't much chance of that happening, so Manila should do what's in their best interest. If they don't, Beijing is likely to take advantage of any openings they find. On December 8th, Bashar al-Assad fled from Syria. The regime fell. It's been 18 days since then. Syria now has new leaders. They have formed the government. There is talk of reform. The world is engaging with them. It looks like a new beginning for the country. Yet the past still looms large. Syria may be free, but still very fragmented. And that is giving rise to unrest. In the last 3 days, there have been multiple clashes in Syria. People have been killed, curfews have been imposed, and the new government is struggling to keep things under control. The first incident was in Tartus. It's a Mediterranean port city. Syria's security forces there wanted to arrest a former officer, one who was part of the Assad regime. But once they reached there, they were ambushed. Assad loyalists attacked them. The officer's brother intercepted the forces. Armed men attacked them. Their patrol vehicles were targeted. 14 policemen were killed. 10 others were injured. Soon, massive protests broke out in the city. The second incident was in Homs, another city in western Syria. Protests broke out here too, but this was over a viral social media video. It showed an attack on an Alawite shrine. The residents did not take it well. They descended on the streets to protest. There were some gunshots too. The Interior Ministry says the video is old. It's from late November when the rebel offensive was underway. They also don't know who attacked the shrine. They say it was by unknown groups. But that has not quelled the protests. And beyond Tartus and Homs, demonstrations also broke out in other parts of Syria, like the port city of Latakia and Assad's hometown of Kardaha. Now, all of these incidents have something in common. It is the Alawite community. They are a sect of Shia Islam, but they have their own distinct beliefs and practices. And this sets them apart from Shia and Sunni Muslims. The Alawites are one of the biggest minorities in Syria, making up for about 10% of the population. Historically, the Alawites were marginalized. They faced constant oppression, but that changed with Hafiz al-Assad. the father of Bashar al-Assad. The Assad family is Alawite, and they ruled Syria for 5 decades, which gave the community some serious clout. But now that the Assad regime has fallen, the Alawites face an uncertain future. Many of them fear revenge.
There is no need for the events that happened in Tartus, and HTS must hit those who went out in protests with an iron fist because we were under the control of a bad regime. While they're going out and doing all this chaos, there will be no civil war. All those were remnants of the previous regime.
Some of these fears are justified. Extremist rebel groups have threatened the Alawites before. There are videos of them saying that we will slaughter the Alawites. And all of this has alarmed the community. They fear that they will pay the price for Assad's crimes. But Syria's new rulers have been quite clear in their messaging. The HTS has reached out to Alawite leaders. They have tried to engage with the community. They have published multiple statements, all of them saying that minorities will be respected and that the real enemies are not the Alawites, but the people linked to the Assad regime.
There are two sects, the Alawite and the Assadi. The Assadi sect, who are trying to destabilize the security of our country, they will be burnt. Syria is ours. Syria is for everybody. It is not for the Assad family, and there is no fear in the new government.
We will have to see if the HTS sticks to its words. In the meantime, the Alawites are caught in a limbo. The mistrust between communities is deep-seated. They fear retaliation, and it's this fear that is feeding the unrest. The new government in Damascus is struggling to address it. And that perhaps is the biggest challenge for Syria's new leaders, to build a future without repeating the mistakes of the past. Can Syria turn its fragile peace into lasting progress? Or will old wounds reopen to define its new chapter? For now, all eyes are on Damascus. Now let's talk about India and Bangladesh. The two neighbors have struggled to find common ground. Mohammad Yunus's appeasement of Islamist forces and the calls to extradite Sheikh Hasina have strained ties. But there may finally be an opening. As Bangladesh struggles with inflation, India is stepping up to help. India is delivering rice shipments to Bangladesh. The first consignment arrived at the Chodagram port today. It was carrying over 24,000 metric tons of rice. Remember, rising prices have become a growing challenge for Bangladesh. Even the International Monetary Fund or the IMF is concerned. Indian shipments could help Dhaka control prices. But can they pave the way for a much-needed reset in the relationship? Our next report explores.
Meet the MV Tane's Dream. It's no ordinary vessel. It's on a mission of firsts. Today, it delivered India's first shipment of parboiled rice to Bangladesh. The ship docked at Chodagram port and marked a milestone for the two neighbors. The rice deliveries will help Bangladesh fight inflation. It remains well over 11%. Even the IMF or the International Monetary Fund has expressed concern. A team from the IMF recently visited Dhaka. It expressed concerns over the high food inflation in Bangladesh. The IMF believes it won't come down anytime soon, which is why the rice supplies from India are crucial and timely. But this delivery is about more than just rice supplies. This ship could potentially open doors and facilitate a much-needed reset in India's ties with Bangladesh. The relationship has been going through a turbulent phase. Earlier this month, Dhaka sent a formal request to New Delhi. It sought the extradition of Sheikh Hasina, the ousted Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Hasina had escaped to India when the student protests in August got out of hand. It forced Hasina to step down. The interim government in Bangladesh is now building pressure. It wants Sheikh Hasina to return and face a trial before the Dhaka-based International Crimes Tribunal. She faces serious accusations, including crimes against humanity. This extradition request will test India's efforts to stabilize the relationship. India made an outreach just this month alone. India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri had visited Dhaka. He met with officials from the interim government of Bangladesh. This included Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus. During the visit, Mishri highlighted how the two neighbors could benefit from a strong relationship, particularly on the economic front.
There is no reason why this mutually beneficial cooperation should not continue to deliver in the interests of both our peoples. And to that end, therefore, I have underlined today India's desire to work closely with the interim government of Bangladesh authorities.
India is eager to resume several bilateral initiatives, like the connectivity projects in Tripura. Tripura is a state in northeast India and shares a border with Bangladesh. New Delhi and Dhaka have set up a bridge and a railway line there. A special economic zone is also coming up. But the future of these projects remains uncertain for now. Economic cooperation could help bring India and Bangladesh closer once again. However, Dhaka has yet to signal positive intent. Beyond Hasina's extradition, there are other concerns like the targeting of Hindus in Bangladesh and UNICEF's outreach to Pakistan, a terror state which Bangladesh fought to gain its independence from in 1971. These moves may suit UNICEF politically, but in the long run, they could undermine Bangladesh's interests.
Most world leaders release Christmas messages. They talk about happiness, about peace, and sometimes about reducing divisions. Yesterday, Donald Trump also released a Christmas message. Let's just say it was very different. Let me quote from what he said. Merry Christmas to Governor Justin Trudeau of Canada. If Canada was to become our 51st state, their taxes would be cut by more than 60%. Their businesses would immediately double in size and they would be militarily protected like no other country anywhere in the world. This is from the incoming President of the United States. He is openly asking Canada to join his country. It was funny the first time. It was less funny the second time, but now it's downright insulting. Yet what is Justin Trudeau doing about it? Nothing. He can barely keep his government afloat. There's no way he can take on Donald Trump. But the running joke does raise questions about this relationship. Why does Trump dislike Trudeau? I mean, he's picked fights with other leaders too, but with Justin Trudeau, it seems personal. We can think of 3 reasons why. One is ideology. Trudeau bills himself as the liberal darling, whether it's on LGBTQ rights or minority issues or climate change, and Donald Trump is the exact opposite. He is the conservative darling. Secondly, Trudeau has a close relationship with Trump's arch nemesis, the man who drew Trump to politics, Barack Obama. Both of them share a very close bond. In fact, Obama endorsed Trudeau twice, once in the 2019 election and then again in the 2021 election. I bet Trump does not like that. Which brings us to the third reason, Trudeau's own actions in the first Trump presidency. Let me take you back to 2019. The UK was hosting a summit of NATO leaders. Trump, Emmanuel Macron and Boris Johnson were huddled together and Trudeau decided to crack some jokes. That too at the expense of Trump. Just one problem though. His so-called jokes were caught on a hot mic. Listen to this.
It was like this, he takes 40 minutes.
Trump was understandably angry after seeing this video. He called Justin Trudeau two-faced. He also left the NATO summit early.
Well, he's two-faced.
Do you think that Germany's too nice?
And honestly, with Trudeau, he's a nice guy. I find him to be a very nice guy. But, you know, the truth is that I called him out on the fact that he's not paying 2%. And I guess he's not very happy about it.
To be fair, Trump is a tough customer. He doesn't filter his words, he can fire off insults, and he doesn't respond to reason. But you must admit 2 things about him. 1, he responds to strength. And 2, he has forgiven some of his bitter rivals. Just think back to his first term. Trump had a major rivalry with Kim Jong-un. He called the North Korean leader rocket man and maniac, even threatened to launch nukes at him. But the same Donald Trump also reached out to him. He met him thrice in less than 1 year, also exchanged handwritten letters with him, which means you can find ways to work with Donald Trump. Japan's Shinzo Abe did it. Benjamin Netanyahu did it. Emmanuel Macron did it. And India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi did it. But Justin Trudeau simply cannot, and we get it. Trump is not your conventional world leader. Your normal diplomacy will not work with him. But he is the US president-elect. If you want a working relationship, you need to be innovative. You need to display tact and maturity. Neither of those are Trudeau's strengths. Of course, there is a silver lining in all of this. Trudeau's own lawmakers are trying to topple him. He doesn't have a majority in Parliament, and elections are slated for October next year, possibly earlier. So this rivalry with Donald Trump won't last much longer. He has the ear of the US president. His words can make world leaders rage or cheer. He is the first to hit a $400 billion net worth. But this tech titan wants more. I'm talking about Elon Musk. He is building a town, and guess where it is located? In Texas. The US state is home to many of Elon Musk's businesses: SpaceX, Boring, Tesla. They're all headquartered in Texas. So Musk wants to build a town for his employees and call it Starbase. Should the world be excited or scared? Also, why does Elon Musk want a town of his own? How will it work? Who will govern it? And has this been done before? Our next report tells you.
Elon Musk. He is arguably the world's most powerful unelected man. And now, he is moving into Texas, big time. Over the past few years, Musk has expanded his footprint in the US state. He has core businesses in Texas. His auto company Tesla is headquartered there. So is Boring, his tunneling company. Recently, rocket company SpaceX moved to Texas from California. Over time, Musk has built offices, warehouses, and manufacturing plants across the state's counties. But now, he is taking the Texas obsession to another level. Musk is doing something that few industry titans have done. He is trying to create his own company town. A gleaming, utopian city. A grand showcase of the futuristic vision of this tech titan. It will be developed in coastal South Texas, and it is about 4 square kilometers, a little larger than New York's Central Park. Musk hopes to call it Starbase, and he has talked about it quite often. For years, the plan was not moving forward. It is a long bureaucratic process. There should be a certain number of residents in the area, and a new municipality needs support from a majority of voters. So over time, SpaceX employees have moved into the town. They have set up temporary housing, some of which are trailers. And this month, these employees took the first major step towards the Starbase dream. They filed an official petition. It says that Starbase will have a community of about 500 residents. Nearly everyone is a renter and works at SpaceX. The town could create its own police or fire departments. Create municipal utility systems, such as for water and road maintenance. And hold elections. No one knows exactly why Musk or his employees want a town of their own. Question is, should we be celebrating or worrying? While it is not common, the world has seen some corporation-built towns. Historically, such towns have been mostly hellish. Like Colorado's coal mining towns owned by John Rockefeller in the early 1900s. They were policed by armed guards. No one could enter or leave. Few houses had water supply. The miners went on strike in 1913, the conflict turned violent. Culminating in the Ludlow Massacre of 1914, which killed at least 19 people. It is unlikely that Musk's utopian model would follow this path. It is possibly going to be along the lines of Indian city of Jamshedpur, founded by the Tatas. Or, the UK's Bourneville, built by the Cadbury family. And Musk is not alone, other tech giants are planning to join the club. Google wants to build neighborhoods around its headquarters in the Bay Area. They will have about 7,000 homes, mostly for Google employees. Meta is working on Willow Village in California. This is a neighborhood with 1,700 homes. Again, mostly for Meta employees. Musk has the same idea, on steroids. But he is attracted by Texas' relatively low taxes and loose planning regulations. Plus, the Starbase petition demands an election where voters, or mostly SpaceX employees, will cast a ballot and elect the new city's officials. They suggest that the mayor will be a SpaceX employee. The SpaceX security manager. Experts fear that this may lead to unchecked power. But then again, Mustopia would only be part of the norm for the tech tycoon.
In Africa, Mozambique has been in the headlines. It's a country in the southeast. There was a massive prison break in the capital, Maputo. It took place on Christmas Day. More than 1,500 inmates escaped. Most of them are still on the loose. Let's show you some footage from the prison break. You can see the prisoners gathering in the open. Then they started running towards the same direction. A prison wall was knocked down and hundreds managed to escape. It wasn't a simple getaway, though. At least 33 people died during the prison riot and 15 others were injured. The riot and subsequent prison break took place at a high-security facility. It holds dangerous criminals and terrorists from Mozambique's restive north. Mozambique's police chief gave a grim update on the situation.
This confrontation with the inmates in the vicinity of the central prison resulted in 33 dead and 15 wounded. In subsequent search operations for the inmates, we managed to recapture 150 inmates who are currently in several police stations. What we expect after the escape of 1,534 inmates who committed major crimes in the country is that in the next 40 or 48 hours, there will be a dizzying increase in crime in Maputo. Increase of all types of crimes because they are specialists in all types of crimes. There will be an increase in robberies, assaults, rape of women, car theft, armed robberies, even kidnappings.
90% of the inmates were still on the loose as of last night. Mozambique is preparing for a spike in crime, as you just heard him say, and possibly terror. At least 30 terrorists were among the people who escaped. So how did this happen? How did the wall at a high-security prison get knocked down? There are two versions of the story. Mozambique's justice minister says the riot started inside the prison and the prisoners then managed to escape. But the police commander has a different outlook.
The circumstances that occurred during the attack at around 1 p.m. Today, a group of subversive demonstrators approached the vicinity of the prison, making noise with their protests, demanding to release the prisoners serving their sentences there. They took them out of the cells or out of that prison, about 1,534 inmates. The protesters took them out and left with them.
He says protesters broke the prisoners out. This is a serious allegation, especially considering the situation in Mozambique. The country has been in turmoil for weeks, ever since the general election on October 9th. Mozambique's ruling Frelimo party won the election, but the opposition says the election was rigged. The party that came second says that they are the real winners. They say that their candidate, Vinay Mohan, should be the next president. His supporters have been protesting against the election results, but to no avail. The country's top court confirmed Frelimo's victory on Monday. The party has governed Mozambique since it became independent in 1975. That's 49 years and counting. And with the latest win, they have extended their rule. The top court's nod came on Monday and it led to a fresh round of protests. At least 21 people have died over this week. The total death toll since the election is around 150. There has been widespread violence and looting and regular border closures as well. The opposition candidate, Mohan, has fled Mozambique, but he's still calling for more protests. He says the latest violence is a plot by the ruling party to declare an emergency.
The same police who were murdering before are almost encouraging people to attack, to steal. It's more than clear that this vandalism has to do with a plan that was already made, that wasn't successful before, which was to declare a state of emergency, which didn't work, and now they're doing it again.
You have Mozambique's protesters on one side and the government on the other. Both accuse each other of fomenting the violence. Mozambique has been left crippled by the unrest, and now it has to deal with criminals on the loose as well. We'll keep tracking this story as it develops. Our next story is about food. We've all heard of the Michelin Guide. It rates restaurants. And those restaurants then become cultural icons, the go-to places in any country. India is now trying to replicate that with what's known as the Annapurna certificate. It's awarded to Indian restaurants abroad. And this award is not for fancy decor or gastronomical sorcery. It's just eateries that help connect people to Indian food, to their culture. Our next report tells you more about it.
From the bustling streets of New York to Sweden's serene towns, the aroma of Indian cuisine is everywhere. Indian restaurants are all over the world, and now there's a new initiative spotlighting their excellence. Enter the Annapurna Certificate, a culinary honour with a purpose. It's an initiative by the Indian government, one that celebrates the true essence of Indian food abroad. The award is named after Indian goddess Annapurna, the provider of food and nourishment. Any Indian restaurant abroad can qualify, but only those that stand out can win. These are restaurants that go beyond just serving food. Those that actively promote Indian cuisine, especially among local communities. The goal is to uncover hidden gems, everyday eateries that connect people to the rich tapestry of Indian flavours. In 2023, the first set of awards were handed out. 6 restaurants received the Annapurna certification. Amber India Restaurant in the United States, Balaji Dosai in Sri Lanka, Indian Street Food and Company in Sweden, Mumtaz Mahal Restaurant in Oman, Namaste Indian Restaurant in Mongolia, and Naans and Curries in Costa Rica. All of these winners reflect diversity and excellence. From the shores of Oman to the bustling streets of Stockholm. These restaurants aren't just eateries, they are ambassadors of India's rich culinary heritage. Which makes this Annapurna certificate more than just an award. It's a cultural beacon, guiding food lovers to the best representations of Indian cuisine. Because food at the end of the day is soft power. Any cuisine is a form of cultural diplomacy. Look at the Michelin star system, an iconic symbol of excellence in the culinary world. It has not only redefined fine dining, but also turned restaurants into cultural destinations. People add Michelin star restaurants to their travel itinerary, waiting for months to snag a reservation. Similarly, the Annapurna certificate can help shine a spotlight on the global impact of Indian cuisine. With over 30 regional varieties, Indian food is as diverse as the country itself. It's a melting pot of cultures, spices, and techniques. Each bite tells a unique tale. In 2022, Indian cuisine was voted the 5th best in the world, with 460 dishes contributing to this popularity. And this isn't just a cultural phenomenon, it's also a significant contributor to the economy. In the United Kingdom alone, the Indian restaurant sector employs around 100,000 people. So this initiative wants to highlight all of that. Because at the end of the day, food is more than just sustenance, and it's more than a seal of authenticity. It's a passport to the true essence of Indian flavours. Because food isn't just sustenance, it's a connection, a way to find home, one meal at a time.
Have you ever walked into battle knowing that you will most likely fail? Probably not. Yet most of us are forging ahead, taking stock of 2024, prepping to do better in 2025, and we have a shared weapon of choice: New Year's resolutions. Well, it's that time of the year again. The days are shorter, the weather is colder, and the air is thick with vows to reinvent ourselves. It is self-improvement season. 6 in 10 of us are making New Year's resolutions, despite knowing very well that most of us will fail. According to surveys, 88% people who set New Year's resolutions fail them within the first 2 weeks. And nothing spoils the start of a new year like a long list of promises you know you're going to break. So this time, how do we do better? How do we choose a New Year's resolution and stick to it? Let me give you the most obvious tip. Any resolution you make while drunk or crying on New Year's Eve should not count. With that out of the way, here is what experts say. First, figure out what not to do. Tackle expectations, your own and those that you have internalized. I'll explain that. Often we disguise self-criticism as self-improvement. We say things like, don't eat carbs, don't be lazy, don't spend so much money. Is this what your resolution sounds like? If it does, then it seems to be curated by someone who does not like you, because this is no way to motivate yourself. According to research, you're more likely to achieve goals if they motivate you to do something instead of demanding that you stop doing something. So the key is to reword your resolutions. Apparently, it increased the success rate by 25%. Give it a shot. Now, despite all of this, some resolutions will get betrayed right away, and others will become monthly reminders of your ongoing failure. That brings us to the second step. Figure out what to do and how to do it in advance. According to psychologists, this approach has the highest chance of working. Think like an MBA graduate. If you gasped, let me clarify. This approach is a corporate strategy. It was devised in the 1980s by a management consultant. It has been criticized on several occasions. Critics say it is too goal-oriented, yet it is ubiquitous, because data proves that it works. So if you aren't a woke flag bearer, I would like to introduce you to SMART. It's an acronym, S-M-A-R-T. It stands for Specific, Measurable, Attainable, Relevant, Time-Bound, S-M-A-R-T. This approach says, don't set endless goals. That's a one-way ticket to the downward shame spiral. First, be very clear about what you want. For example, instead of saying, I want to be fitter, set a more specific goal, like, I want to hit the gym 4 times a week. Second, have a goal that you can measure. Start small. It may sound counterintuitive, but small changes can lead to great success. And make the goal quantifiable, because without it, a goal is just a dream. Third, have a realistic goal. Think about the time and resources you will need to achieve it. Fourth, make sure that it's something that you want, not something that you should want. And fifth, set deadlines. Have bite-sized goals and a timeline. This is said to be one of the smartest ways to go about it. To choose a resolution that promises success. You see, a New Year's resolution is like an annual contract with yourself. It is automatically high pressure, and any time is a good time to change. So you can ignore the whole shebang, but if you do plan to go ahead with it, cut yourself some slack and know that with a little care and preparation, you can resolve to win your New Year's resolution. If you have prepared a resolution, great. If not, do not worry, you're not alone. The whole internet is confused about how to welcome 2025, mostly because it's happening so fast. One moment, you're making Dalgona coffee in lockdown. Next thing you know, AI is taking over jobs. We had 2 Olympics in between that. Just let that sink in. 2 Olympics in the blink of an eye. I know we say that time is flying, but someone find the brakes on this thing. Because next year, people born in the year 2000 will be 25 years old. It's a hot topic on the internet right now. Between resolutions and anxiety, we are ready to welcome yet another year. Hopefully, the memes will soften the blow. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The Israeli military blows up several tunnels in the Gaza Strip. A drone aerial tour showcases the White House holiday decorations, and rescuers help skiers stranded on a broken chair lift in the French Alps. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 2004, the Indian Ocean tsunami ravaged coastlines across 12 countries. It was caused by a large underwater earthquake near Sumatra. The tsunami caused widespread destruction and claimed more than 200,000 lives. It remains one of the worst natural disasters on record. Today, countries like India, Sri Lanka and Thailand mark the 20th anniversary of this disaster with vigils and prayers. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
We began in the United States, where Donald Trump's border czar pick Tom Homan gave an interview to Fox Business on Tuesday, where he revealed concerning details about the proposed mass deportation plans. Homan said the White House would require $86 billion from Congress just to launch the mass deportation effort, and the cost would go even higher once the deportations actually begin. Now, Homan agreed that Donald Trump's proposal was indeed expensive and that it would be up to Congress to approve the funding.
Congress needs to fund this deportation operation. It's going to be expensive, and everybody is focused on how expensive it's going to be. We need to understand it's going to be expensive in the beginning, but in the long run, it's going to save billions of dollars in taxpayers' money.
Now, Homan went on to claim that illegal immigration remains the biggest national security challenge for the United States. In fact, earlier this month, Homan interacted with Border Patrol agents in Texas and stressed the need to carry out Donald Trump's mass deportations.
Heels of the biggest illegal immigration crisis we've ever seen in this nation, there has to be a massive deportation operation, because 9 out of 10 of these people, based on 10 years of data, well, they'll lose their case, get order removal. If we don't remove them, what the hell are we doing? President Trump is going to shut down the border. We're going to have a massive deportation operation, and we're going to try to find over 300,000 children that were released by this administration. I guarantee you, some are in forced labor, some are in the sex trade. We're going to save those children and get them back to their families.
Now, Homan, who's been chosen to lead the mass deportations, added that ICE would need funds to increase its inventory from 40,000 to 100,000 beds. He also said that without an increase in the number of beds documenting and holding millions of illegal migrants for mass deportations would be a logistical nightmare. Meanwhile, Donald Trump continues to repeat that he will begin the mass deportations on day one after taking office. And while speaking at a conference in Arizona last weekend, the president-elect reiterated his intentions about the deportations.
Every foreign gang member will be expelled, and I will immediately designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We're going to do it immediately. And we'll unleash the full power of federal law enforcement, ICE, Border Patrol.
Now, without approval from Congress, Donald Trump's mass deportations faces major funding roadblocks and logistical hurdles. With his own borders are warning about the high cost of operations, just how will Donald Trump navigate the funding conundrum to carry out one of the biggest election promises? And staying in the United States, Donald Trump took aim at Canada and Panama with a string of social media posts on Christmas Day. The president-elect kicked off the post by nominating Miami-Dade County Commissioner Kevin Mario Cabrera his choice for the next ambassador to Panama. The selection comes just days after Donald Trump caused a diplomatic showdown asserting that the United States should take control of the Panama Canal. Though the United States was instrumental in its creation, the waterway that connects the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans has been under Panama's control for almost 3 decades. Now, after naming the next ambassador to Panama, Donald Trump's accusations continued against the Central American country. The president-elect went on to claim that Panama was under Chinese influence and there are Chinese troops operating the Panama Canal. Now, compared to other Central American countries, Panama has the highest number of Chinese residents. With a 200,000-strong community, the Chinese are the largest community in the region. In fact, a Chinese company based in Hong Kong does operate 2 of the 5 ports of the Panama Canal. However, there is no evidence that Chinese troops are in fact deployed in the country. Meanwhile, Panama's president has dismissed Donald Trump's accusations and stated that the canal is operated by Panamanians.
Every square meter of the Panama Canal and its surroundings belongs to Panama and will continue to belong to Panama. The sovereignty and independence of our country are non-negotiable. Since it came into Panamanian hands, the canal has grown. It is managed by qualified professionals who, under clear rules, are in charge of its operation, conservation, and maintenance, ensuring its safe, continuous, efficient, and profitable operation. The canal has no direct or indirect control from China, the European Union, the U.S., or any other world power.
Now, joining this diplomatic standoff is Mexico, with President Claudia Sheinbaum condemning President-elect Donald Trump's comments. The Mexican president has backed Panama and said the Central American nation has complete sovereignty over the canal.
Now, yesterday, he also referred to the issue of Panama and regarding that our solidarity with the president of Panama, who came out very quickly to say that the Panama Canal belongs to the Panamanians, and indeed the Panama Canal belongs to the Panamanians. So, our solidarity, our support to the president of Panama, to the people of Panama.
Donald Trump's comments are an exceedingly rare example of a U.S. president saying he wants a sovereign country to hand over its territory. The incoming president has already accused Panama of exploiting American ships, and his latest comments will only lead to more tensions between Washington and Panama City. And the already tense ties between India and Canada have now plunged even further. Now, in an explosive investigation, India's Economic Intelligence Agency has uncovered an international syndicate of human traffickers linked to Canada. The central agency found that at least 260 Canadian colleges are suspected to have been involved in a money laundering case linked to trafficking illegal Indian migrants from Canada to the United States. The investigation is part of a probe into the death of an Indian family that was attempting to illegally enter the United States from Canada back in 2022. The family of 3 froze to death on the U.S.-Canada border in Manitoba after traffickers left them in the middle of a snowstorm. The money laundering probe launched by India has exposed the international syndicate of human traffickers in Canada. Investigations reveal that these traffickers arrange admissions in Canadian colleges and universities and then use the student visas to send Indians to the United States illegally. Now, the probe has also revealed that the Indian students are being charged between $60,000 to $70,000 by Canadian agents to illegally cross into the United States. In recent months, India has repeatedly raised concerns over the safety and well-being of its nationals in Canada. Not just border crossings, Indian students have also been victims to deadly gun violence in Canada as well. Over the past 2 weeks, at least 3 Indian students have been murdered, and New Delhi has now demanded a thorough investigation into the killings.
In the last week or so, we have had unfortunate tragedies in Canada. 3 Indian students have been murdered in violent crimes. We are deeply saddened by these terrible tragedies that have struck our nationals in Canada. Safety and security and welfare of Indian nationals, in particular students, for us in Canada and elsewhere is a matter of paramount importance. Our High Commission in Ottawa and our consulates are in regular touch with local authorities for their welfare and for their safety. We have also issued advisory for our nationals and our students to exercise extreme caution and remain vigilant in view of the deteriorating security environment in Canada as a result of the growing incidence of hate crimes and criminal violence.
Meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau continues to crack down on the influx of migrants from other countries, particularly India. Last month, Ottawa ended the fast-track visa program for international students from India and 13 other countries. And the Canadian government has also requested Indian students living in the country to resubmit crucial documents such as study permits and visas for re-verification. Canada has reviewed around 500,000 documents in 2024 alone and lowered the number of visa applications from India students. And New Delhi now accusing 260 Canadian colleges of human trafficking. It looks like the widening gulf between the two nations is only going to continue to grow even wider. In the Middle East, ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas have once again stalled, leaving Gaza's children to endure unimaginable suffering as the war rages on. In just 48 hours, 3 infants succumbed to the bitter cold in makeshift tents. Overwhelmed and under-resourced, Gaza's hospitals are unable to keep pace with the crisis. Israel's relentless assault on the Strip is now not just a war, but a graveyard for a generation. In our next report, we uncover the depths of this tragedy.
The war in Gaza has unfolded as a humanitarian nightmare. Over 45,400 Palestinians have been killed, with at least 17,400 children among the dead. These are not just numbers. They represent lives cut short, dreams shattered, and futures stolen.
أنا بوجه رسالة للعالم كلها إنه حرام اللي بيصير بأطفالنا هذا. أنا بنتي راحت شهيدة لقمة العيش وما بدي حد تاني يصير فيه نفس اللي صار فيها وما يحسس أي حدا في اللي أنا حاسس فيه. بوجه لكبارنا ولكبار الدول كلها، يعني بناشد العالم كلها إنهم بس يطلعوا.
On Christmas Day, the youngest victim, a 3-week-old Sela Mahmoud Al-Fasi, froze to death in a makeshift tent in western Gaza. Her parents, displaced by Israeli airstrikes, tried to keep her warm as temperatures dropped to 9 degrees Celsius.
صحينا الصبح لقيناها معضة على لسانها ومتشنجة من كتر السقعة، لقيناها زي الخشب وعرضناها على المستشفى. اللي قلنا هذا من آثار السقعة، وقف عند القلب وصار معها تجمد. البنت من كتر البرد اتجمدت. عايشين في خيمة وضعها صعب، بننام على رمل، فيش عندنا إحرامات تتغطى، فيش الخيمة عندنا.
Sela is not alone. In the past 48 hours, 2 other infants, a 3-day-old and a 1-month-old, have succumbed to hypothermia. Gaza's under-resourced hospitals, with just 20% of neonatal units operational, are overwhelmed.
الأجهزة الحيوية لدى هذه الطفلة ومفارقة الحياة. هذا يعني مثال صارخ على عواقب هذه الحرب الظالمة على أهل قطاع غزة، خصوصا الأطفال. الأطفال الرضع لا يتحملوا درجات الحرارة المنخفضة. يجب بأي
Premature babies are dying because of the lack of ventilators, and doctors face the unbearable task of trying to save as many as they can.
تشهد لله على الجوال بعد 3 شهور شفت صورته على الجوال، وأنا نفسي أحضنه، نفسي أردها، يعني كل يوم صدري بيجعني مش قادرة، نفسي أردها. يعني هل بعد 7 شهور ابني بده يرجع يرضع مني؟ مستحيل، هذا إشي من سابع المستحيلات، إشي صعب جدا. يعني نفسي مو لعيني ابني يرضع مني.
The Israeli offensive has turned Gaza into a graveyard for its children. At least 710 babies under 1 have died. So have 1,793 toddlers and at least 1,205 preschoolers. 4,205 primary school-aged children have also been killed, with at least 3,442 high school kids, and thousands more than that either lie beneath the rubble or are missing but presumed dead. And displacement has only deepened the suffering. Thousands of families fled in summer clothes, now struggling against winter's chill, with children struggling to wear the clothes that can give them enough heat to survive the cold.
Gaza must be one of the most heartbreaking places on earth for humanitarians. Every small effort to save a child's life is undone by fierce devastation. Children in Gaza are cold, sick, and traumatized. Right now, over 96% of women and children in Gaza cannot meet their basic nutritional needs. Most are surviving on rationed flour, lentils, pasta, and canned food, a diet that slowly compromises their health.
Even in designated safe zones like Al-Mawasi in western Gaza, the horrors persist. These areas, claimed to offer refuge, have been repeatedly bombed. Families live in nylon tents, on frozen ground, exposed to the wind and rain, where food, clean water, and medicine are also scarce.
مهاجرة كنت في 48 وطلعنا هاجرنا كم سنة وطلعوا اليهود ورجعنا لوطننا ما عملوا فينا هيك للأمانة فاهم كيف هذا شيء رهيب يما يعني اللي انقطع راسه اللي انقطعت ايده الأطفال الذنبنا احنا شعب ناس بيوت الله أكبر ايش احنا حيوانات هم عندهم الحيوان أحسن منا لازم يعرفوا هذا القانون الدول اللي برا وأمريكا هي اللي عاملة حالها.
International voices have condemned the crisis, with UNICEF labeling Gaza. The United Nations Secretary General has even placed Israel on its list of shame for violations against children during armed conflict. And the Gaza Strip, that was already burdened by years of blockade, now endures unimaginable tragedy. These children, traumatized by war, robbed of their rights, are more than victims. They are the lost generation of Gaza, and their futures are slipping away. As the death toll climbs, the world watches, and the question remains: how many more must die before it all comes to an end?
And finally, to Elon Musk's mother, May Musk, who isn't just the mother of a billionaire, but a phenomenon redefining fame in her 70s. While Elon Musk dominates boardrooms and headlines, May is dazzling red carpets in China, becoming an inspiration for many Chinese women. From fashion shoots to social media stardom, China has become captivated by May's lifestyle and motherhood. How does May's growing influence in China play out for her son? Our final report tells you more.
Elon Musk might rule the headlines, but his mother, May Musk, is owning the red carpets, and China loves her for it. At 76, May isn't just the woman behind the world's richest man. She's a global icon, jet-setting from one glamorous event to another, dazzling fans and brands alike in the world's most populous country. In just a few months, May has attended a glitzy gala in Hangzhou, strutted down a Wuhan red carpet, and signed stacks of her memoir, A Woman Makes a Plan, in Beijing. Her story, which is equal parts grit and glamour, resonates deeply with Chinese women, especially those breaking free from societal norms. Her radiant silver hair and a timeless elegance have even earned her a spot among China's silver-haired influencers, who are a group of influencers shaking up the perception of aging in a country where staying youthful and vibrant is increasingly celebrated. May's social media game is as sharp as her fashion. On Xiaohongshu, which is China's Instagram, and Douyin, which is China's TikTok, she amassed over 900,000 followers who eagerly tune in for her posts on nutrition, skincare, and of course, Tesla sightings. Her schedule is nothing short of dazzling. She's walked runways for Fila and Montclair, attended exclusive cocktail parties, and opened a Shanghai store as the ambassador for Ace Baobao, a Chinese mattress brand. Now it's worth noting that May's presence at these events is not just glamorous, it is strategic. With Tesla selling more cars in China than anywhere except the United States, her admiration for the country keeps her son's brand firmly in the spotlight. But May's rise isn't without intrigue. Her son's relationship with China has raised eyebrows in Washington, and critics in Congress accuse Musk of putting profit over patriotism, adding tensions to the already complex US-China dynamic.
China's been rich and powerful, but they have gotten richer and faster at our expense, not because of what they did, but because of what we did, because of what we allowed to have happen, because of this viewpoint that we had. It's okay if all these jobs leave America, they will be replaced by better jobs.
As the Tesla CEO maintains close ties to President-elect Donald Trump, it remains to be seen how the dynamics between the two friends will work after Trump has vowed to be tough on China. But as of now, as the Musk family's narrative unfolds on the global stage, one question lingers. Can May's grace and diplomacy outshine the storm clouds of international politics? Or will her silver spotlight cast shadows on an even bigger story?
That's our show for today. We certainly thank all of you for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority: tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. We begin with Mozambique, where the situation is growing more volatile with each passing day. Cities across Mozambique remain on edge amid the ongoing protests over the disputed election results. In the latest, over 1,500 prisoners escaped from a high-security prison on Christmas Day. The prison is located in the capital city, Maputo. The police say that among those attempting to escape, 33 detainees were killed and 15 were wounded in clashes with the prison staff. They added that a search operation backed by the country's army is underway. It has led to the recapture of about 150 fugitives.
A group of subversive demonstrators approached the vicinity of the prison, making noise with their protests, demanding to release the prisoners serving their sentences there. They took them out of the cells, or out of that prison, about 1534 inmates. The protesters took them out and left with them.
The police say that around 30 prisoners who escaped were linked to terror groups. The terror groups are behind attacks and unrest in the northern province of Cabo Delgado. The attacks have been ongoing for the past 7 years. The police also said that since prisoners have escaped, crime is expected to increase in the capital, Maputo.
What we expect after the escape of 1534 inmates who committed major crimes in the country is that in the next 40 or 48 hours, there will be a dizzying increase in crime in Maputo. Increase of all types of crimes because they are specialists in all types of crimes. There will be an increase in robberies, assaults, rape of women, car theft, armed robberies, even kidnappings.
Porque aqueles são especialistas de todo tipo de criminalidade.
The mass prison break came as fresh protests and violence in Mozambique entered their third day. The new demonstrations started on Monday after the country's constitutional council gave a verdict on the recent elections. The top court upheld the victory of the ruling Frelimo party's candidate, Daniel Chapo, in the disputed October 9th elections. The confirmed results by the court put Daniel Chapo at the winning spot with 65% of the votes. Initial results by Mozambique's election commission said Chapo won with around 71%. The number has come down to 65, but the Frelimo party still won comfortably. Monday's court ruling extends the Frelimo party's 49-year rule in Mozambique. The main opposition candidate, Venancio Mondlane, received a revised total of 24.2% of the vote. The initial results said he had secured 20%. Mondlane has refused to accept the results. Instead, he claims to be the real winner of the October elections. Since Monday's court ruling, several protesters, mostly those who support Mondlane, took to the streets across Mozambique. They opposed the Frelimo party's victory and its extended rule in the country. Several banks, petrol pumps and public buildings have been ransacked and looted since Monday. Vehicles, including ambulances, have been set ablaze in anger over the controversial ruling from Mozambique's top court. The government says that at least 21 people, including 2 police officers, have been killed during this week's clashes. This has taken the death toll of the post-election violence to over 150. Opposition leader Mondlane has vowed to install himself as the president on January 15th. He has continued to call for demonstrations against the elections and against the court's decision. He says that the court legalized a fraud. The Frelimo party, on the other hand, has continued to deny any wrongdoing in the election. Mozambique has been on edge ever since protests erupted in late October. Several cities, ports, and even borders with neighboring countries have been affected by the demonstrations and the ensuing violence. The protests have also led to the disruption of some major business operations in the country. The International Monetary Fund has downgraded Mozambique's economic growth forecast, and this comes while the country is grappling with the devastating effects of Cyclone Chido. And the mayhem continues in Mozambique after the mass prison break on Christmas Day. How is the government going to tackle the worsening situation and the growing uncertainty in the country? To discuss this, we have with us Fernando Lima. He's a journalist and he's joining us live from Mozambique's capital, Maputo. Welcome to Firstpost. So, what can you tell us about the current situation on the ground? How's the mood among the people of Maputo and other parts of Mozambique?
Well, good afternoon. Well, the situation is very complicated. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of tension around the country, not only in Maputo. In fact, in neighborhoods in Maputo and Matolo, which is a neighboring city, citizens are forming their own militias in order to protect their houses and their assets in the neighborhoods. This is a kind of a new initiative from ordinary people trying to prevent that looters invade their resident areas in order to attack their own houses and their own possessions. On the other side, it seems that Mr. Venancio Mondlane, the opposition leader, have been quite horrified by the images is getting out of the chaos in mainly Maputo. He have said a couple hours ago that he don't want to take over a country in shambles. And so people should stop, and I'm quoting him, to vandalize assets, premises, public institutions, private property, and calm should return back, meaning looting should stop. These are the late developments in the country, but I'm not sure if these developments and the statement of Mr. Mondlane will stop the violence at this point, despite the situation at slightly improved today when you compare it in relation to Tuesday and Wednesday.
So this latest round of violence, it started after the Constitutional Council's verdict, the verdict that upheld the Frelimo party and Daniel Chapo's victory. And so what do you think about the verdict? What do you think about the victory and the claims made by Mondlane?
Well, the Constitutional Council have two options: either to declare null the elections and order the repetition of the elections, so people would go to vote for a second time, or to go for this kind of more reformist option, which is they turn around 24 seats from Frelimo and gave those seats to the opposition. I think it's not enough because the level of fraud that different observer missions have seen and identified during the election day in early October were quite evident that 24 seats changing hands will not be enough to appease the opposition and to stop the potential violence. I would say that the violence have started late in October and have not stopped until now. So the recipe was in the air after the Constitutional Council have declared those results, and that's what happened. And it's not the government is not showing any initiative to enter negotiations with Mr. Venancio Mondlane.
So now you say that 24 seats is not enough. By the sounds of that, it means uncertainty and instability will continue. But what do you think lies ahead in the future for Mozambique?
Well, I think it's important the president-elect to, in a very urgent manner, to enter dialogue with Mr. Venancio Mondlane, set up a political agreement in order what comes next, meaning in terms of election results, plus a transitional government or an inclusive government and a political platform. What should be the program of this government that should be open to different political sensibilities in the country? I think this could be a recipe to overcome the current violence, but it needs to be seen if the government and Frelimo candidate are willing to enter dialogue and negotiations with Mr. Venancio Mondlane at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lima. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
Now we shift focus to Sudan, a country in the grip of a brutal civil war. We have been telling you about how the conflict is not an internal crisis anymore. The United Nations says it is foreign players with vested interests who are prolonging this war. They've been accused of fueling the conflict by backing the warring sides. But one nation now wants to step in as mediator, Turkey. Turkey wants to play peacemaker in Sudan. It is offering mediation, but not between the two warring parties. One of the warring sides is the Sudanese army, led by Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. On the other side, you have the Rapid Support Forces Paramilitary Group, or RSF. This is led by Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, also known as Hemedti. Turkey is not offering to mediate between the Sudanese army and the RSF. Instead, it wants to mediate between the army and the United Arab Emirates. Sudan's army accused the UAE of supporting the RSF, both politically and militarily. It's a charge that Abu Dhabi denies. A few days ago, the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, had a phone call with Sudan's army chief al-Burhan. Erdogan said that Turkey is ready to sort out the differences between Sudan and the UAE. He emphasized his commitment to promoting peace and stability in Sudan and also protecting it from foreign interference. Erdogan also drew attention to the recent Ankara process. Those talks were successful in mediating an agreement between rivals Ethiopia and Somalia. After months of effort, Ankara brokered a deal between the two neighboring Horn of Africa nations. Turkey helped resolve a dispute over Ethiopia's agreement to seek maritime access, which it signed with Somalia's breakaway region, Somaliland. This deal is seen as a major diplomatic win for Ankara. It comes as Turkey seeks to elevate its global standing and demonstrate an ability to address complex geopolitical challenges. Earlier, Turkey also helped facilitate grain imports from Ukraine to global markets. This was amid the Russia-Ukraine war. And now, Turkey wants to leverage its balanced ties with both Sudan and the UAE. Sudan's army chief has received Erdogan's offer positively. He said he welcomes any role Turkey could play in ending the war. He also called for greater Turkish investment in Sudan. Turkey has been boosting its trade with Africa in recent years. In 2022, trade between Turkey and Africa crossed $40 billion. Last year, it was at over $37 billion. African projects undertaken by Turkish contracting companies reached over $85 billion in value at the end of 2023. Turkey is gaining ground in sectors such as infrastructure development, natural resources extraction, military equipment supply, and security agreements. Reports say that Turkey has sold its Bayraktar TB2 drones to at least 10 African nations. Turkey's involvement in Sudan also reflects its strategic interests in Africa, especially in the Red Sea region. This is a critical trade and maritime route. Strengthening partnerships with African nations seems central to Erdogan's foreign policy objectives. We know that Africa has turned into a major geopolitical battleground for world powers like the US, Russia, and China. But it seems that Turkey has also been quietly carving out its own space. Our next story is from Nigeria. Continuous power outages in the West African nation have made lives difficult for millions. With an energy grid on the brink and diesel generators becoming the top source of power, Nigerians are now turning to solar energy for hope. But economic challenges and affordability remain major hurdles. Our next story tracks Africa's fourth largest economy's chase for affordable power.
In Nigeria's largest city, Lagos, Shakira Fatomid returns home after her daytime banking job. Inside this modest house, Shakira has another full-time job, the one of being a mother and a homemaker. The soft glow of this phone's torchlight cuts through the dense darkness of Shakira's kitchen. Shadows move on the wall as she lights the stove to heat some water. After dinner, she takes this torchlight to supervise her daughter's homework. The roar of silence that comes with repeated blackouts no longer startles Shakira. Instead, they find her prepared. At work, Shakira charges her phone to full capacity in anticipation of a blackout at home.
When there is blackout, I get to use my phone light, so I make sure my phone is fully charging in the office. I charge it very well in the office so that I can be able to use it in case there is blackout.
Shakira's struggle to find light at home reflects the reality of millions. In Africa's fourth largest economy, Nigeria's national energy grid teeters on the brink of collapse. Aging infrastructure, vandalism, and inadequate fuel supplies have crippled the system. The consequences are stark. Entire neighborhoods across Nigeria get cloaked in darkness during blackouts. In 2024 alone, the country has suffered 11 grid shutdowns so far. The situation has forced Nigerian households and businesses to rely on polluting diesel generators. With that, Nigerians end up spending a big chunk of their incomes on fuel. In the face of this crisis, solar energy is standing up as a flicker of hope. Supported by a $750 million World Bank initiative, Nigeria's Rural Electrification Agency aims to expand solar energy access across the nation. But few Nigerians can afford the solar energy options due to the country's economic crisis.
Even though globally, price of renewable, especially solar panel, was dropping as per the dollar price, but the naira was depreciating faster than the drop. So the naira kind of cancels out any reduction that you see in the dollar distinct price. And then, you know, our economy generally hasn't been doing so well. So it means that people's income was not growing. So the depreciation was rising faster than even people's income and all that. So what it means is that a lot of Nigerians' disposable income shrinked.
In April 2024, when President Bola Tinubu cut off electricity subsidies for better-off consumers, it was seen as the boost needed to speed up the solar adoption. But the results have been far from satisfactory in the face of overall poor health of the Nigerian economy. At the same time, not enough has been done to repair the existing power infrastructure. Nigeria has infrastructure to generate about 13,000 megawatts of power, but its creaking grid can distribute barely a third of it. About 80% of Nigeria's power comes from off-grid diesel and petrol generators, reflecting the devastating scale of the ongoing energy crisis. Experts say that sustainable consumer financing options such as low-interest loans may hold the key to Nigeria's transition to solar energy. But the question remains if banks could consider such a move.
If you look at where the minimum wage is, so you ask yourself, how many months will the person save before he or she is able to afford to get a solar system? They may need to save their minimum wage for 1 year, and that also may still not be good enough. So the right thing would have been, so you have a consumer financing that with a good interest rate and that is spread over time, so that they can acquire this thing and start saving money.
As Nigeria faces the worst cost of living crisis in a generation, the path to transition towards sustainable energy options feels distant. Between the noise of generators and the flicker of Shakira's torchlight, the resilience of the Nigerian people has replaced the hope for government action. The question remains, how much more will the Nigerians have to endure before they see the light?
And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid all the coups and crises, there are a lot of positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our next story is from Cameroon. Deep in the lush hills of northwestern Cameroon, a centuries-old tradition brings a modern twist to monarchy. In the historic city of Fumban, the Bamoun Kingdom's young monarch faces an extraordinary challenge: a public trial by his own people. This isn't your typical courtroom drama. It's a lively ritual filled with culture, critiques, and celebrations, all aimed at strengthening the bond between the ruler and the ruled. Here is our report.
In the heart of Fumban, Cameroon, the Bamoun Kingdom's 20th king, Mohammed Nabil Mbombo Njoya, recently swapped royal robes for something less comfortable: the hot seat. With spears planted ceremoniously in the ground and an eager audience looking on, this centuries-old tradition puts the king on trial. Not in a grim courtroom, but in a spirited celebration of culture, dialogue, and community. As members of a masked secret society entered the court in honey-hued robes, the 31-year-old monarch stood tall on a replica of the kingdom's original throne. Currently held in a German museum, this marked his first unguent, an ancient ritual where chiefs read grievances and the king's governance is scrutinized by his people. From property management woes to playful jabs about courtly matters, the trial mixed serious critique with good-natured humor, ending in jubilant approval for the young ruler.
I feel a strong and triple emotion today. First, the celebration of the Onguan Festival for the first time since my accession to the throne. Then, celebrating the 548th edition immediately after UNESCO recognized the Onguan as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity, the first intangible cultural heritage of Cameroon to have had this consecration.
The Ungwa ritual, dating back to 1384, promotes harmony and mutual respect between the monarch and his people. After a 6-year hiatus due to the pandemic, the return of these royal rites drew tourists, locals, and even UNESCO's attention, which recently recognized Ungwa as an intangible cultural heritage. Festivities included rifle salutes, traditional performances, and the undeniable joy of reconnecting with a culture rich in history and meaning. For first-time visitors like British tourist Rolly Allen, the trial was a revelation. She says, and I quote, "I loved the role reversal. The people really get to judge their king, and it's not just for show."
I traveled specifically from Yaoundé to Fumbin to attend. I wanted to relive this tradition, which is very important for the Bamouns people because it gives us an idea of how our grandparents used to live. This is the typical tradition of our ancestors. Things have not changed.
For locals like Amadou Njoya, the ceremony was a proud reminder of their heritage. It's moments like these that let us learn and pass on our traditions to future generations. One thorn in the kingdom's side remains the original royal throne, a colorful pearl-inlaid masterpiece now housed in Berlin's Humboldt Forum Museum. Taken during Germany's colonial rule, the throne symbolizes the deep cultural ties between the Bamoun people and their heritage. While the young monarch visited the throne last year, sitting on the heirloom of his great-grandfather, efforts to reclaim it continue. The inauguration of the Museum of the Bamoun Kings earlier this year marks a step forward in preserving and showcasing the kingdom's history. Designed in the shape of its striking coat of arms, a two-headed snake and a furry spider, the museum is home to countless treasures, though the throne remains conspicuously absent. As the rifles echoed and laughter filled the air, the Ungwa ritual proved its enduring significance. More than a public trial, it's a testament to the Bamoun Kingdom's resilience. Its vibrant traditions and the love its people have for their culture and their king. With UNESCO's recognition sparking renewed efforts to recover the throne, the Bamoun people are keeping their rich heritage alive, while looking toward a future where their traditions remain a source of unity and pride.
That's it on the show. We'll see you again at the same time tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. No year-end holidays for China. They're furiously at work to fulfill Xi Jinping's dream of world dominance. The weapon of choice this time is a dam, the world's biggest. China plans to build it near the disputed border with India, a dam to control the Brahmaputra River. We'll tell you why New Delhi and Dhaka are concerned about this. China is also unveiling new military assets, a warship and a 6th-generation fighter jet. Why now? And what do we know about these toys? In West Asia, Israel is attacking Yemen. Is this the new battlefield? In the US, it's the Indian Americans who are under attack from Trump's MAGA supporters. We'll tell you why. In Africa, France is losing turf and they have only themselves to blame for it. They've been booted out from their base in Chad. Also, why North Korean soldiers are said to be dying in large numbers in the Ukraine war, why elected leaders must undergo cognitive testing, how to celebrate the ideal New Year's Eve, and the world remembers India's former Prime Minister Dr. Mohan Singh. He is no more. We look at his life and legacy. The headlines first. Slovakia confirms its readiness to host peace talks on Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin says Moscow is not against the move, praises Bratislava's neutral position in the conflict. Slovakia's Prime Minister has stopped all military aid to Ukraine. He's among very few European leaders who have remained close to the Kremlin. Bangladesh's chief advisor Mohammad Yunus proposes lowering the voting age to 17 years, says the youth should have a stake in their own future. Currently, citizens who are 18 years and above can vote in Bangladesh, but some countries like Argentina, Austria and Brazil allow 16-year-olds to vote. Bangladesh plans to hold elections in late 2025 or early 2026. South Korean lawmakers impeached their second president in 2 weeks, sinking the country even deeper into political crisis. The acting president had taken over from President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was impeached on allegations of insurrection. The finance minister will now be the acting president as well as the prime minister. In Pakistan, Imran Khan's party sets a 31st January deadline for the Shehbaz Sharif government. The talks between the two sides started earlier this week. The PTI's two key demands are release of all their workers and formation of a commission to investigate the mayhem which took place in May and November. And Germany's president dissolves parliament, sets 23rd of February as the election date. Last month, Olaf Scholz's government collapsed, prompting early elections. Security and immigration are going to be the big issues in this election. China is at it again. It has found a new way to provoke India, this time not with troop deployments, but with a dam. China is building a new dam, the world's biggest, and they're building it right next to the disputed border with India. China says it will be the biggest dam ever built, even bigger than their own Three Gorges Dam. As of today, the Three Gorges is the largest dam in the world. It's one of the few structures on Earth that is visible from space. That's how massive it is. And now China plans to build an even bigger dam in Tibet. The project was approved yesterday. And this is not a new proposal. Chinese officials have discussed it before, but yesterday they gave it the green signal. Beijing is pitching it as a hydropower project. They'll generate electricity from this dam. And the cost? A whopping $137 billion, making it one of China's most expensive infrastructure projects ever. And this is where they plan to build it, on the lower reaches of the Yarlung-Zangbo River, the same river that is called the Brahmaputra in India. The Tibetan name is Yarlung-Zangbo. The river starts in Tibet. As it flows into India, it enters Arunachal Pradesh. It's a northeastern state of India, although China calls it South Tibet and stakes claim to this territory. The Brahmaputra River flows through the state and then flows into Bangladesh. Finally, it empties into the Bay of Bengal. So this river is shared by three countries, China, India and Bangladesh. All three depend on it, but China wants to control it. Why else would it build a massive dam on the Brahmaputra? You know what a dam does. It regulates the flow of a river. So China can control water supply in the Brahmaputra. In the dry seasons, it can hold back water. In the rainy season, it can suddenly release excess water. Beijing can cause droughts and floods with this dam. And these are not hypothetical scenarios. China is doing it already. It has built many dams, and it is using these dams to starve its neighbors. Look at Southeast Asia. China built 11 dams on the Mekong River. This river flows into 6 countries. There's China, of course, followed by Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia and Vietnam. After building the dams, China started blocking the water. The Mekong water flowing into these countries, China blocked it, and this led to droughts. Water supply dried up in at least 4 countries, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam. This happened in 2020. In other instances, China's dams have flooded the Mekong Basin. Since 2019, water levels in the Mekong River have repeatedly surged. And this happened without any warning. and along the Thailand-Laos border. It led to millions of dollars in damages for the locals. The new dam in Tibet poses the very same threat. It gives Beijing control over the waters of the Brahmaputra. And that is the obvious purpose of the dam, not power generation. Because look at the scale of this. A dam of this size would generate massive amounts of power. We're talking about 300 billion kilowatt hours of electricity every year. This can serve more than 300 million people. Does China need this much, given that it already has multiple dams? Bloomberg spoke to one expert about this project, and this is what he said, and I'm quoting, "There is zero need for this kind of supply." Then why is China building the dam? Because it wants to weaponize the Brahmaputra. It wants to control the flow of water. It wants to dictate where the river can go. For India, there's another point of concern, and that is Arunachal Pradesh. Like I said, the Brahmaputra flows through this Indian state. China says the state belongs to it. The claim is baseless. It has no historical or legal basis and no international backing. Arunachal Pradesh is an inalienable part of India, but China refuses to back down. In recent years, these claims have gotten louder. Beijing has issued maps. It has given Chinese names to places in Arunachal Pradesh. Earlier this year, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the state. China responded with a strong protest.
The southern Tibet region is Chinese territory, and the Chinese government has never recognized and firmly opposes the so-called Arunachal Pradesh state illegally established by India.
India has called these claims senseless and baseless. But you see, issuing statements and maps is one thing. Building a dam is quite another. It's a serious escalation. So what should India do? Respond in kind. In 2022, New Delhi announced a dam project in Arunachal Pradesh. It doesn't match the Chinese one in scale, but it's a start. India will have to double down on infrastructure development. Roads, dams, border villages, they're all now strategic assets. And staying with China, their military has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. Disappearing generals, purges at the top, and persistent corruption. Despite all that, China's military expansion continues. Today, they unveiled a new warship, an amphibious assault vessel. It's called Sichuan. As you can see from the pictures, it is quite imposing. Total weight is around 40,000 tons. It's apparently the world's largest amphibious assault ship. But it's not ready for deployment yet. There will be more testing, more sea trials. Only then will the Sichuan be deployed. At first glance, it looks a bit like an aircraft carrier. It's got the same long runway, but the missions differ. An aircraft carrier is basically a floating air base. They're used to establish supremacy over far-off areas. The decks can launch and land fighter jets. An amphibious ship is different. Its main purpose is to transport troops. Say the Chinese want to land soldiers in Taiwan, then aircraft carriers are of no use. They need amphibious assault vessels for this. Conventional ones can only launch helicopters and landing craft. They cannot launch fighter jets. But China's Sichuan can do both. It is fitted with an electromagnetic catapult, which means that it can launch and land fighter jets. So all in all, it's a very impressive ship. But Beijing could have something even more impressive up its sleeve. A sixth-generation fighter jet. Residents in the city of Chengdu recorded a mysterious plane flying over the city. It wasn't shaped like a normal jet. It was shaped like a diamond. Take a look at this first. In China, nothing is accidental. Chances are this eyewitness video was choreographed. It was released yesterday, which was also the birthday of Mao Zedong. So experts believe that it could be intentional. And the fighter jet? Reports say it could be the J-36, a sixth-generation fighter jet made by China. We're talking about cutting-edge technology. They have enhanced stealth modes. They can endure higher speeds, they can operate at higher altitudes, and they have extended range, meaning you can strike distant targets without refueling. That's something that's not possible so far. The current cream of jets are 5th generation. Like America's F-35 and Russia's Sukhoi Su-57, they're often accompanied by tankers or carriers. They need to stop, refuel and then strike. But a 6th generation jet may not have to. The Americans and the Europeans are also making such planes, but the Chinese are flaunting it. Just look at the shape of this mysterious plane. It doesn't have a tail, nor does it have any 90-degree shapes. And this is important because radars can easily detect 90-degree shapes. Clearly, the focus here is on stealth. So that's 2 major military leaps in 2 days. First, this possible 6th generation fighter, and then the world's largest amphibious assault ship. The question is, why now? Why is China suddenly flexing its military muscles? There could be a number of reasons. One is to fight the perception. Xi Jinping's military purges have dominated headlines. Many experts have questioned its impact on China's military modernization. If you keep firing people, can you get work done? If there is so much corruption, can you build good weapons? Well, China says, yes, you can. Second, the South China Sea is heating up. Beijing aggressively pursued its claim this year, but it has also faced pushbacks. For instance, we saw multiple standoffs with the Philippines. Plus, Donald Trump will take charge next year. In his first term, Trump focused heavily on the South China Sea. He increased U.S. patrols to record highs. U.S. allies are doing the same. Australia is investing more than $7 billion in its navy. The plan is to double its fleet size. Some 11 frigates and 6 large ships are being built. So China will also want to be ready. And third, this has always been Beijing's long-term plan to overcome America's military edge. In pure numbers, they've already done it. China has around 234 warships. The US has only 219. But the quality is very different. The US Navy has 11 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. They don't have to stop and refuel. They can be deployed for extended periods in far-off waters. China does not have a single nuclear carrier, so Beijing's long-term plan is to project power beyond its region, to achieve superiority over the US military. But as always, quality remains the concern. None of China's new weapons are battle-tested. Their navy is not used to distant deployments, and they haven't fought a war in almost 45 years. So if the shooting starts, will China's shiny new toys survive? Well, that remains the biggest question.
אנחנו מדליקים הערב נר שני של חנוכה. אנחנו נמצאים במלחמת התקומה, דור המכבים של ימינו.
Now let's turn to the war in West Asia. It stopped being about Israel and Hamas a long time ago. Now it's Israel versus everyone who means them harm. One by one, Israel is rooting out its enemies. First, Hamas in Gaza, then Hezbollah in Lebanon, then the military infrastructure in Syria, and now it seems it's Yemen's Houthis. Israel has been pounding them. It conducted fresh strikes on Yemen yesterday. It hit multiple targets. First, there was the international airport in Yemen's capital, Sana'a. An air traffic control tower was blown up. There was damage to a runway as well, and to the departure lounge of the airport, which was confirmed by an unlikely source. The head of the World Health Organization, WHO, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, was at the Sana'a airport when it was struck. He was in Yemen to negotiate the release of detained United Nations staff. He was just about to leave the country when the airport was struck. Dr. Tedros escaped unharmed, but one of his colleagues was injured. The UN staffer had to undergo surgery, but he's stable now. Others were not as lucky, though. At least 3 people died during the airport attack, and 3 others were killed near the Hodeidah port. It is one of Yemen's main shipping terminals. Israel struck that too, along with 2 other ports and 2 power stations. Israel says all of these were Houthi targets. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was in a celebratory mood after the strikes.
Tonight, we light a second Hanukkah candle. We are in the war of revival, the generation of the Maccabees today. A little while ago, the Air Force attacked targets of the Houthi terrorist organization in Yemen, both on the coastline and in Sana'a. We are determined to root out this terrorist arm of Iran's axis of evil. We will persist in this until we complete the job.
He says Israel will keep going until the job is complete. What does that mean exactly? Israel's defense minister gave some hints.
We have just seen a precise operation by the Israeli Air Force, hitting specific Houthi target in Yemen, at the airport, at the port. As we said, whoever hurts Israel, we will hurt him. We will hunt down all the Houthi leaders, hit them as we have done elsewhere. No one will be able to escape Israel's long measure. We will attack them in order to remove threats to the state of Israel.
So hitting the airport was not a mistake, and Israel says it will, and I'm quoting, hunt down all the Houthi leaders. We know that Israel can level an entire region. Just look at Gaza. And they are adept at targeted assassinations too. We saw that with Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in July in Iran's capital, Tehran. We also saw it with the pager attacks in Lebanon, which took place in September and took out a number of Hezbollah members. We also know that Israel is not too concerned about civilian casualties. Again, look at Gaza and look at the Lebanon pager attacks. By the sounds of it, Yemen will be the next country to face the same fate. The Houthis have been escalating tensions. They have been attacking Israel for more than a year now. They first hit international shipping. Then they attacked Israel directly with drones and missiles. A Houthi missile strike took place earlier today.
The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces carried out a specific military operation targeting Ben Gurion Airport in the occupied area of Jaffa using a hypersonic ballistic missile of Palestine II type. The missile succeeded in reaching its target despite the enemy's censorship, and the operation resulted in casualties and the cessation of navigation at the airport.
That is what the Houthis are claiming. Israel says that this Palestine II missile was intercepted. They say that the Ben Gurion airport was unaffected, but it shows that the Houthis will not back down. They're up for the fight. That being said, the Houthis are not the only ones living in Yemen. The country is going through a civil war. It has been underway for over a decade. The Houthis are one faction. There are others as well. And more importantly, there are innocent civilians too who are caught up in all this chaos. If Israel hits Yemen, if it targets airports and ports used to bring in humanitarian aid, then the ordinary people of Yemen will suffer the consequences. Netanyahu said Israel's mission is to root out Iran's proxies, their axis of evil, as he called it. But will ordinary, war-weary Yemenis get rooted out as well? They're calling it a MAGA civil war. Donald Trump supporters versus other Donald Trump supporters. It's bitter, it's racist, but frankly, it's also predictable. And guess who's caught in the middle of this civil war? The Indian American community. Let me tell you where it all started. Last week, Donald Trump picked an advisor for artificial intelligence. His name is Sri Ram Krishnan. Now, Krishnan was born in Chennai. He went on to work for many US companies like Microsoft, Twitter, Facebook, and Snap. In 2021, he turned to venture capitalism. He mainly focused on companies working with AI. In other words, he's the perfect pick. He can nudge America's AI policy in the right direction, but Trump's core base is not happy. And what's their issue? Not Krishnan's resume or experience. Their problem is his race. Some Trump supporters do not want an Indian American in the presidential team. They have two problems. One, that Krishnan has Indian heritage. It doesn't sit well with their white supremacy goals. And two, that he supports immigration, specifically with the H-1B visa. Now, H-1B is a special visa category in the US. It mainly covers high-skilled jobs, like engineers or IT professionals or professors. And right now, H-1B visas are capped. There is an upper limit on how many visas can be issued. Sri Ramakrishnan is in favor of removing the cap, but the far right does not like that. And leading the charge is Laura Loomer. She's a far-right conspiracy theorist. She's also a darling of Trump supporters. Loomer is leading the racist campaign against Krishnan and Indian Americans. She has mocked the IQ of Indians. She also called the H-1B visa applicants third world invaders. But guess who is opposing her? Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, both of them have defended Sri Ramakrishnan. They're also calling for more foreign talent in America. In fact, listen to what Ramaswamy said. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. He basically dissed American culture, and that has riled up the far right even more. You see, the original MAGA was made up of conservatives. It even included far-right lunatics like Loomer. They do not like any policy that will increase migration. Instead, they want to focus on American workers. But the new MAGA is different. It is dominated by tech bros like Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Musk himself is a migrant, and Ramaswamy is the son of migrants. For them, the migration problem is limited to Mexico. They do not oppose talented migrants. Right now, we are seeing the clash of these two groups, but frankly, it is not surprising. We saw indications of this when Ramaswamy ran for president. He was more Trumpian than Trump himself. Yet MAGA questioned him. They asked, why should a Hindu become US president? They said Hinduism was wicked and pagan. So these fault lines are not new. The euphoria of Trump's victory hid them temporarily, but now they're being exposed. And Donald Trump must take the blame for this. He kept feeding the fire of white supremacy. He villainized migrants for politics, and look at the result. The OG MAGA hates all migrants. Doesn't matter if you're talented. Doesn't matter if you're pro-Trump or not. They hate all of them. Because the sentiment is rooted in race and religion. The question is, what happens next? Ideally, Trump should be defending Sri Ramakrishnan. He's defended a number of his other cabinet picks, including a man who allegedly paid for sex with a minor. Yet, Trump is silent on Krishnan. It tells you everything about Donald Trump. This is a man who will do anything for power, even push his own allies under the bus. It's also a wake-up call for tech bros like Elon Musk. They basked in MAGA glory after November, but now they're facing MAGA fury. They're being forced to confront the true reality of Donald Trump's support base. And the best part? His presidency hasn't even started yet. Don't be surprised if this civil war escalates after January. India is in mourning. Former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh has passed away. He had a public career spanning over 4 decades, a period in which he not only witnessed but also shaped India's transformation. Dr. Singh's biggest legacy was India's economic liberalization. He oversaw it as the finance minister of the country. He turned India from a laggard into an economic powerhouse. Then he served as Prime Minister for 10 years and shaped India's foreign policy. A man of few words, one of his most famous quotes was that history will judge me kindly. Throughout the day today, tributes have been pouring in from India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his cabinet to India's opposition parties and global leaders like French President Emmanuel Macron, Brazil's President Lula da Silva and former Afghan President Hamid Karzai. They've all paid their tributes. Our next report looks at his life and legacy.
The year was 2010.
the global economy was reeling from the shock of the 2008 financial crisis. A severe downturn had swept the world. America was still recovering. The Eurozone was in disarray. Amid this turmoil, leaders of the G20 nations met in Toronto. India's then Prime Minister, Dr. Vinay Mohan Singh, was there as well. He stood out in the crowd of world leaders. Dr. Singh was the only head of state who was an economist. His unique position earned him recognition, even from his American counterpart.
The extraordinary leadership that Prime Minister Singh has provided, not just to India, but to the world. And I can tell you that here at the G20, when the Prime Minister speaks, people listen.
Dr. Singh was no stranger to adversity. He was born in pre-independent India. He belonged to a generation that saw their lives torn apart by the bloody partition. Those experiences deeply influenced him. They shaped his decisions during India's own economic crisis in the 1990s. At the time, the Indian economy was on the verge of collapse. Foreign reserves were alarmingly low. They came down to just $1.7 billion. That was barely enough to cover 3 weeks of imports. The foreign press had declared India a caged tiger. It was Dr. Singh who set it free. Back then, he wasn't the obvious choice for finance minister, but his credentials left no room for doubt. As a student, he studied economics, first at the Punjab University and later at the University of Cambridge. He earned his doctorate in economics at Oxford. In government, Dr. Singh had held every top economic position. He served as India's chief economic advisor, the governor of the Reserve Bank, and the country's finance secretary, before becoming finance minister in 1991. That is the year that Dr. Singh unveiled his path-breaking economic reforms.
An India worthy of the dreams of the founding fathers of our republic. We shall pay any price, bear any burden, make any sacrifice to realize those dreams. India is on the move again. We shall make the future happen.
Serendipity found Dr. Singh again in 2004. That year, he became India's Prime Minister. If economic reforms defined Dr. Singh's legacy as finance minister, as Prime Minister, foreign policy would take center stage. In 2008, he risked everything for a landmark nuclear deal with the US. It ended a 30-year American ban on nuclear trade with India. More importantly, it reshaped India's global standing. In 2009, Dr. Singh achieved yet another important landmark when Brazil, India, China, and South Africa decided to team up. Russia would join their ranks. The group came to be known as BRICS. Dr. Singh returned to power for a second time that year, but in the second term, his limitations were exposed. Scandal after scandal plagued his government. A mass protest erupted over corruption allegations in 2011. This was followed by street protests after a gruesome gang rape in New Delhi in 2012. Dr. Singh appeared ineffective and powerless in that period. His approach to Pakistan came under fire as well, especially after the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. In his last press conference as Prime Minister, Dr. Singh addressed these criticisms.
I do not believe that I have been a weak Prime Minister. History will be kinder to me than the contemporary media or the power.
The Indian government has declared a 7-day mourning period. Dr. Singh will be cremated on Saturday with full state honours. Tributes have poured in from all quarters, from allies to opposition, from national to global leaders. The best tribute perhaps came from the current Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi.
एक नेक इंसान के रूप में, एक विद्वान अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में और रिफॉर्म्स के प्रति समर्पित लीडर के रूप में उन्हें हमेशा याद किया जाएगा।
It's the last week of 2024. There's barely any time left for the new year, yet somehow France managed to squeeze in another loss. Right at the end of 2024, France just lost a military base in the Central African nation of Chad. It's quite the way to end a miserable year for the country. Let's show you some scenes from Chad yesterday. French military vehicles and aircraft lining up for one last photo before driving off into the desert. The vehicles were stationed at the Faya-Largeau military base. France built this base in the 1940s. It has been central to their African strategy for 8 decades. But yesterday, France handed over the base to Chad. There were about 30 French soldiers at this base. They were the ones driving off. They're headed about 780 kilometers south to Chad's capital, N'Djamena, where they will board a flight back home. Soldiers from other bases will follow soon. There are about 100 in eastern Chad at a base in the city of Abéché. They will be the next to leave. After that, French troops stationed at N'Djamena will also depart. France had about 1,000 troops in this country, but last month Chad tore up the defense pact and gave the French 6 weeks to vacate. Chad is the latest African nation to give France the boot after Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger. The 3 West African nations kicked French troops out over the last 2 years. Military coups took place in all these 3 countries. The new military juntas decided to sever ties with France and join hands with Russia instead. Russian mercenaries replaced French soldiers in other Sahel states. Moscow is in talks with N'Djamena as well. But for now, Chad says it will handle its military affairs alone. It says it is reclaiming its sovereignty.
La décision de retrait des forces françaises est une décision. The decision to withdraw French troops is an exclusively sovereign decision with regard to Chad, and we felt that after several decades of independence and proclamation of the Republic, it was no longer useful to have a foreign military base in our homeland.
Plus utile d'avoir une base militaire étrangère dans notre pays.
Chad is kicking France out because of sovereignty. The 3 junta-ruled Sahel states switched ties to Russia. Both resulted in the same thing, France losing its hold in Africa, and this has become a trend. 2024 was an especially bad year for France because Chad's leader actually has good ties with Paris. It isn't like the junta chiefs elsewhere. But even an ally like him decided that he had enough of the French troop presence. It's a similar situation in Senegal, another former French colony which shares decent ties with Paris, but it also wants French troops out. So what is Paris doing about all of this? How is it ensuring that it has a better 2025? President Emmanuel Macron says that he has a plan.
Nous avons voulu faire évoluer notre modèle.
We wanted to further develop our model. Where we had established historical bases in many countries, we wanted to rethink our presence by co-constructing a partnership and cooperation with many countries, expression of needs, training, equipment, intelligence cooperation, one-off operations, but we are in the process of changing the logic.
Coopération en matière de renseignement, opération ponctuelle.
He says France is changing its model, changing its logic when it comes to military bases. There's one problem though. Macron said this while he was in Djibouti last week. He said this as he touted a greater role for the French base there. He wants to use it for power projection in Africa. Talk about being tone deaf. Macron also lauded shared cultural and linguistic values between France and Djibouti. You can't make this up. Here's a message for all former colonizers. The reason we have a shared language is because you colonized us, because you forced us to learn your language. We share culture because you forced it down our throats. Macron's moves show just why France is losing its grip. The African nations want sovereignty and dignity. They want France to acknowledge the past and treat them with respect. Until France does that, they will keep losing their African bases. In Ukraine, North Korean soldiers are suffering heavy losses. Recently, Kiev captured one such soldier. He was believed to be the first North Korean prisoner of war. That soldier has now died in captivity. But he's not the only one. Pyongyang deployed around 12,000 soldiers to Ukraine. Reports suggest at least 3,000 of them are either dead or injured. What explains these heavy losses? How are North Korean soldiers impacting this war, and can they change the tide in Moscow's favor? Our next report tells you.
In October this year, Seoul came out with a strange report. It said North Korean soldiers were fighting in Russia. No one knew how many there were or what they were planning on doing there, but it meant one thing. Pyongyang had joined Moscow's war in Ukraine. 2 months later, there's a lot more that has come to light about these soldiers. Recently, one of them was captured by Ukraine. He was believed to be the first North Korean prisoner of war. That soldier has now died in captivity. Intel says it was due to serious injuries incurred in the war, and he's not alone. North Korea sent around 10 to 12,000 soldiers to Russia. Reports suggest nearly 3,000 of them have been killed or wounded in the war. But what are these troops doing there? Most of them have been deployed in the Kursk region, the one Ukraine captured from Russia this summer. But the battle over Kursk is not over. And Moscow was hoping these North Korean soldiers would help tip the scales in their favor.
Dear Ukrainians, today there are already preliminary data that the Russians have begun using soldiers from North Korea in the assaults, a noticeable number. The Russians include them in consolidated units and use them in operations in the Kursk region. For now, it is only there, but we have information that they can be deployed on other parts of the front line.
But they don't seem to be their best bet. North Korea has one of the world's largest militaries, yet none of these soldiers have any experience of real combat. North Korea has not fought in a major war since the 1950s. Plus, these soldiers are very young, mostly in their teens or early 20s. They were all trained in North Korea's mountains, but in Ukraine, they face a completely different landscape. Combine that with malnutrition and poor training, and it's a deadly combo. These North Korean soldiers may have been deployed to the front lines, but they didn't know what would hit them. That meant they suffered heavy losses.
NIS said that North Korean troops lack of experience in drone warfare, and they were mobilized as frontline storm troops in open terrain which they are unfamiliar with.
But what they lack in skills, these troops can make up in numbers and physical tolerance. Most of these troops are from Pyongyang's 11th Corps, which is one of the best units in the country. They may not be great militarily, but they can tolerate physical pain and a high level of psychological torture. Now, neither North Korea nor Russia has talked about these troops. Pyongyang recently mentioned its new alliance with Moscow was effective. But even that statement did not mention the troops. Russia, too, has not directly responded to these reports. Again, no mention of the soldiers. But their silence indicates just one thing. Moscow and Pyongyang are taking their friendship to the next level. First, it was North Korean weapons in Ukraine, and now it's North Korean soldiers. But can North Korea turn the tide in Russia's favor? That remains to be seen.
Our story starts with an 81-year-old woman. Her name is Kay Granger. She is a U.S. Congresswoman from the state of Texas. On July 24th, she voted on the floor of the House, but since then she's been out of action. She missed key House votes. She wasn't seen at the U.S. Capitol, so many wondered what happened to her. Then some reports came out, and these reports said that she'd gone missing. She was found roaming aimlessly and then put in a retirement community, a place that specializes in memory care. That's what the report said. Her family has denied it, though. They say that Kay Granger had dementia issues, so she moved into an independent living facility. Well, whatever the truth, this story raises an important question. And Elon Musk, of all people, asked it. Let me, in fact, quote from his post. This is what Elon Musk said. Maybe we should have some basic cognitive test for elected officials. This is getting crazy. That's what he said. And for once, we agree with Elon Musk. We elect leaders to lead our nations, to take crucial decisions, to make laws, but we don't know if they are mentally fit for it, if they're capable of legislating and leading. And this has been a long-standing concern. Take the US elections this year. Kamala Harris joined the race very late in the month of July because until then, Joe Biden was running even though he could barely walk. And that's all that anyone could talk about, the way he walked, the tumbles he took, the slurring of words, the constant looks of confusion. There were doubts about his cognitive ability, but apparently none of this could disqualify him. He quit the race only when it became absolutely impossible to stay on. And he's still the US president with the same mental faculties. This happens because there's nothing to stop it from happening. Cognitive testing for leaders is not mandatory. Yes, there is media scrutiny and pressure from the opposition if they sense a weakness, but no rules. Some leaders voluntarily release medical records. In the US, presidents often undergo annual physical exams. Russia requires a medical certificate of health. In China, leaders undergo a rigorous internal vetting process. But mental fitness is not always a part of it. Also, none of it is compulsory. It is at the discretion of a leader. And that is the problem. Because cognitive ability is not just about memory loss or dementia. It is about being sharp enough to process complex issues, to grasp new technology, to adapt to the ever-changing world that we live in. And let's face it, it's a job that demands strategic thinking and problem solving. The stakes are just too high to ignore this. So why has this not been addressed yet? Because it does not suit the people in power. Also, age is a sensitive subject. No one wants to be seen as discriminatory. But here's what we'd like to say. This is not about discrimination. This is about transparency. Other jobs require basic competence tests. Pilots have to pass medical checks. Armies across the globe, including in India and the US, have cognitive tests. Doctors have to prove their fitness to practice. Even your Uber driver has to meet certain standards, like pass the driving test. So why shouldn't elected leaders face this scrutiny? They cannot be MIA for 6 months and then turn up at a dementia facility. It is time to think about this, about cognitive testing for elected leaders, because leadership is not just a title, it is a duty that you have to be able to perform. Birds, oxygen tanks, poor weather, they were all blamed for the Azerbaijan plane crash this week. The plane was flying from Baku, it was headed for Russia. It crashed in Kazakhstan. 38 people died on board. So Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan and Russia, they're all investigating the crash. Now, Baku has released its findings. They say that a Russian missile caused the plane crash. And they are demanding an apology from Kremlin and cancelling flights to Russia. How has the Kremlin responded? And why would a Russian missile have hit the passenger plane? Here is a report.
What caused the Azerbaijan plane to crash? For days, the air has been thick with speculation. The airline says the plane could have collided with a flock of birds. Azerbaijan says maybe poor weather was the reason. Kazakhstan claims an oxygen tank exploded in the cabin. Ukraine says the aircraft was shot down by Russia by a Russian air defense system. But Kremlin has decried the speculation.
People are dead and many are injured. I would like to express my condolences. Let's hope for their recovery. Of course, I am sure that there will be a thorough investigation. We will coordinate our special and aviation services with you.
Investigators from Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan and Russia have opened criminal inquiries to understand what caused the crash. According to reports, Azerbaijan's preliminary findings are out and they give bonus points to Ukraine because Kyiv may be right. As per reports, a Russian surface-to-air missile caused the Azerbaijan Airlines plane to crash, killing 38 people on board. To understand how it happened, let's look at what happened before it. Azerbaijan Airlines Flight 8432, carrying 67 people, was traveling from Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, to Grozny, the capital city of the southern Russian Republic of Chechnya. It set off on Wednesday morning, but it was rerouted. The plane crossed the Caspian Sea, even though Baku and Grozny are to its west. The plane went to its east, to Kazakhstan. The crew alerted Kazakhstan's Aktau airport that they needed to make an emergency landing there. But about 3 kilometers from Aktau, the plane crashed just 2.5 hours after its journey began. According to reports, Azerbaijan has blamed Russia for this. Their investigation says that the pilots made requests to Russian airports for emergency landing near Grozny as well, but they were not allowed to land. Instead, they were ordered to fly across the Caspian Sea towards Kazakhstan. But while the flight was passing over the territory of Chechnya, Russian air defense forces were trying to shoot down Ukrainian drones. So, amid the drone air activity, a Russian missile was fired from a Pantsir S air defense system and it hit the Azerbaijan Airlines flight. The missile exploded next to the aircraft mid-flight. The shrapnel hit the passengers and cabin crew, killing dozens. And the aircraft was engulfed in flames after it made the emergency landing.
The marks on the tail of the aircraft, which are truly representative of what are known as shrapnels. We can see that the plane has depressurized. We can see that there are also holes inside the plane. So we have evidence from the outside and the inside that shrapnel did indeed pass through the plane.
Kremlin has declined to comment, but lawmakers in Azerbaijan are demanding accountability from Russia. They want to know why the damaged plane was not allowed to land in Russian airports. They have now suspended flights from Baku to Russia. Azerbaijan may be Russia's ally, but they are not willing to close their eyes.
It is the last Friday of 2024. If anyone still says TGIF looking at you millennials, then today is your last chance to be cringy because the New Year vibes have arrived. But let's be honest for a minute. If there is an award for the most overrated night of the year, it should go to New Year's Eve. At least we think so. And you may agree. There is too much pressure to have a good time, too many decisions to make, to drink or not to drink, to go out or to stay in. Should you manifest wellness or push and shove to get the best view of the fireworks? Should you Irish goodbye the guests? Or go for that South Asian goodbye and hang out by the door for another hour? Basically, New Year's Eve is full of promise and excitement, but it also comes with built-in pressure, perpetual FOMO, and traffic, and so much of it. We are days away from the New Year's Eve, but you can already see the build-up, quite literally. In India, an expressway saw a 12-kilometer-long traffic jam. Vehicles were stuck bumper to bumper for hours. In major hill stations, roads are chock-a-block with tourists. Hotel occupancy has surged by 50%. In the next few days, it is expected to go up to 80%. And India is not an isolated case. In the Netherlands, traffic jams have increased by 8%, and by Dutch standards, it is a lot. And in the US, about 120 million people are expected to travel. This is a 5-year high. Meanwhile, Rome is expecting 32 million visitors. This New Year's clashes with their 2025 Jubilee, which is a year of faith and forgiveness. Though what is hard to forgive is this. New Year is one of the few holidays that will most likely not reward your personal effort. The end result will probably be underwhelming, and studies prove it. No matter what you do, New Year's Eve is generally terrible. And the harder people try to make it fun, the more dissatisfied they are. Data literally shows this. So how can you ease the pain? How can you celebrate your ideal New Year's Eve this year? We looked at research, and here are 3 tips for you. First, lower your expectations. The lower, the better. Because you know what? Forcing yourself to be happy is the best way to be miserable. So if you assume that you will not have the best time on this day, it can cool off the pressure. And if you do have a good time, it feels great. Secondly, remember New Year's Eve does not mean all that much. January 1st is just a number, and across the world, people choose different numbers. In China, the New Year will begin on January 29th. In Ethiopia, September 11th. For Muslims, it is in June. And in India, you get at least 9 chances to do New Year's right. Thanks to cultural diversity, not just the dates, but the way to bring in a new year differs as well. In India, many of us light lamps. In South Africa, people throw unwanted items out of windows. In Denmark, they smash plates. In the US, they drop things. In New York, it is the ball drop in Times Square. And in Indiana, it's watermelons. In some countries, people eat things. In Spain, grapes. In Brazil, lentils. While the Danish smash plates. So you get the gist. And this brings us to the third tip. There is no one ideal way to bring in the new year. You can go to that party, have a good time, or find a corner to cry, process 2024, or the fact that the kids born in the year 2000 will now be turning 25. You can also host a party and build a tower of water instead of champagne glasses. Send out good vibes into 2025 by hydrating drunk people. You can even watch the world burn and crack the painful "see you next year" joke. You can stay in, smash plates, eat grapes, watch Netflix, spend time with your loved ones, or do it alone. But either way, do what you want to, not what social media says, not what rom-coms suggest. Greet 2025 your way, because there is no better way to start a new year. The holiday fever has gripped the stock market. It looks like investors are done for the year. They're looking forward to 2025, but we are not done with 2024 just yet. One thing dominated the Indian markets this year, and that is IPOs. A lot of big firms went public this year, from Hyundai to Swiggy to Ola, and there was a mad rush to buy up those shares. It felt like a season of Shark Tank, except for every pitch, the investors were all in. And the returns? A lot like Bollywood this year. Few hits, lots of misses. Take a look. Now it's time for Vantage Shots. Images that tell the story. 100 vehicles from Israel form a ribbon sign calling for a hostage deal in Gaza. Indigenous Peru villagers settle their grievances through fist fights ahead of the new year, and the annual Elephant Festival kicks off in Nepal with unique events like elephant football. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1911, India's national anthem, Jana Gana Man, was sung for the first time. It was at the Calcutta session of the Indian National Congress. Jana Gana Man was written by Rabindranath Tagore. In 1950, it was officially declared India's national anthem. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
प्रहलाद सापकोटाज्यू संविधान सभा सदस्यज्यूहरू होटेल संघ
We begin in the United States, where the Republican Party is staring at a widespread chaos as Donald Trump prepares to return to the White House. Rifts within the GOP came to light when former Republican presidential nominee Vivek Ramaswamy opened a can of worms on the hot-button issue of immigration. The Indian-American billionaire reflected on Donald Trump picking another Indian-American, Sriram Krishnan, to advise the White House on matters regarding artificial intelligence. Ramaswamy said American firms prefer hiring Indian Americans because modern-day Americans have a mediocre culture that celebrates prom nights and football jocks instead of engineers.
The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ, or the jock over the valedictorian, will not produce the best engineers.
The tech billionaire then went on to state several parenting practices that are common in America and how they were not the best for raising the future generation.
More movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chilling, more extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. If you grow up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. This can be a Sputnik moment. We've awakened from slumber before and we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up. A culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness.
However, Ramaswamy's comments did not sit well with many Republican lawmakers and MAGA supporters. Several right-wing accounts began posting racist rants against the Indian American, with some even calling for his deportation. Ramaswamy's comments have started infighting within Donald Trump's team, with many calling it the Great MAGA Civil War. However, the criticism and outrage has forced Ramaswamy to now take back his comments, and the billionaire has now called for reforming the H-1B visa program. Now, the H-1B is a sponsorship program that allows American firms to hire foreign workers temporarily, and the policy has largely benefited people from both India and China. Ramaswamy now suggests that the program should be scrapped entirely and immigrants should only be allowed in the United States based on merit. With the inauguration just around the corner, infighting in the Republican Party has taken center stage, and it remains to be seen whether more cracks will develop in the MAGA camp before Donald Trump is sworn in. And now more on Donald Trump's pick to advise the White House on artificial intelligence. Sriram Krishnan is an Indian-American tech entrepreneur and has been appointed to advise the White House on AI. However, his selection has sparked intense debate exposing xenophobic sentiments within the MAGA movement. While some applaud his expertise and vision for AI, others critique and criticize his ties to Silicon Valley and question his role in shaping immigration policy. With nearly 5 million Indian Americans in the United States, many see Krishnan's rise as a reflection of their contributions to the nation. But as controversy continues to swirl, the clash between inclusion and exclusion grows even sharper. More in our next report.
The United States is home to 4.8 million Indian Americans, a vibrant community that embodies hard work, innovation, and integration. But today, this community finds itself at the center of a cultural and political storm, exposing the cracks within the MAGA movement. And it stems from the appointment of Sriram Krishnan, a Chennai-born entrepreneur who was selected by Donald Trump as senior White House policy advisor on artificial intelligence. And his appointment has ignited fierce backlash not just against his policies, but against his identity. The controversy began with far-right commentators like Laura Loomer accusing Krishnan of betraying the America First agenda. Old videos of him defending smart, accomplished Indians marrying Americans for green cards and lamenting that Indians don't act tribally enough have resurfaced, fanning the flames.
I know a lot of single American friends who have been looking for love for a very, very long time and have been unsuccessful. And they would love nothing better than a very smart, accomplished Indian partner. Could be a suitable boy or a suitable girl that they would love to get married to. So, there is a rom-com to be made here, somewhere. Like, I can totally just see it in my head. You're like, hey, I just want to get the citizenship, like, I've found love, and they come together. Like, immigration brings them together. And then maybe they get married at an embassy or a consulate.
And following this, the online backlash has been merciless, with some questioning whether Indians even make good Americans. Time and again, Krishnan has advocated for removing country-specific caps on green cards, which is a reform designed to address the decade-long backlog faced by Indian applicants. Under the current law, no more than 7% of green cards can be issued to any one country, no matter the demand. But this rational explanation has done little to silence the xenophobia driving the uproar. Swinging into action, Krishnan's defenders, including tech giants David Sacks and Elon Musk, have been quick to clarify the policy nuances behind the attacks. While Sacks said Sriram didn't say he wants to remove all caps on green cards, he said he wants to remove country caps on green cards, to which Musk supported and commented, makes sense. Adding fuel to fire is Trump's long-standing bromance with Indian Americans. From his Howdy Modi spectacle with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to his over-the-top Diwali greetings, Trump has openly courted the diaspora. Embroiled in this controversy is another MAGA supporter and Trump's current vice president-elect, J.D. Vance. Social media users circulating Vance's wedding picture with Indian-American wife Usha Vance mocked MAGA even further. An ex-user captioned the image, "When will they realize they voted for this?" Indian Americans make up 20% of the Asian American population. Yet, this success has not insulated them from racism. Congressman Ro Khanna addressed this head-on, calling out the hypocrisy of the attacks.
Getting at the truth.
Taking to X, he wrote, "These critics have no problem with Elon Musk, born in South Africa, or Zhenzhen Huang, born in Taiwan. Indian Americans represent American exceptionalism, not a threat to it." At its core, this isn't just a policy debate. It's a battle for the soul of the MAGA movement. On one side are Silicon Valley's tech titans and Indian Americans who represent innovation and global competitiveness. And on the other are nationalist hardliners clinging to exclusionary ideals. Trump's increasing engagement with the Indian American community highlights this contradiction. Question remains, can America truly embrace diversity while clinging on to outdated notions of nationalism?
And staying in the United States, Donald Trump has warned federal employees that they must return to the office or risk being dismissed from their duties. The latest warning is the loudest threat yet, and it comes weeks after Donald Trump's allies, particularly Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, said they are in fact committed to ending work from home for all federal employees. The two billionaires have been picked by Donald Trump to lead the Department of Government Agency, or DOGE.
Order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk.
Now, more than 2 million federal employees are eligible for work from home, which was implemented after the coronavirus pandemic outbreak 4 years ago. And Donald Trump's plan to sack the civil service employees would face massive resistance and even legal challenges. This is because many of the federal employees are covered by union agreements that guarantee some form of remote work. In fact, several workers have had their contracts extended just recently after approval by outgoing President Joe Biden. Federal data shows that almost 1 million employees that have the benefit of year-round remote work, with a record 10% of jobs being fully remote. Now, despite Donald Trump's threats, federal labor unions have pledged to oppose the forceful return to the office.
AFGE embraces a work environment that includes full in-person, alternate work schedules, telework, and full remote work to best serve the needs of our members and staff. It's in a lot of labor contracts, and at a lot of these agencies, the reality is they don't have the place to put people to force them back 5 days a week.
Meanwhile, Elon Musk continues to be against remote work for federal employees and has called for the return of all workers to the office by January of next year.
Requiring federal employees to come to the office 5 days a week would result in a wave of voluntary terminations that we welcome. If federal employees don't want to show up, American taxpayers should not pay them for the COVID-era privilege of staying home. With a decisive electoral mandate and a 6-3 conservative majority on the Supreme Court, DOJ has a historic opportunity for structural reductions in the federal government. We are prepared for the onslaught from entrenched interests in Washington. We expect to prevail.
Now, Musk has called work from home morally wrong and unfair to people who show up to the office 5 days a week. However, it must be noted that Musk-owned firm Tesla has positions that offer complete remote work with lucrative salaries up to $270,000 per year. Now, it's still uncertain how the incoming administration will in fact implement a return to the office. The numerous legal safeguards protecting these workers appears airtight. Though Trump might have the judges on his side, it's unclear if he also has the law. And next we turn to Elon Musk, of course. From reshaping industries to making billion-dollar offers with a twist, the Tesla CEO continues to highlight there is nothing in the world that he cannot buy. And this time he's challenging Wikipedia to change its name to Dikipedia for a whopping $1 billion. Will Wikipedia accept Elon Musk's offer, or will it continue with its mantra that Wikipedia is not for sale? Our next report brings the full story.
Elon Musk, the world's richest man, is rewriting the rules of wealth and influence. With a record net worth of $486 billion, fueled by Tesla's dominance and SpaceX's $350 billion valuation, Musk is in a league of his own. Known for his outlandish ideas and boundary-pushing ventures, he's the kind of billionaire who isn't afraid to mix business with humor. And his latest obsession? Well, it's Wikipedia. In a saga that began last year, Musk made headlines by offering Wikipedia $1 billion, but with one unforgettable condition. The platform must rename itself Dikipedia. The billionaire's stipulation: the name must remain for at least 1 year. When a user jokingly suggested Wikipedia could revert the name after pocketing the cash, Musk responded, 1 year minimum. I mean, I'm not a fool. The idea, which Musk says is in the interest of accuracy, has sparked debates, memes, and no small amount of controversy. Sharing a photo captioned "Wikipedia is not for sale," he criticized the platform, saying, "Have you ever wondered why the Wikimedia Foundation wants so much money? You can literally fit all of Wikipedia on your phone. So what's the money for?" And a year later, the world's richest entrepreneur has reaffirmed that his offer still stands. Now, while the Wikimedia Foundation is yet to respond formally to the proposal, the internet, on the other hand, has been abuzz. While a user boosted Musk to never quit trolling, several others insisted in changing the name of the platform to Wokipedia, and some even suggested to just buy it. While Musk's take on Wikipedia dominates headlines, it's just one part of his sprawling influence. Over the years, he's built an empire that touches nearly every corner of technology and innovation. In 2022, Musk bought Twitter for $44 billion, rebranding it as X and turning it into a platform for his bold ideas. Tesla, his electric vehicle company, remains a juggernaut, boasting a $1 trillion valuation. SpaceX, meanwhile, is on a mission to colonize Mars, with Musk aiming to establish a self-sustaining city on the red planet by 2050. Even his smaller ventures pack a punch. Neuralink is connecting human brains to computers, while the Boring Company is tunneling through cities to fight urban congestion. And most recently, Musk launched xAI, a rival to OpenAI, valued at $40 billion. Now, whether the Wikimedia Foundation accepts it or not, Musk's billion-dollar jest underscores his ability to spark conversations and shake up industries. But the real question remains, does everything have a price tag, and if it does, how much is it?
And today we end in the Middle East, where Israel has conducted multiple airstrikes on several targets linked to the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. The airstrikes killed at least 6 people and struck Yemen's only international airport in the capital, Sana'a. Israeli jets also struck several Houthi military sites, power stations, and ports on Yemen's west coast. The Israeli airstrikes on Yemen's capital began just as the World Health Organization's Director General was about to board a plane at the Sana'a airport. The WHO chief was in Yemen to seek the release of a detained staff member and also to assess the humanitarian situation in the war-torn country.
As we were about to board our flight from Sana'a, the airport came under aerial bombardment. One of our plane's crew members was injured. At least 2 people were reported killed at the airport. The air traffic control tower, the departure lounge, just a few meters from where we were, and the runway were damaged.
Meanwhile, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has denounced the escalation of hostilities between Israel and the Houthis, calling the Israeli airstrikes on the airport alarming.
The Secretary General condemns the escalation between Yemen and Israel. Israeli airstrikes today on Sana'a International Airport, the Red Sea ports, and power stations in Yemen are especially alarming. The Secretary General remains deeply concerned about the risk of further escalation in the region and reiterates his call for all parties concerned to cease all military actions and to exercise utmost restraint. He also warns that airstrikes on Red Sea ports and Sana'a airport pose grave risks to humanitarian operations at a time when millions of people are in need of life-saving assistance.
Moreover, Iran, which has openly backed the Houthis, also condemned the strikes and described them as a clear violation of international peace and security. Now, Israel's airstrikes came after the Houthis repeatedly fired drones and missiles towards Tel Aviv in what they described as acts of solidarity with the Palestinians in Gaza. Following the fresh airstrikes, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said this was only the beginning of the campaign against the Houthis, and Israel would continue to hit the terrorist group.
We have just seen a precise operation by the Israeli Air Force hitting specific Houthi target in Yemen at the airport, at the port. As we said, whoever hurts Israel, we will hurt him. We will hunt down all the Houthi leaders, hit them as we have done elsewhere. No one will be able to escape Israel's long measure. We will attack them in order to remove threats to the state of Israel.
With tensions escalating in the Middle East, will the Houthis escalate tensions against Israel even further, or will other nations step in to prevent another full-blown war from erupting in the region? That's it for us today, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority: tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on First Post America.
Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. We start with Mozambique. The southern African nation has been gripped by violence and unrest. The crisis emerged out of a disputed presidential election and is worsening with each passing day. Fears of a wider regional crisis are now growing. In the latest, Mozambique's army has joined a manhunt to find at least 6,000 prisoners who escaped from a jail in the capital, Maputo. The police had initially suggested that about 1,500 people had escaped, but reports say that the figure is 6,000 escaped prisoners. The prison break took place on Christmas Day. At least 33 people died during clashes with the police and more than a dozen were injured. Around 30 of the prisoners were reportedly convicted terrorists. They were part of an Islamist insurgency in the country's north, which has been ongoing for the past 7 years. Now, eyewitness videos have emerged of the mass prison break. They show large crowds gathering and running about the facility. Shouting could also be heard. Other videos show prisoners snatching weapons from the guards and freeing other detainees. Now, this mass prison break comes as fresh violence broke out in the country. Mozambique's top court validated the disputed October election results. The court's decision put the ruling Frelimo party's candidate, Daniel Chapo, at the winner's spot, with 65% of the votes. This extends Frelimo's 49-year-long reign in Mozambique. Opposition leader Venancio Mondlane's revised vote count is at over 24%, putting him in second place. However, Mondlane has called the vote a fraud and declared himself the true winner of the election. He is currently in self-imposed exile and he's mobilizing mass protests through social media. Earlier in a social media address, Mondlane said he would take oath as Mozambique's next president on January 15th. Over 250 people have been killed in post-poll violence in Mozambique, mostly by security forces who shot many of the protesters. The crisis has brought cities to standstill and has affected the country's mines, ports and borders. Experts fear that the chaos could affect neighboring countries as well. Amid this turmoil, the role of the Southern African Development Community, or the SADC, has come into the spotlight. It's a regional body made of 16 members. Reports suggest that some members of this organization, who are also Mozambique's neighbors, might have a different take on the situation. After Mozambique's constitutional court upheld the disputed poll results, the SADC chair, Zimbabwe's president Emmerson Mnangagwa, issued a statement. He said that the SADC urges both sides in Mozambique to abide by the court's decision. The statement did not explicitly mention the ongoing violence. A statement was also issued by the government of South Africa. It said that Pretoria was concerned with the ongoing violence. It has urged all parties to come to the negotiating table and sort out their differences. South Africa is the foreign nation that has faced the brunt of Mozambique's crisis. South Africa had temporarily shut its main border with Mozambique, causing a massive economic loss. Now, reports say that the South African petrochemical company Sasol has been affected. It has reduced natural gas production at its central processing facility in Mozambique. This is to ensure the safety of its staff and assets. South Africa fears an influx of people from Mozambique, especially the criminals who escaped from the Maputo prison. Pretoria is afraid that this could lead to law and order problems in South Africa. Meanwhile, Turkey has cancelled flights to Mozambique. The International Monetary Fund has downgraded the economic outlook for the country. Business disruptions have also raised investor concerns. How can Mozambique and the regional bodies ensure peace in the region? To discuss this further, we have Fredson Guileng. He's a Mozambican political analyst, and he's joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Hi, Mr. Guileng. Welcome to First Post.
Thank you very much for having me.
So let's jump straight to the questions then. The number of prisoners who escaped has now gone up. It was initially 1,500, now it's 6,000. How could this affect the situation in Mozambique, in Maputo itself?
Yeah, I think part of it, part of the implication that this might have in Mozambique has been also expressed by the Interior Minister himself when he said that as part of this group is composed of some of very high level criminals, including rapists, terrorists, and so on. So this might definitely increase the level of violence in the country. But I must also indicate that there are two narratives about these so-called escapes, because one points to a deliberate action by the government, by the ruling Frelimo, to try to project a state of anarchy and to delegitimize the political nature of this movement. And the official version is the one that points to the fact that these people are simple prisoners and escapees. So, I mean, no one has been able to verify in concrete what really happened because no investigation has been carried out yet.
Well, while the investigation unfolds in Mozambique, what about the neighboring countries? You're in South Africa. Pretoria is afraid of some of the prisoners making their way down to South Africa. How are they going to deal with this in South Africa?
I think South Africa and the other neighboring country of Mozambique, or possibly the SADC bloc, should have had a long time ago had a much proactive engagement with the Mozambican authorities, not wait for the conflict to have escalated to this level to now open their doors for dialogue, like the case of South Africa. I think SADC has a bloc, as a regional bloc, has been failing to have a more preemptive action when it comes to conflicts, failing to resolve the root causes of conflicts in the region, other than waiting for them to reach level as such. So obviously South Africa is right to to be scared of a possible increase in criminality in the country, because some of these people might want to jump the border, because if they are, as they've been portrayed to be, escapees, what they will do is to try to run away as far as possible from the Mozambican authorities, and obviously this might result in increase of level of violence, not just in South Africa, but in other neighboring countries.
Now, before this, you said that the SADC members, they should have worked together, engaged with the sides, but what we can see is that there are two different angles. South Africa wants the parties to come to the negotiating table. Zimbabwe says that they should accept the court results. Now, if the bloc itself is divided, how can they get together to try and bring diffuse tensions in Mozambique?
The difference in positions clearly reflect the difference in the nature of these two regimes. While in South Africa, we live in a democracy where there's freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and the electoral processes are transparent and they are fair. In Zimbabwe, the situation is not very different from what happens in Mozambique. So it is really not to expect no one would expect President Mnangagwa from ZANU in Zimbabwe to come up with any other statement which would be different from what he said. He was also in power. He has been in power through illegitimate means, through fraudulent elections. and no one could expect anything different from Mnangagwa and the ZANU regime in Zimbabwe. But in South Africa, the situation is completely different. The ANC is a democratic organization. Elections in South Africa are free, fair, and transparent. So that's where the difference is. So now, how do you conciliate these two? It's going to be a little bit complicated because Zimbabwe is the chair of SADC, and what we have to wait is to see which position will prevail in the end.
All right. Well, that shows that there is still disagreement both within and outside in how to deal with Mozambique's situation. Thank you, Mr. Guilhem, for joining us today. We appreciate your input.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Now we shift our focus to West Africa. An accidental bombing by Nigeria's Air Force has led to the deaths of several civilians. Authorities in Nigeria say that at least 10 people were killed and several others were injured. A Nigerian military fighter jet was pursuing terrorists in 2 villages. This was in the northwestern state of Sokoto. Reports say that the jet mistook some civilians for its targets and conducted airstrikes on them. The strikes were meant for the Lakurawa terror group. They have a base in a forest in Nigeria's Silame district, but the bomb struck 2 villages instead, Gidanbisa and Runtawa. The villages are on the edge of the forest. The strike killed 10 people, injured others, and destroyed homes and grain silos. Even livestock fell victim to the strikes. Sokoto's state governor, Ahmad Aliyu, shared some images from the incident. They show at least 7 human bodies wrapped in clothes and plastic mats. The images also show charred livestock and scorched mud houses. The Sokoto governor said that the state was collaborating with the relevant authorities to thoroughly investigate the military operation. A spokesperson for the Nigerian Air Force has confirmed the incident. They say an investigation will be conducted to determine the actual number of victims. The spokesperson added that the strikes were conducted based on credible intelligence from multiple sources. They say that they had confirmed aerial surveillance as well. This incident is the latest in a pattern of deadly aerial assaults by the Nigerian military that have killed a number of civilians in recent years. In addition to the incident in Sokoto State earlier this week, in September 2024, an airstrike in the Kaduna State killed at least 24 people. Another incident took place last December. An airstrike hit Tudunbiri village in northern Kaduna. More than 120 people were killed. Reports say that between 2018 and 2023, about 2,600 people have been killed in 248 airstrikes by the Nigerian Air Force. The airstrikes have raised significant concerns among human rights groups. They have called on the Nigerian military to review their procedures. The military, in turn, says that it takes necessary measures to avoid accidents like this. However, the accidents keep recurring. Nigeria has been grappling with a long-running insurgency in its northeast. It is primarily driven by the terror groups Boko Haram and the Islamic State West Africa province. Nigeria has also been struggling with growing security threats in the northwest. The region is prone to attacks by armed gangs and bandits who kidnap people for ransom. In November, Nigeria's military warned of a new insurgent group, Lakurawa, emerging in the northwest. The military said it was posing a threat to Nigeria's national security. The group first emerged in northwest Nigeria in 2018. It was initially not considered a threat. It started off helping locals fight armed gangs and bandits, but soon relations soured. Locals began accusing Lakurawa of stealing their cattle and seeking to impose strict Islamic law. Consequently, the group retreated to Nigeria's border areas near Niger and Mali, but they made some incursions deeper into Nigeria. Following the military coup in Niger in 2023, Lakurawa increased its activities in Nigeria. This is because joint military patrols by Niger and Nigeria along their shared border stopped. The Lakurawa group now operates in Sokoto and Kebbi, the states in northwestern Nigeria. Nigeria has been conducting several ground and air campaigns against Lakurawa in recent weeks. It has also resumed joint patrols with Niger to tackle the threat. But as Nigeria strengthens its fight against insurgency, it has also seen a rise in accidental airstrikes. How long will the people of Nigeria remain collateral damage in the fight against terrorism? Our next story is from South Africa. The country is fighting an underground war against gangs and criminals who control abandoned mines. For weeks now, several illegal miners have been trapped inside a gold mine in the country's northwest. South African authorities have cut off their food and water supplies to force them out and make arrests. But the South African officials now face a grave dilemma. They've received a chilling letter from the miners. It says that amid the food shortage, many of them have turned to cannibalism. Our next report has the details.
South Africa is fighting an underground war. For weeks now, police officers are guarding an abandoned gold mine in the country's northwestern Stilfontein town. They are heavily armed and deployed around every known exit shaft. Their mission: to capture several illegal miners who've been trapped underground. This comes as a part of South Africa's heavy crackdown against criminal gangs who control the country's abandoned mines. The operation is called Operation Vala Umgodi, which means closing the holes to arrest illegal miners. The aim is to force gang leaders to allow miners to resurface by smoking them out, as one minister has controversially called it. As part of the operation, officials have cut off food and water supplies at the Stilfontein mine, trapping the illegal miners inside. As per reports, some 4,000 miners were initially stuck underground. Hundreds have resurfaced in weak conditions and faced arrest as soon as they appeared. While South African authorities call the operation important, a chilling letter has put them in a dilemma. On Christmas Eve, one of the illegal miners emerged out with a letter attached to him. The letter, written in the local language, mentioned that more of his fellow miners have died in the deep mine shaft and hunger has caused them to resort to cannibalism. They urged the authorities to send more food, which the government had earlier denied. But this letter has reportedly stunned the officials who took action and supplied food and water to the illegal miners. These illegal miners are locally called zama-zamas, that loosely translates to take a chance. They work in closed mines to extract minerals like gold, iron ore, coal and manganese. Zama-zamas reportedly operate in some 6,000 disused mines. They tend to remain in the mines for long periods, over months sometimes, looking to hit gold and make money. They rely on help from contractors outside who pull them up for a fee. These contractors also supply them with essential supplies. However, most zama-zamas are undocumented migrants from neighboring nations like Zimbabwe, Lesotho and Mozambique. Many are believed to be exploited by criminal gangs. The ongoing standoff between the illegal miners and the South African government has revealed the scale of criminal infiltration in the country's mining industry. South Africa was once the world's top gold producer, but aging infrastructure and policy-making failures have forced many commercial operators to shut. These mines have now become the site of turf wars between violent gangs who are competing to smuggle the precious metal. Around 25 tons of gold from South Africa is believed to be smuggled to countries like the United Arab Emirates and Switzerland every year. Though South Africa has decided to go hard on the illegal miners, it has faced criticism from activists and human rights groups. They say the government has no authority to block people's food and essential supplies. So, while South Africa is using starvation as a weapon against criminals, it has landed itself in a catch-22 situation.
Our final story today is from East Africa. Imagine paying more for school education than for medical bills or healthcare. In Uganda, this has become a harsh reality for a lot of families. School fees have risen to $700 for a 3-month term. Some parents face impossible choices, forcing children to stay home. What's behind Uganda's tuition crisis, and how is it affecting the future of the country? Here's our report.
Every child has a dream, whether it's becoming a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, or an artist. But in the East African country of Uganda, these dreams are starting to feel out of reach. With each new school term, the cost of a better chance at life is rising. Parents are struggling to pay unpredictable and unregulated school fees, and the constant threats from schools demanding dues are becoming harder to ignore.
We are really suffering. The schools are never patient with us. Even if you're left with a balance of 1,000 shillings out of 10,000 shillings, they will send your kid back home. They don't care. They will send the child back home until you clear their 1,000 shillings. All they care about is just their business. There is no help at all.
The issue is not just limited to just Uganda. The goal of education for all appears to be slipping away for many across the sub-Saharan Africa. The region has had the highest dropout rates in the world, and one of the main reasons is financial burden. According to the World Bank, school fees is the biggest financial worry for 54% of adults in sub-Saharan Africa and 40% of the population in Uganda. Apparently, the price of educating a child is even higher than medical bills and other expenses.
There's a time when I reached a moment I went to the hospital thinking maybe it is malaria or what. When they tried to test my what, they are checking my blood pressure. Then they told me my blood pressure is going high. But I had so much worries because all of the children, some of them were still at home.
In Uganda, the burden of tuition fees is such that the government-funded schools charge almost $700 for a 3-month term. And when it comes to more famous, expensive and increasing number of private schools, the government does not try to interfere. The skyrocketing cost of school fee is significant for a nation like Uganda, where the annual GDP per capita was $864 last year. However, more than anything, it's the uncertain and questionable tuition hikes that haunt parents across the country of 45 million people.
Millions are being kept away. Because when you learn that there are schools where they pay school fees $150,000 for a whole term, that is about 2.5 months. And then they tell you these kids have studied, the kids studied for the first 3 weeks, was sent out for school fees and never returned. Now imagine if they are struggling at 150, what about above that?
As per the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, around 60% of kids attend early grades, while the number drastically falls to 22% in secondary school. The East African country has a program to address this issue. The scheme introduced back in 2007 allows secondary education for all students. But while schools usually do not require tuition, parents are responsible for uniforms, textbooks and other costs. Sometimes, the routine school expenses in Uganda range from the purchase of a bus to a large bag of cement, raising ethical questions about what does qualify as tuition fees. Children from working-class families who are counting on the mercy of school officials rely on in-kind payments such as vegetables and fruits.
Some of them whose parents are really struggling, and some few of them selected some of them may come with an idea of providing something in kind. Say like, can I bring cassava? May I bring my potatoes? May I bring my greens, buga, nakati, pineapples? We also have watermelons. They say yes. Of course, it follows a program. You don't bring every, and you're not the only one. So it is timetabled that if you're supplying this week, then it is her supplying the other week. Like that, such that everyone gets a bit.
Now, the Equal Opportunities Commission, a government agency in Uganda, has called for punishment against public schools, which demand high and arbitrary fees. It has warned that raising tuition payments randomly force children to drop out of school and put their future at stake. But until a stricter action is taken, it seems like the children in Uganda will continue to be deprived of their right to education, and the cycle of inequality will go on.
That's it on the show for today. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again on Monday at the same time.